Can you hear them, chat? Do you hear the sounds? Do you hear them? Shh. Shh. Do you hear them? It's the sound of the wood elves. The duendes, chat. We need to do a deep dive to determine the nature of the wood elves. We touched on this a few streams ago when we talked about AMLO. I think Hasan mentioned AMLO. And, you know, like the AMLO... Look, what we figured out, right, is to win in politics, you gotta go against the status quo, whatever that means. Like, Bod Save America seems to think the status quo is trans people? Bernie, I think, had a better idea of what the status quo might be. But you know, Duende, the way that he, or the Duende, AMLO, the way that he went away from the status quo was to go towards the Duendes, the wood elves. Please don't have music.
El Lopez Obrador.
Why is there always music on every single short? I hate it. I hate it, chat. I'm just trying to find out what this is, right? I mean, like, I should probably read the opening, right? What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Friday, November 29th, 2024. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, especially the duendes. Rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalistic dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant hyper future. You binge-watched The Penguin? Wait, The Penguin? Oh God. Wait, is The Penguin a show now? God damn it, chat. Look, one of the ways that I save money is to not pay for, like, streaming service or cable or movies or any of that, but I realize that, like, you know, culture is a part of our existence, and when like something like Hot Ones comes up and I'm like, what is Hot Ones? I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's good. And then I get interested on all these little niche things like Lopez Obrador's wood elves. There was a few, like, weird, like, conspiracy theories, right? That AMLO got into. Like, famously did not wear a mask when he was asked why. He produced a card referring to the saints or something. Okay, I'm looking through, like, when I search AMLO and duendes, almost everything is in Spanish. But, I mean, I don't know. Hot Ones, yeah. Well, look, it's the video that just came out. Okay, but by the way, can you celebrate with me? I, who famously do not release any videos or clips because I am too damn busy making streams for y'all, right? I released a video this morning, and it has been a massive success. I wonder if I could bring you in on this. All right, can I show you? Can I share the success with you? Let me see. It may take a little bit of doing. All right. I want to show you what happens when you get a #1 video on YouTube. It's kind of magical, kind of spectacular. All right. Let's make this happen. All right, chat. Check this out. Look at this. Do you see the fireworks? It does fireworks for you. Look at that. I got fireworks. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for approving of my video. No, I mean, like, this is a thing, chat. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that I don't release more video segments. You know what I'm talking about when I say this, when I video? Some of you are probably like, this is a video right now. You are coming to me in video format. That is, I'm watching you on my phone. You are a video. Why are you saying you don't release videos when you do almost every day? Those are VODs, right? This is me live. I'm sitting here right now as you're watching me and talking to you live, right? This is a segment of a live, right? This is what streamers customarily release unless they are too busy because they are doing a wild and crazy schedule that may be too much for them. But here we go again. You want to see the... Check it out. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Look, let's make it even bigger. Can we make this bigger? Look at this. Fireworks. Pew, 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 pew. Look at the fireworks. I got the fireworks. I'm so happy. I am so happy. So yeah, that's what happened earlier today. And I'm really happy because like a lot of times videos end up being a lot of work, right? Because like, you know, oh wait, do you know me? I obsessively edit, right? When I'm doing a video, right? Most streamers, like Xander, we saw this with Xander Hall, right? Xander Hall's friend was like, actually, Cherry Bread TV doesn't do much at all. Actually, Cherry Bread TV doesn't deserve any of Xander Hall's money, so it doesn't matter that Xander Hall has not paid Cherry Bread TV, because like look at what Cherry Bread TV's got to do. You just take the segment and you put it in here, and you add a little like X in my name at the beginning and a little like support me on Patreon at the end, and there you go. You're done. It's super easy, and it's like that is the lazy editing of a video, right? Which I usually don't do because I can't. Like I can't let it go like that, right? I gotta make it cool. I gotta make it fun. I gotta edit the fuck out of it. Maybe I edit too much. But yeah, that's what happens is that like, so because of that, because I generally take, if I actually work on a video, I take 2 to 3 days to complete it, right? That's a lot of work, and usually for not a lot of reward, right? A lot of videos like do not get, I don't know, there's just not a lot of views on it. It's just like not worthwhile, right? It makes more sense for me both like monetarily and you know, otherwise to do streams instead of videos. But you know, here we go with a video that seems to be doing pretty good so far. I mean, now these are not viral numbers by any means, right? Well, what does this mean? It means that out of my 10 last videos, this one is is doing the best at this point in being released, right? It means that 1.1K people have watched it so far, and it means that out of 100 people, 13.8 of them, or let's say out of 1,000 people that see this thumbnail, 138 are clicking on it, which is pretty damn good. which is pretty damn good if I do say so myself, which I do. I will say that. I will claim that. So, yay. Good things. Anyway, chat, we got to find out about the wood elves, all right? Can anybody tell me about the wood elves? I'm a time traveler, says Philip Blair, so to speak. So I get the time traveler's discount on what, wood elves? One advantage of being a history nerd is you can enjoy content from the 20s through the 60s, classic old-time radio. I mean, that sounds like a radio demon thing. I believe Hot Ones is the show. Yeah, where they eat the hot sauce. They eat the hot sauce. It's usually a hot wing dipped in the hot sauce, but I guess for the celebrities that are vegetarian or vegan, they'll give them a non-meat chicken wing to dip. Serious algorithm is what I need to see. Wait, viralistic. Yeah, there we go. I thought you were gonna say a medical card, like he has a breathing issue. No, he's got a issue. His issue is the saints will protect him. That's the issue. He doesn't need a mask because didn't he get COVID? I feel like he did. Is Hot Ones another OnlyFans? It sounds like an OnlyFans, doesn't it? Wow. Probably more interesting than the Penguin. What's out right now? The Penguin's out. Wicked is out. That's really pissing off the right wingers. We might take a look at that. Actually, wait a minute. Should we? Oh my gosh, because what did we? Oh, we got Bad Hasbro last night. Let me add. Here's Morgan hates Wicked. Put it in quotes. Has anybody seen Wicked yet? I have been hearing from some people that it is the worst thing that they've ever seen, and from other people that it's actually pretty good. Wait, so when you're talking about Penguin, oh my gosh, I believe AMLO. I believe in AMLO, yeah. I mean, look, AMLO's been doing better than our left party. No comment ASMR check. I should do that. Oh my god. Yo, I low-key like the, has anybody ever seen these ASMR videos where it's like, has anybody ever seen the ASMR videos that it's like a role-playing ASMR? Kind of, or not role-playing, how do you describe it? It like immerses you in a, what are they called again, chat? You need to react to an episode of Hot Ones on stream. I do. Which one should I react to? Any ideas, chat? I'm open. And I just really need to I need to absorb more culture, right? Because it's after the election. We're still going to be doing politics. We're still going to be talking about politics. We're still going to be talking about streamers and the space and everything else. But I want to be able to branch out, right? Because how else am I going to become the left-wing Joe Rogan if I only talk about politics? That's the whole thing. I got to talk about wood elves. So I'm trying to branch out. But yeah, good signs from, oh my god, really? Okay, you're gonna go away now. You don't need to see that. What am I doing? I'm doing this. But yeah, chat, what should I react to? Just give me input. As I put in the, no, I want to do this right. Okay, so what do we got here? Temple, SMP's Cenk Uygur. That's been on there for a little while. Hank Green, Populism and Revolutions. Did not have to seem to have as much interest, right? Do I need to put Conan's episode is good? DJ Khaled's episode is, and all of these are okay to react to right on stream. Have you seen other people react to these on YouTube? Penguin is a mini series on TV. So what does it do? Does it do the background sketch comedy culture from decades past? Wait, can I? Yo, wait. I talked about this before. I'm not sure if I can though. I talked about doing hee haw, because sometimes, like when we talk about Southern people and Southern things, I slip into a little bit of an accent similar to the accent of my sisters. not to make fun of her, because I would never make fun of my younger sister. I'm very protective of her, but just because it's a accent that I've been around a lot, and I feel like I can do. Ashton Kutcher talking about Diddy. Oh my God. Speaking about Diddy, we got DiddyG. We got DiddyG. Those DiddyG fans, they're freaking out. They are not having a good holiday right now. Hasan has busted the containment and gone into the mainstream. He's in the bloodstream of America, and DiddyGG is not too happy with that. They're a little bit upset. They don't know what to do with themselves, right? They have tried so hard to ruin every possible connection that Hasan could make, and to no avail. It has not worked. It has not yielded much of anything. Okay, so we got AOC Trump voters. Is that something people are interested in? Bad Empanada has been throwing up more Loner Box Destiny videos. That's a thing. I'm looking, if you don't know, through stream suggestions right now. That is a channel on our Discord. It's a very active channel. I don't know, maybe even more active than the general, right? And I just want to make sure that people understand like what those different channels are for, right? General is your channel for like talking to each other. Just, yeah, I don't know. Like it's not, so sometimes, yeah, I get things that like they look more like either a stream suggestion or a self promotion in general chat, and I hate to have to delete people's posts, right? But if we don't, it'll get messy, because like that channel's there for you to be able to talk to each other. So just understand that. I'm not mad at you if you didn't know that. That's, you know, I'm not like look, if I was a school teacher, I'd be a kindergarten or teacher, right? I want you to make stuff out of clay. I want you to paint with watercolors, right? I am not trying to grade. I'm not trying to give you a C on something, right? I'm not trying to make you repeat a grade, right? I'm the nice teacher, okay? I'm not the mean teacher. But I do have to maintain order, and I do have to make sure that those that the Discord is just usable for everybody. That's what's important. I'm just trying to see if there's anything in the stream suggestions channel, which is the best place to put if you've got like, so what is this channel for? It's like literally you saw a video, or maybe you didn't even see it. Maybe you just saw the thumbnail and you were like, this is kind of cool. This would be neat. I want Irene to react to this, right? If you want Irene to react to this, that's the best place you can put stuff. Can a goose become a duck? What is this? Professor Sky's record review? Can a goose become a duck? It's something to do with Drake. Oh, Drake. Real problem with Drake. A simplified. Well, I mean, like that sounds kind of interesting. Ooh, we got like the dumbest moments from Trump's kids. Jeez. Some interesting suggestions in here. Honestly, thank you everybody who contributes to that. Somebody's suggesting a Hasan video where Hasan reacts to, oh my God. Okay, let me see if I got this right. Hasan is reacting to like Fox News and different news outlets reacting to CNN's coverage of Hasan. That's pretty fucking meta right there. We also have more of Jenksgiving. I don't know, chat, whether you're interested in finishing that one up. I don't know. so many recommendations. No, I appreciate this. Like, I mean, it's a lot to get through. And some of it is stuff that I've already covered, but I don't expect everybody to keep up on all, you know, like I did a 9-hour stream yesterday, right? I do not expect you to necessarily keep up with all of that. But yeah, it is a decent amount to get through. I'm literally just scrolling here, chat. I am literally just scrolling. Oh, here we go. So Shakespeare with the I'm curious about this. Is this the same thing that I was looking at? Ooh. Jeez. Wait.
Okay. One argument against.
Oh my god, chat. Okay. I'm just noticing there's more content than I realized. There's way more content than I realized. Oh yeah, people have been saying I should react to Professor Dave. I actually kind of like Professor Dave. In fact, there were some classes that I passed because of Professor Dave, right? Professor Dave's videos have helped me out before. And so I like the guy. I disagreed with him on a video that he made a few years ago. I mentioned it on Twitter. Dave actually responded to me. He was pretty nice. He did not want to come on and have a discussion about it. And I can understand him, his reticence at, you know, like I was like a nobody at the time. So maybe someday, chat, we'll get Professor Dave on here. Okay, wait. So we got Drake. What is this? Warning, this is an actual video essay on hip-hop culture, not me dunking on Drake for 20 minutes. Okay, let's put this on here. The problem with Drake. The problem with Drake. Okay, that's what we do. Actually, it's called The Real Problem. So we'll put that on there. Anybody know what's happening in Syria? I mean, this could be interesting. Carville versus John. Okay, here we go. Brand new, chat. Versus John Stewart. Brand new bonus content just dropped. I know you're used to me like reusing, and I hope nobody's upset about stuff that I've moved on from, right? Sometimes when I take it's weird, chat. I'm always balancing this, like people like will get bored of like me having the same options day after day, and I don't want to do that to you. But at the same time, there's always somebody when I take something off the list that they're like, oh, but I thought we were going to get to see that. Like they had their heart set on it. So it breaks my heart. But anyway, here's your new list for today. We're trying to move forward. Boom. There we go. Thomas Jerome Newton says the US-backed forces are counterattacking. Athens autonomous free zone anarchists. I had no problem going on your stream. Gentrification Uyghur. A video of an anarchist free zone in Athens. I mean, that's pretty cool. The one thing that I would ask you to do is to make sure on all the videos. Now, I'm streaming not just on YouTube, but also on Twitch, and maybe someday, maybe. Do I need to turn the lights on? Have I overused the cold open where it's dark? I just like I do this for effect, but look at me with the streamer gossip. Oh my gosh, chat. There's so much stuff going on in chat. But there's your bonus content to vote on. I want to pop out this this chat. So pop out chat. There we go. Chat is popped out. Consider yourself popped out. Gonna turn. Oh no. Let's restore chat for a second because we gotta get rid of this. Remove. That's not how you do it. Unpin message. There we go. Unpin the message. Okay. Now we pop out the chat. Pop out chat. Oh yeah, also do what I'm doing right now. I'm changing from top chat to live chat. Top chat is the best chat if you want to get all the chat and see what everybody's saying. Sometimes YouTube likes to hide certain people's comments for some reason, and if you don't want to deal with that, then you just click on live chat. Sort messages by new, I guess, is another way. Kick. Wait, what about Kick? It's a little dark. You should bring the lights up, but as cool as an opening look. I mean, we are going to bring the lights up in just a second. There we go. I haven't been on it a bit, but I got weasel. You did get weaseled. That's true. Yeah, so Destiny is an admitted racist, so I don't care about that guy. I mean, I don't blame you. It's just funny to watch him and his community freak out. Divorced dad seems accurate for Destiny's vibes. Yeah, Divorcedany or Mr. Divorcepedia. I think Destiny is divorced, but he does your lighting is a bit weird, by the way. We can only see you as a silhouette? Really? The lighting is definitely weird. That's like an idea. That's the idea. Trying to just catch up with chat here. Sketch comedy culture from past decades, like a fake candidate on the Smothers Brothers. Okay, so yeah, I mean, like, there is some concern about copyright. Oh, that's what I was trying to explain to you about Discord, right? The only thing that I ask you as far as the things that you link in stream suggestions is that it helps if you make sure that there's nothing copyrighted, no music or, television clips or anything like that. And that it also helps if you make sure that, yeah, like I said, there's a TOS standard that Twitch demands, and it's ridiculous, right? Anything that is like in the least bit violent or offensive or, say the Z word, right? Twitch has a propensity to ban streamers without really a lot of explanation, right? That's why I'm always really careful on Twitch, and that goes doubly if we're doing TikTok, right? When I get on TikTok, their standards are like unbelievably petty in some ways and good in other ways. It's weird how people react to the like low light sort of situations. Like some people are like, "Ooh, that's really good," and then other people are like, is there something messed up here? This doesn't seem right. This is not right. We can only see your silhouette. Like, what the fuck? Here we go. Reading more chat here. The rebels are taking over from what I've seen in Syria. Go hard before Trump reaches the White House. Go hard what in terms of content? I wonder why Pierce Morgan hates Wicked. Yeah, I wonder, right? Geez, hope you're okay, Nadia. It's a scary place out there. I think the lighting looks cool. I mean, yeah, everybody has a different reaction, so. And I try to make space for that. I'm making space for you, chat. How dare people vote for Drake when we could be roasting Carvile? People are voting for Pierce. People are voting for Carvile. People are voting for Drake. People aren't voting for gaming. I laughed at Old Man Jink, then Google told me I'm 2 years older. How young is he? People have been saying that he looks older than he actually is, right? That his actual age does not seem right for, both his boomer. He's such an Omega boomer. No offense to any Omega boomers out there. There's some based Omega boomers too, right? You can be based and be a boomer. I love my based boomers. Some of my family are based boomers, right? I fucking love that. And there's, obviously endearing aspects of even Cenk Uygur, but there's a lot that's not so endearing. There's a lot that's just straight up cringe. Like when he tries to make fun of people, it's so funny because it's so obviously a ridicule that is from another time. Did Destiny kidnap Waluigi? Where is Waluigi? Oh, there he is. He just has a propensity to fall off of his chair. Waluigi, put your fist through here. There we go. There we go. I think that will keep him maybe in place. And then the other hand goes like here. Perhaps. Right in there. And then we try to get him to sit back a little bit. Yeah, there you go, bud. There you go. What, like, I could do different voices. You know this, right? Like, I've got a southern voice. I've got a midwestern voice. That sounds a lot G-golly like Sarah Palin. Ho, ho, ho. For some reason, my midwestern voice, it always sounds like Sarah Palin. It's a deep cut, Chad. It's a deep cut. But there you go, Shin Maruku. We got Waluigi back in action. Just for you. Is Rofkin better? But yeah, I mean, like, I wish I could get away with some of that stuff. People are saying, yeah, Waluigi fell off. There we go. He's safe. There he is. Gen X, born in 1970. Okay. Okay, so, I mean, I guess I would have thought that he's a little... I guess I would have thought he's a little bit older. He's aging at the speed of gentrification. You know what scares me as far as aging goes? It's not Cenk Uygur. It's actually Sam Cedar. Now, I do think that Sam is aging gracefully, and I'm not trying to like have a go at him or anything or his looks. But what freaks me out is that if you look at Sam from like 3 years ago, like it's just like the aging can be like a process that doesn't happen like very much at all, and then over the course of a very small amount of years, it can happen in a big way. So that's what he is a calming presence on the stream. Nice. All right, so yeah, that's what we got for you today, chat. Go ahead and vote on those options. Looks like Carvile and Jon Stewart are ahead. We got Pierce Morgan hating on Wicked in second place. And we got the real problem with Drake in third place and the gaming in fourth place. That's where it's at right now. 26 of you have liked the stream so far. 25. Wow. Okay, we got more likes than votes. That's never happened before. But hey, look, if you haven't voted already, the vote's up. If you wanna take a look at the stuff, decide what you want to see, and vote for it. That's one of the ways that we decide what we end up watching. If you could hit that like button while you're doing that, because it does indeed help me out a lot. But obviously, you don't have to. Did Sam Cedar change his... Sam is almost 60? Okay. Actually, he looks really good for that age. But the thing that disturbs me is that, like, he didn't age for a long time. Going after the Sarah Silverman gig? I am? Wait, what does that mean? Because I always say, like, sexual stuff. Sam is definitely older than Jink. Is that right? 4 years older than Jink? Omega Star says, please book like on your way in. Oh, please, wait, something like boop. It's boop. I was confused, Omega Star. I was like, I want to respond to your comment, but I don't know what it is meant. But now I do, so I'm happy. Born in 1970. Geez, that's like, I'm trying to think of like what happened in 1970. But yeah, the real difficulty, Thomas, about watching, stuff from television is that, see, we got two different, like, so we're on two different platforms, right? One is Twitch, the other is YouTube. Now, Twitch doesn't really mind the copyright stuff as much. Like, they'll mute it if they find it, or they'll, you know what I mean? Like, some people, like people get away with watching a lot of stuff, like famously Master Chef, was that what it was called? Is it? No, not Master. Well, yeah, Master Chef, but also, what is that one with Gordon Ramsay? I wish Sarah Silverman had not turned out. Yeah, why are you comparing me to Sarah Silverman? I really didn't even see that. Yeah, boop. I mean, I type stuff like that all the time too. The Beatles broke up in 1970. Boofing. There we go. That's another thing you could do. Not that I'm giving you medical advice, because I'm definitely not doing that. Sarah Silverman dated Sam. Oh. Wait. What are you suggesting, Thomas Jerome? Master Chef? Top Chef? What's it called? Did I say Master Chef like Master Chief? Wait, what's the actual show called? But anyway, people, you know what I'm saying? People watch a lot of copyrighted content on Twitch, and you don't usually see that pop up on YouTube. For instance, Hasan used to watch it, and you just really wouldn't see those videos pop up from the Hasanabi industrial complex. There's a reason, and that's because YouTube goes harder on copyright than Twitch does, right? Whereas Twitch goes harder on content. There's all kinds of little rules on Twitch, and sometimes when you don't even violate the rules, you get in so much trouble. I think accents or something. Oh, Sarah Silverman does accents. I see. She did Sarah Palin? Wait, I thought that was Tina Fey that did Sarah Palin. Am I wrong about that? Yeah, Hell's Kitchen, Restaurant Rescue. Smothers Brothers is still under copyright. Same with Hee Haw, too. Like, I thought about doing Hee Haw. I wanted to react to Hee Haw, but I would have to do it in a southern voice. Ziggy Stardust played guitar in 1970. It's actually called Master Chef with Gordon Ramsay. She's so much younger than him, is she? It was Tina Fey. I know why Sarah Palin got pranked by Norm Macdonald. Sarah Silverman, just like he pranked Bill Maher every chance he... I mean, Bill Maher deserves the... Like, why is that... Wait, is Norm Macdonald dead? I'm so mixed up, chat. Is Norm Macdonald dead or alive? Because I feel like I saw, like, Norm Macdonald's obituary, but maybe I'm thinking of somebody... I always do this thing where I see it like an obituary, and I'll be like... And I'll get mixed up on who it was about. And I'll say that somebody's dead who's totally alive. Anyway, chat, we were supposed to talk about the Wood Elves today. Ziggy Stardust was actually 72. What was David Bowie doing in 70? Was he doing Rebel Rebel? Norm Macdonald is dead. Okay, so I'm not wrong about that. Yeah, so what I'm saying is that, like, if Norm Macdonald used to serve as a natural check on the likes of Bill Maher, then we need another person to rise up and perform that function. We need somebody else that can make fun. Like, look, at all times, Bill Maher needs to be ridiculed. He needs to be made fun of. He needs to be taken down a peg or two or three or four or more. She's only 4 years younger than Sam, huh? Space Oddity was Norm is dead, a complicated figure. Yeah, I've seen him say like some right-wing stuff, but then I think I saw him saying some base stuff at one point. What is that movie that he did where he's like the garbage? He not a he's there is a scene where he's working for sanitation, but like it's like they do this thing where they get back at people, they get revenge for you. Anybody seen this? It's a revenge for hire company, right? You go in, you hire Norm Macdonald, he gets revenge for you on whoever has pissed you off. Norm was very complex. Oh, The Man Who Sold the World. Is that the album or is that? He seemed to embrace Christ as he died. Who's Christ? Is that a podcast host?
Este fin de semana, el presidente.
Okay, we gotta look at this, all right? Can we get English here? Yeah.
El presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador realizó una gira por Chetumal, donde supervisó los trabajos de construcción del Tren Maya. Acompañado de la gobernadora de Quintana Roo, Mara Lezama, recorrió algunas zonas de los tramos 5 y 6 del tren, así como el aeropuerto de Tulum. El presidente reiteró que estas obras impulsarán el bienestar y desarrollo económico de esta entidad.
It's dirty work.
Y durante esta gira, el presidente también aprovechó para publicar la supuesta foto de un aluche.
So here we go. Do you see that? That's a wood elf.
Un personaje que, de acuerdo con la cultura maya, es un duende que habitó la tierra antes.
Duende? They're translating it into goblin.
Que los humanos, y a decir del mandatario, la imagen fue tomada hace unos días por un ingeniero que trabajaba en estas obras del Tren Maya. Recordó que esto no es algo inusual, pues la Riviera Maya es una de las regiones más místicas del país, aunque pues parece que esa fotografía es de tiempo atrás y no es en el estado de Quintana Roo donde se captó. En fin, el presidente la tomó, parece que es, ahora sí que como diría él, o la señorita Elizabeth Vilchis, la señorita de las mentiras, pues es una fake news que publicó el presidente.
No, le fake news. La fake news. Oh no, wait, fake news is a. They just.
Ahora sí que como diría él, o la señorita Elizabeth Vilchis, la señorita de las mentiras, pues es una fake news que publicó el presidente.
Fake news is a.
Presidente López Obrador, de esta foto que no es tal cual, no habría sido tomada, como dijo, por un ingeniero hace unos días allí en el estado de Quintana Roo.
Okay. Why is there not more about this? It's a real photo of an elf, according to Mexico's president.
This grainy photo on social media on February 25th, saying everything is mystical.
I mean, definitely everything is mystical, but one thing that's not mystical is copyright, and the fact that they don't enforce it on shorts, but they do enforce it on...
A pre-Hispanic sculpture found at an archaeological site on the Yucatan Peninsula.
By an engineer on construction site on the new train line that connects the peninsula, including several ancient Mayan sites. However, social media users felt a little less mystical about the president's post, pointing out the low quality of the image that has now been circulating in various forms around for 2 years. It's a real photo of a wood elf, a duende. Supervision tour of sections 5 and 6. Works of the Mayan train will travel through Quintana Roo. Twitter account arroba Lopez Maño Obrador shared Wait, is that a wood elf too? That looks more like a Bigfoot.
Diego Prieto.
I don't know, chat. I kind of want to believe. Like, what if it's that? What if that's what makes you the Joe Rogan? Right? What if that's the Joe Rogan factor? Is that you believe in shit that nobody else believes in? You know, everybody's like you're like, no, for real, the aliens though. Like that's, you know, I met him when I was on DMT. Like that's the secret to Roganification, right? That's what all the shitlibs are. They're all trying to like, who do we throw under the bus to be Joe Rogan? He does seem to hate trans people. Let's be anti-trans. Maybe that'll make us more popular. Hot Ham Radio says, I believe in wood elves. I want to believe. Wood elves come from flat earth? Uh-oh. Isn't flat earth racist, though? Wait, the flat earthers, it always leads back to, like, anti-Semitism, doesn't it? Japanese does to English terms. They fake news. Fake news. It's Tommy Lauren. Jungle fruits. Yo, this is kind of cool. Wait. They're telling us all about. This is what I want to know about the wood elves. Okay, State of Nuevo Leon. What is an aluche? Aluche? Wait, not duende, right? Aluches are mythical creatures from Mayan mythology, small goblins or elves that live in places such as jungle fruits. Sinote's popular tradition says they resemble human beings, humans, but very small because they're usually they're small. Reach the height of a person's knees. They are kind of like leprechauns, capable of scaring any way travelers who visit their favorite places. Places in the Yucatan still believed that when a cornfield home is built, offerings and altars must be left for these beings because it makes the corn grow. Calling for the rain and watching over the field. Mission of the Luches to protect the mystical places of Chivalba. Wait. Whoa. Excuse me, Shubalba? Is that, I feel like we've heard of that before. That's some Persona 2 shit, isn't it? It's spelled different, but I think it's the same word. The Shibal. Oh my god, chat, that's what it looks like too. Shubalba. Underground world ruled by the divinities of Mayan mythology is why they can be evil to visitors and respectful to the sanctuaries or natural places that they protect. Tradition says that they are invisible beings, but they can acquire some physical or visible form to be able to communicate or scare away others. That's important. Human beings, yeah, you know, right? You gotta protect the sacred places. That's what I would do if I was a wood elf, if I was a duende. I would be protecting the special sacred places. I saw Gobierno de López Obrador, and at first I thought Goblinero. Gobierno, I'm guessing, refers to the government. Am I right? It's not Goblinero. That's so. I'm sorry. Yeah, photo de Alux. It's an Alux. A luce, a mythological spirit in the forest, or to a goblin on the vicinity of a Mayan train. He did not seem to be joking when he published the photo of the luce. Luce? Why is he calling it Aluche? Aluche, right? Aluche. Or Aluche. Right? Is that, am I saying it right? It's Aluche, right? Oh my god, chat. My Spanish is so bad. I might have to learn Spanish, though. Gobierno, if you can call it that. Xibalba is the Mayan paradise. Yeah, I only know it's the underworld in Maya mythology. Wow. Okay. See, this is related to my interests, right? Ask Sheila. Look at the hair. Tommy Lauren is also a Aluche. Wait, Aluche. It makes me think you're saying something different, but I think it's the same thing as aluche, this word right here. Look, is the word aluche, that's like the same as this, right? I need to learn Spanish, all right? Honoring the Mayans by building infrastructure for them, even though they're dead, right? That's what the Mayans would want. They're trying to nationalize. Zapatista land? Is that what? Every conspiracy always leads back to anti-Semitism. A lot of them do, Conrad. A lot of them do. Pierce can't say 3 words without bathroom being... Oh, he's obsessed with the bathroom thing? I see. Short stack goblins. No, I hope not. I don't know if it's the Vosh kind. Hasan wants to marry Claudia Sheinbaum. But he has to fight the Chilean president for her. AMLO and Evo Morales. You mean learn Mayan? I mean, wait, are these words from Mayan? No, I might actually have to learn Spanish, right, chat? I still haven't decided where I'm moving to. And many of the places that I'm looking at are places where Spanish would be useful. One of them, a type of Portuguese would be useful. Isn't Lula the president of Brazil again? Yes, 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 yes. When does the good news start to pour out of there? Every blank is a stretch. Imagine only 3 books from our culture survived. 3 random books. Jeez. The Popol Vuh. That's okay. Read the Popol Vuh. It's pretty awesome. I had a friend who had a table that was supposedly like depicted the Mayan calendar, the one that some people interpreted as saying that the world will end in 2012. Xibalba is explained in detail in the Popol Vuh. Wait, is that where the what is it called? What? Oh my god, chat. What is that whole thing? Learn Nahuel and Spanish. Is that how you pronounce it? Nahuel? Nahuel. Morgan has nightmares of Emma trapping him in the bathroom stall. Yes. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He does. 100 P. Sharing 2 photos of our supervising review of the Mayan train construction. No, I'm trying to remember. There's like some kind of prophecy thing or like... So, in La Cache. That's what I was trying to say. Does it Nahuatl? Nahuatl? Nahuatl by nature? Oh my god. Sebulba is the rudest pod racer. Yeah. Yeah. Do pronounce the T. Thank you. Nahuatl. Oh shit. I was thinking it was like the Maya is a catch-all term. There are many languages under the Maya umbrella. Mayan calendar is actually keeps going like all calendars. So there was a bunch of hype about nothing then. They were just, oh god. They were chasing the hype even back before the internet was a thing. Jeez. That's it. Okay, yay, I pronounced it right. But has anybody heard of In Lakesh? Look, in Persona 7, In Lakesh is the 7 Pleiades set, the Frozen Time Free, Wild Dance, Shadowed Festival, Foreign Songs ensue, and as flames of expiation light the heavens, the lion's roar echoes far and wide. 5 skulls in the depths of the earth, the holy cross shines high up in the sky. Once the star comes to complete halt, the Maya maiden's heart stops with it. What then remains is paradise on earth, marking the end and a new beginning, right? But that, you know, everything in Persona 2 is kind of fucked up and dark. There is a real poem that survives that is called In Lakesh, and it's kind of like the opposite of what it is in it's like the opposite of the, you know, what it means in the game, right? It's like, you are my other me. If I do harm to you, I do harm to myself. If I love and respect you, I love and respect myself. Wait, is wait, sorry, maybe that's a poem that was written. Does anybody know about this In Lakesh thing? Mayan languages I've heard of are Ichel, Hiche, and Mam. Mayan calendar was like a proto QAnon. Well, I mean, like, wait, the Mayan calendar itself, or the things that people did with it? Internet has been a thing since 1969. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, like another version of this is, I don't exist without you, and you don't exist without me. Therefore, you and I are existing from relating. We exist from us. The phrase In Lakesh, Halaken, expresses the concept of unity of Mayan thought, according to Dr. Fidencio Briseno. Um, it is a phrase created by people who do not speak Mayan, who are not Mayan, and who do not have Mayan culture of their own. The phrase does represent the idea of a relationship and collectivity of Mayan philosophy, but according to Don Fidencio, it's not necessarily a phrase that is used daily among Mayan speakers and is a very literal translation. So there is like some. Anyway, chat. Inshil Kishi? Eshil Kishi? Wait, am I mispronouncing this? conspiracy around 2012 and the Mayan calendar was much earlier, milder version of self-appointed internet sleuths driving themselves nuts. So it's what people think namaste means. I don't know. Like I thought I understood this, but that what I'm reading about it now is making me think that it's not possible to understand what this poem meant without having a greater understanding of Mayan culture. And like, there's a thing called exegesis, right? Where you take something that was written a long time ago and you try to understand it as it was meant when it was written, right? And in order to do this, obviously, you've got to know a fuck ton of history, and some of that stuff is just like not available, right? So some of it, like, you know, whether you actually understand an ancient text or not is you know, good times. Exegesis, yeah. People misunderstood the Mayan calendar because of all the media hype. That's it, chat. We gotta finish Persona 2. All right, no more. Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal. No more political streams until we finish this RPG from the 1990s. That's it. That's what we're doing. The calendar is so fascinating, though. It's like super complex. I listened to him give a lecture on it. It was bonkers. Oh, Terrence McKenna. You know, before Jordan Peterson clips were like super popular, talking about the Maya calendar doesn't seem political. I mean, yeah, I should be able to run ads on it, right? Why doesn't Twitch run ads right now? Yeah, there we go. Hey, if you don't want to find out if those ads are getting run or not, you can get yourself a sub for free and not have to worry about ads at all on my channel for the period of a month. You can do that with a Twitch Prime sub. You can also do it for $6 with $6, surprisingly enough, or you could possibly be gifted a sub, which can happen, which does happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. If you actually learn Nahuatl, there's a guy Native Lang on YouTube who taught himself. If you actually want to learn the language. Well, I mean, like, obviously, okay, so here, chat. Let's just put it like, because I get super, you know, like in Steven Universe where he gets stars in his eyes, like his eyes turn into stars, his pupils turn into stars. Like, I get like that too, right? Like when I'm talking about stuff that like fires my imagination, but it's sometimes important for me to come back down to earth and connect that for anybody who's following along and is like, is she actually losing it, or, you know, does she believe in wood elves? Is she going to be talking to us about flat earth next week, right? You know, to let you know that no, I'm in fact not actually the Joe Rogan of the left, and I am very based in reality and you know, dialectical materialism, in fact. But This stuff is interesting to me because the game that I played through a few years ago, takes some inspiration from bits of Mayan culture that have survived, such as the Inlakash. And I'm aware that it was likely not understood by the people who incorporated it, and Xibalba and Lakash, right, all this stuff is kind of incorporated into the game, based on the idea that the whole premise of Persona 2 is, what if rumors the existence of rumors and the belief in rumors could manifest in some way in reality, right? That's the whole premise of the Joker character in Persona 2, not to be confused with Batman's Joker. But one of these, rumors is about, Xibalba. It's kind of like people's reveries, there we go, like a waking daydream, take on a more material nature in the game, right? Which Persona 2? Good question. Actually, both of them, right? I'm trying to remember. Xibalba, was that from Persona 2 Eternal Punishment? Like, I think it's actually the last level. Anyway, chat, we're gonna have to get to that at some point. All right. Writing a dissertation on St. Augustine and Greek tragedy and justice, but I'm Marx-pilled as fuck. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sound like Richard Dawkins, right? I don't want to sound like Richard Dawkins kind of does the, he calls it, like, does he call it cultural Christianity? Where obviously he's an atheist, but some on the right, like, they adopt this idea of cultural Christianity that they're like an atheist in some way, but they believe that the function of religion as some kind of binding social force is very important. And so and a lot of the racist ones, right, will especially adopt their cultural Christianity is essentially a strange and, yes, quasi-mystical belief in Western culture, right? They're like atheist, but they're also kind of racist, and so to tie this all together, they're like, well, yeah, actually Christianity is better than Islam, for instance. Like, right, this is Sam Harris, kind of, it at least has like a tier list of religions that he thinks are more or less pernicious, and obviously, puts Islam in a very low level on that list, right? But I'm not somebody who, adopts that sort of, like, for me, it's that myth facilitates the exploration of our imagination, and I do believe that our imagination is quite powerful. I also do believe that it can intersect with our daily life in some negative ways too. Like, for instance, if you believe that the reward for you is waiting in heaven, and that God does not want you to seize the means of production because that is stealing, and that goes against God's law, that's a bad intersection of mythology, of imagination, and reality. That's actually holding you in, mythical chains almost, right? It's causing you to not pursue your own interests. But at the same time, you can see examples in like liberation theology where the intersection maybe was not so negative. So does that make sense? Anyway, chat, we just started off in a really brainy sort of way. I'm trying to reel it back in and get this show on the road, because we do have, in fact, a lot to cover tonight. And I did once again, start way too late. So we got to get We gotta get going. Wait, what are we talking about? Sacrificing loner box to Kaya? All hail the goddess Kaya, yes. Sounds like Richard's... Wait, what is Richard Spencer into? Is he one of these, like, cultural Christian weirdos? I feel like it's a lot of these guys that they... Like, look, Jordan Peterson is a huge, gatekeeper for the right. And because of that, a lot of these new atheists of yore, right? New atheism being a philosophy that really popped off in the early 2000s, or in like the 2000s or 2010s, right? In order to sort of do, make their views compatible with Jordan Peterson, they adopt a kind of like cultural Christianity. Because how else are you gonna resolve like atheism with, Peterson's bullshit? I was looking forward to reading Dawkins and Wong's The Ancestor's Tale. I mean, like some of what Richard Dawkins talks about is interesting, but yeah, he's obviously an asshole. He's a horrible person. Cultural pantheist. Then in that I want to as many paid holidays as possible. John Miller, you're a genius. You are a genius. Richard Dawkins is unkind. He calls his unkindness cultural Christianity. I just call it Islamophobia. Who is Kaya? Kaya is Hasan's dog. Hasan's ginormous dog. That's one way to describe Kaya. That's accurate. Peterson misunderstood. Oh, God. Peterson bastardizes Jung. And Jung is not a philosopher. Oh, God. I wouldn't even call him a philosopher. Jung is problematic already. Just by himself. Just by himself. Jung is problematic in so many ways. But Jordan Peterson finds a way to make Jung even worse. Right? I feel like Jung would cringe if Jung ever heard Peterson talk about him. I feel like Jung would roll in his grave if a dead person could do so. Richard Spencer is an atheist that believes in cultural... Oh, God. He's so weird now. Didn't he... Like, yeah, I don't even know what's going on with Richard Spencer now. Has he tried to claim that he's no longer, like, a racist or something? He's, like, he's trying to reset and rebrand himself. I say that as an ADHD person, supposedly on the spectrum. Cultural Christianity thing is a real dingus gambit. A real dingus gambit. But yeah, here, speaking of resetting, I need to reset. Boom. There we go. There we go. That's where we're at. We're going to get into Destiny and his endless bounds of cope today. There's other stuff I want to watch with you, but I don't know if we're going to have time. Like, just mentioning Jordan Peterson reminds me that I did find the Richard Dawkins, Jordan Peterson conversation in total, and it's actually really fucking funny. It's hilarious. It is true. Like, right. I'm surprised at how much it gives, how much it has to offer. But to look at the poll, once again, we got 55 votes, which is more than we had last time. Has anything changed? Carville and versus Jon Stewart. That is in first place, but not by much. Ever so slightly in first place. Second place, Pierce Morgan hates Wicked. That is his panel. Of course they hate Wicked. Of course they hate Wicked. Third place is The Real Problem with Drake, which is, these are, let's see. Carville and Stewart and The Real Problem with Drake are both suggestions from the Discord. So thank you everybody who's been making suggestions on stream suggestions. Thank you everybody who understands the purpose for that channel and that's where that kind of stuff goes. It's not good to put it in general because it generally just kind of clutters up the general chat, and the general chat is for people to have conversations and stuff, right? It's not for recommendations so much. So thank you everybody who's been abiding by those by the channels on Discord. And Fallout New Vegas / Metaphor Refantasio in fourth place. Although I want to note that the first person to donate tonight was Shakespeare, and Shakespeare is putting her dono towards Fallout New Vegas, which is another game that I need to finish. There's so many games, chat, but I never get a chance to play them. Wait, you will be popular? You're gonna be popular? Gaming will never win. It should. I don't know. We gotta make that work somehow. He has his own Apollyon. Oh no. Apolloism? Like, wait, still from the Nietzsche? But that's where we're at right now, chat. We're at 2% of the dono goal. We only have 98% to make up if we're gonna hit the metric and get to see some of this bonus content. See, but like, yeah. So Red SNT says talking about the Mayan calendar does not seem political. Well, here's the deal: we're branching out. We're branching out. We're doing other things. We're making sure that it's like a wide spectrum, and not just like a thin little line that we're putting out there. Because that's the only way I'm gonna become popular, as SM says, and become the left-wing Joe Rogan that everybody needs. That's the real prophecy, right? The real prophecy was the kickboxing instructors we met along the way, which is me. But anyway, chat, we got so much to go over. But yeah, Shakespeare, thank you for the super chat. And just know that if you donate, whether it is in the form of a super chat, a super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to others, whether you are supporting me on Throne or signing up for my Patreon, or you're over on Twitch getting yourself a sub for free with a Prime sub for $6 with $6, or gifting people subs, right? Any of that stuff. Anything that is supporting the stream and making it so that we can continue and I can continue to exist on this platform and maybe even get out of the way of the giant, like, bulldozer, the Trump dozer that's headed my way very swiftly. You get to put your money towards the topic of your choice, right? Which is any of these topics that you can vote for. 65 of you have voted so far. And in addition to voting, just like Shakespeare, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics is interesting to you, which of these topics tickles your fancy. I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus helping you get the kind of bonus content that you want to see. And it doesn't have to be at the end of the stream either. It usually is at the end of the stream, because if we hit the bonus, if we hit the dono goal at all, it's usually at the very end of the stream. That's why some of the bonus content is shown very late. If we were to front load the, hitting the dono goal, though, that would not be a thing, and more people would be able to enjoy the bonus content, in fact, including people that normally are just like, that shit's too late for me to even worry about, right? It doesn't have to be so. It's all a function of the dono goal, whether it gets hit at all, and when it gets hit, because, like, as soon as it does, generally, I bring up bonus content as the next segment. So just understand that is a factor as well, and understand that if you do choose to donate, if you do choose to support the stream and, impress the fuck out of me and really receive a lot of gratitude from my direction, then you can let me know in the chat which one of these topics is appealing to you. And speaking of appealing, we got more of that lemon and lime story. Get it, chat? Appealing? Oh my god, it's too cheesy. It's too cheesy. Jank, stay mad. Are we gonna go over? Oh, that was the other thing that I thought about adding to the bonus goal or something, right? Is that there's more of Janksgiving. There's actually more of Janksgiving. I thought we were all gay and liked musical theater. Yes, Birth of Tragedy. I always forget where that's at. What the Nietzsche's Apollo and Dionysus dodging the Trump dozer is a very vague way of jeez. I don't know. I mean, it could be vaguer. I could work on my vagary. What if we went Bad Empanada Tent? There is a lot of that. I noticed that. I just don't know which to hit. Wizard of Oz, the more ominous Oz. Oh, chat, speaking of Wizard of Oz, right? So yeah, the Wicked is pissing off right-wingers. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not entirely sure why. I did talk to somebody who saw it, and her point was like, well, yeah, of course, like right-wingers aren't gonna like Wicked, or like podcast bros aren't gonna like Wicked. Like, it's not even like them complaining about a show that's not even really marketed to them is kind of weird. But what it is that it's like they see it in their feed and they're like, what's this doing here? Like, right? Why is this here? Who is this? Yeah, the comment that Piers Morgan made, or was made on Piers Morgan about Wicked, was like, is this for like, who is this for? Like gays and women, right? And it's like, well, I mean, like that, you just named more than half of the population. I don't know if you realize that, but then I started to think of like, okay, so what would a musical theater piece that appeals to podcast bros and manosphere bros, what would that actually be? And I imagined a musical version of The Wizard of Oz with Tom McDonald as Dorothy, right? And maybe Kid Rock is the witch, because I could see that, like, Kid Rock is like, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the whitest of them all? And he expects to hear, Kid Rock, you are of course the whitest rapper of them all, you know, like, no, hands down, right? But then one year the mirror says Tom McDonald, and Kid Rock gets really upset, and so that's why Kid Rock goes after Tom McDonald. And then the only other part that I was able to cast was that I think Forgiato Blow would be the lion. The cowardly lion would be Forgiato Blow. And beyond that, I'm just like, I'll have to work on it. But yeah, we need to get into this. We need to get started. Artie Lang. Oh, you're talking about the Norm Macdonald thing. Nazis singing about how they're holocausting the LGBT people would go over well with the right now. True. Do we really need another, oh my God, what's it called? Cabaret. Isn't that kind of the vibe of Cabaret? Well, I mean, Cabaret's like pre-Nazis, but at the very end, the Hitler youth member singing the last song of the musical. Anyway, I prefer the Bayonetta theme song. After finding out the book was incredibly woke, possibly allegorical and political, when it was like, wow, and started reading it but never finished it. Oh, God. This is dark. That's Snow White. Oh, no, it's Sleeping Beauty, actually. Isn't it Sleeping Beauty that I read the book, Wicked. I never saw the musical. The book was phenomenal. I didn't know there was a book. Don't like musicals, but it was good. You saw it. I love the Grifter version. I mean, the Grifter version is always great. Scary scenes were my favorite as a kid. No, I couldn't take the scary. Are you talking about Wizard of Oz? Wizard of Oz scared the fuck out of me, right? Because I remember watching the part where they're on the Yellow Brick Road. They finally get to Oz, and I'm kind of like, oh, cool. This is going to be great. They're in Oz now, or the Emerald City. Yeah, they're in the Emerald City. And I'm like, oh, cool. Like, this is the cool part. But then the witch shows up, and I totally wasn't expecting that. I'm like, no. And then it was some kind of shit where it left it on a cliffhanger, right? It was like, you know, tune in next week for the exciting conclusion of The Wizard of Oz. I'm like, no. They cut it in half or something. I don't know. Saw a musical book is my brother and his wife like musicals. If it's pissing off right-wingers, it's probably pretty good. That's what I always think. Wicked is more lighthearted, like the grittier I like the grittier. Wait, what's the grittier? Like Return to Oz is kind of gritty, right? What if there was like a gritty, like Dorothy goes to Oz and she meets Gritty? Like literally gritty, just gritty. Cabaret sort of disapproves of it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get the feeling they were like, yay Hitler Youth, right? Musical for the Brosphere would be UFC with Ted Nugent banging together two pots. God damn. Yep, Harburg was the lyricist for Somewhere Over the Rainbow. His story was perfect. His story is perfect for a left stream. He was canceled by McCarthyism. The lyricist. Okay. So yeah, not the who was it that wrote the book? Vegan egg rolls? You're making me hungry. You understand that all I have in the house right now is rice, noodles, and pasta sauce. And a little bit of curry powder as well. I've been making good use of the curry powder. Racists went crazy about The Wiz when that was out. He also did the lyrics for Brother Can You Spare a Dime? And the lyrics for FDR's re-election song at 44 or 44. Yeah, The Wiz is cool. A gritty of a different color. Nice. Yeah, because it'd be like the Emerald City gritty, so he'd be green, right? Instead of orange, he'd be green. The music is everything. Music is so important, and I don't listen to nearly enough of it. Tin Man in 2007 is grittier than Return to Oz. Not a fan of musicals, although Team Star Kid stuff was pretty good. Fries for dinner. Yeah, I need to get some potatoes. I don't know, chat. I'm hungry. I'm very, very hungry. Omega Star says, I pick Fallout. Fallout. All right, look at that. That's 7% for Fallout. So one of these nights, chat, one of these nights, the, political people, the drama people, they're going to sleep on one of these. They're going to be like, yeah, we're just not, we're not going to donate, right? And then the gaming frogs will come in and they'll be like, it's our time. And they'll just go boom, 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 boom. And it'll be gaming. Was D really annoyed? We're about to get into that here. We've got a few things to go over. I really, chat, we've got to have time. We got to find some time to go over the Jordan Peterson versus Richard Dawkins Fallout ReFantasio. That's what we need. We need a mashup. Universal language of beauty. I guess that music is cool. I guess it can be okay. I mean, music is all right. I called Matt Bitter dark gritty due to his hair and politics. I should play Scorn one of these days. Oh my god, the Eagles are interesting. Right, I need to understand, like, the cultural... Like, people don't realize that the Eagles, the band that sings Hotel California, were actually, like, one of the biggest bands of their time. They were huge, right? And they were kind of, like... So, like, there was different scenes in the 60s and 70s, as far as music goes, that had to do with where it was, like, recorded. And there was, like, the New York scene, and then there was the LA scene. And the Eagles are kind of, like, the most successful, I think, of the LA scene. But there was a whole, there's like a canyon, what is it called? Like Laurel Canyon or something, where like a whole bunch of musicians lived and they just hung out and shit. Are the Eagles interesting though? I don't. Are you talking about musically, or? It's just interesting that they were a thing, because like I don't think of them as being like a particularly, like, I don't know. I don't hear a lot of people talking about the Eagles, but apparently they were just like super Don Henley. Oh, he's the drummer that can sing. He's the drummer that can sing. That's interesting. That's cool shit. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if I've edged you long enough yet. How do I know that? How do I know if I've edged you for long enough? Okay, we've got 49 likes so far. We have 71 votes. 34% of you are choosing Carville versus Stewart. James Carville and John Stewart. 28% of you are choosing Pierce Morgan and his panel of chuds raging about Wicked. And 25% of you want to see The Real Problem with Drake. Only 13% of you so far are voting for gaming. Although, of the donors, the few, the proud, the donors, all of the dono money so far, all 7% has gone towards gaming. So it's actually, it's still in 4th place. It's, I don't know, chat. It's tonight's depressing. Let's try to get into something that's going to be a little bit more fun. That is Divorcelli's community getting really butthurt about, okay, there's the Destiny thing. Really butthurt about their inability. So if you don't know, if you haven't been watching, I've been covering a lot of this, right? But there's been an attempt to marginalize and to deplatform Hasan Piker. The nexus of this brigade has been DiddyG, the Destiny community, and Ethan's community, H3, the part of the community that's left, because a lot of people, either they don't want to see this drama, they don't want to see the politics, or they agree with Hasan more than they agree with Ethan. And so he has essentially dissected his own community for out of, I don't know. Like, unlike Anna Kasparian, I kind of suspect that he's not grifting, right? Who would do this to himself? Like his, you know, him turning on Hasan. So Shakespeare just sent me this. Oh, this is from DGG itself. DGG clips.
This is a problem. This is a problem. This is a problem. And the platform doesn't actually offer it any sort of, any sort of seriousness, right? It's illegitimate. And I know this because, like, these guys went to the New York Post and, like, every outlet they possibly could with this story, and no serious outlet took it seriously. They were like, okay, this seems like yet another instance where you are conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. We're not going to cover it, right? So it was always like illegitimate propaganda rags that were, engaging in it. But that's neither here nor there. Like the only people that would like take this kind of shit seriously was the likes of Richie Torres, right? And
so I'm looking at this clip that I got sent by Shakespeare. Date stream November 15th. This is a bit old. I don't know how much of this we'll watch. I was thinking it was fresher, but VOD has been made private. I wonder if there's maybe a reason that the VOD was privated.
It would never have been a thing.
The other thing that's strange about this, right, is this is DGG clips. So this is like ostensibly, friendly to Destiny. Ostensibly on the DiddyG side of things. And It's called Not Obsessed Destiny reacts to Hasan Twitch drama for an hour.
But then
Not obsessed, though.
Twitch took action against the Sabra Hummus tier list. And then when Twitch took action against the Sabra Hummus tier list, just like the cracker thing, right? It became a serious situation, right? It became a serious situation after that. It's only real if a like legitimate institution, it's only real if a legitimate institution takes the cynical framework seriously. If everyone goes, you guys are ridiculous, you literally have, you're yelling from the platform that has like straight up neo-Nazis on it, shut the fuck up, how ridiculous of you, then it doesn't go anywhere. They can compound on it over and over again and just like manifest or I mean, fester in their own hatred. But it would never go anywhere. But then when institutions do take it seriously out of fear, because they are worried, then obviously in that process, like now people are going to write articles about this, right? Yeah. Twitch apocalypse has begun following criticism of the platform for anti-Semitism, with nearly all creators reporting a noticeable drop in their revenue. Interesting. Don't listen to this propaganda. They're not lying. All the phases complaining in the group chat. Yeah. I said this. I talked about this. I said, Asmongold, you're like collaborating with these fucking losers is really dangerous territory. That's what I was referencing.
Sad thing is Asmongold seems to not care. And actually, it's kind of weird, right? Because if you look at Asmongold's... more of Asmongold's content than ever before is political. That is because he has occupied a lane for right-wing React streamer. Apparently, that is an underserved audience, right? You know, there's plenty of like Daily Wire stuff and right-wing stuff, but as far as a streamer doing reaction videos, or doing like reacts to videos that's like from a right-wing anti-woke, anti-DEI sort of perspective, there's apparently not enough of that, right? So Asmongold has filled that giant content gap, but he's doing it from Twitch. His streams are on Twitch, meaning that ostensibly he's not getting any ad revenue either. Now, he may have, a community that supports him by subbing to his channel, and that still makes it worthwhile, even though he's demonetized. But he may just have so much volume of people watching him that statistically people are bound to subscribe and support what he's doing. But he's not making any ad money off of that at all. He does get views on YouTube though, so I mean that must be it. The ad money of a low effort React video that he does that gets posted to YouTube, that gets 1 million views, is probably substantial. So maybe that's where it all works out. But yeah, he is hurting himself, right? By getting behind this effort to demonetize everybody. Asmongold has demonetized himself. There is money that he would be making on Twitch that he is no longer making, which may not, I don't know. A lot of people speculate that Asmongold's motivations are less about money and more about, because he's got plenty. He's got more than he could ever know what to do with, and that they're more about influence. He wants to have influence. He wants to be noticed. He wants to be, influential. So
I was like, you're playing with fucking fire. Like, these guys want to tank the platform because they're just straightforwardly filled with hate. Okay, that's it. And it's not even necessarily just like Asmongold. Asmongold is just like another party in this process. But it's basically the most.
I'm so sorry. I'm laughing for no reason. Give me 5 minutes.
Cancel culture. And I don't know why people don't understand it. Like, this is straightforwardly a Kiwi farm style operation. They used to do this back in the day. Like, the Nazis used to fucking do this shit all the time. They would like dox people. They would do like mass email campaigns. Ironically enough, everyone thinks,
Ah, fuck me, dude. Okay.
Wait, he's reacting to it live. So you see how he's muting Hasan rather than pausing Hasan? That's because effectively, when you're watching a Twitch stream, you can't pause it. If you were to pause Hasan and then press play again, instead of it starting up where you stopped, it would start up wherever the stream was at now, right? So he's just muting it since there's no point in pausing it.
Sorry, I don't care about this Hasan shit right now. Hold on.
Yeah, you don't care about this at all, do you?
Can I wait? Hold on.
What is up with him?
Wait.
Shakespeare, that's actually the clip that I was gonna watch today. That's
Here, listen to this. Sorry.
you mean admit what? Asmongold
Actually, no.
being
Wait. I don't need
banned
permission. This is my Discord. I do what the fuck I want. Okay. Does anybody have
what is DiddyG doing?
pictures of the person that got banned in my Discord by Forethought, who was complaining about sexual harassment? Was that picture ever linked publicly?
Is Hasan even talking about that? Where is this coming from?
It was on the subreddit. Can somebody link it to me?
Like, it's not weird that we are hate watching you on Thanksgiving. It's actually weird that you're even bringing up the active brigading efforts that we have contributed to that have failed, that is actually bricking our brains.
Damn. Shakespeare, it's the exact same video that I had in my playlist. Yeah.
Where is this?
Shakespeare is on today.
Hold on. Jesus, how do we in Lunabox have so many mutual friends?
Destiny didn't spend the yesterday with. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to speak for all of Destiny's time yesterday. I just know that there was today there was an inordinate amount of time being spent reacting to Hasan's appearance on Pod Save America and a few other things, and that yesterday, well, we'll see in a second. Yeah, Destiny's community was commiserating over their failure to cancel Hasan, right? This was a bad week for them. Hasan making an appearance on Pod Save America and on CNN is the opposite of what they're trying to do. They want to quarantine Hasan. They want to make sure that nobody outside of, hardcore leftists are even listening to him. And instead, he's going on a lot of mainstream platforms. So they weren't super happy about that. Hasan actually noticed that, and he reacted to them. So, but yeah, this is old. This is from November 15th. Shakespeare shared this with me. Apparently, this VOD was privated, or at least that's what it said, VOD private, right? So I don't know if Destiny doesn't want this seen or what, but
I'm never gonna.
Omega Star, thank you for the jellyfish for bread, bro. Bread, bro, you just got weaseled or jellyfished, whichever is your preference.
It is. Oh, Nat. Oh. Oh, maybe I didn't add him. Okay, whatever. Regardless. Okay. A few days ago, I'm sorry. So this is just an example of like the retarded shit that I have to go through, and I have to follow up on you fucking children, okay? To figure out like what the fuck is going on, all right? So
He's such a weirdo.
somebody pings Forethought in the Discord.
Forethought's his mod. Forethought's kind of right wing and apparently, you know, an asshole.
Somebody pings Forethought in the Discord, basically saying like, fuck, I don't want to get the message wrong. It was something along the lines of, oh wait, here I found it, okay. With a front end problem. I cannot get the REST controller / type script or to get my multi-threaded array to print on the homepage. It
Wow.
when she pings Forethought. So why would you have to have that in writing? Now you're making people think that the government can do it unless they think preventing them from doing it, right? That was an argument against it, okay? One of the things that I don't like about the new Twitch rule update is it's not needed and it's not necessary. So I don't know why they added it. Why do you need a thing explicitly saying you cannot use a term in a racist or hateful manner? That should already be encompassed by the other rules. So
The other thing that's weird about this rule is that rather than saying, you know, like I got to see Twitch doing something like this. All right. So, if you're using an innocuous term as a dog whistle, I'm trying to think, isn't there like a transphobic example of this? Like I don't know, like for every you know, kind of oppression, there's probably a version of this, right? Where a seemingly innocuous term gets adopted as a dog whistle. The transphobes, the racists, the anti-Semites, the what have you, know what it means when somebody's saying it in a certain way, but because it itself is not a slur, it's hard to you know, it's not going to get moderated, right? And so I could see them coming out and saying, you know, innocuous words that are used as a signal. Like I'm trying to, okay, here's one. Like, right, sometimes when people want to call something the R slur, which actually I think is not a slur according to Twitch. I feel like people say the R slur. I mean, Chud Logic's on Twitch, right? So definitely people say the R slur and they don't get moderation consequences. But when they are on sites where they think that there might be a problem with calling someone or something the R slur, they will use the term regarded instead. And the way that works, the way you notice that is like if I said, well, that was regarded as an innocuous phrase, right? That I'm not trying to signal the R slur there. But if, you know, somebody were to say someone or something was regarded, right, that doesn't make sense by itself. Not you regard it as what, right? You know, if you don't have that as, if it's just like that is regarded is the way that it's being said, then that's pretty clearly, you know, a dog whistle. You're saying the R slur without saying the R slur is what you're doing there, right? So I mean, like there are things like that. I guess Twitch could make a rule saying, hey, we fucking know what you're doing. If you're trying to be smart and you know, dog whistle hateful message instead of saying it outright, you're still going to get banned, right? That would be appropriate. But the fact that they singled out the Z word is actually kind of weird. And it speaks to the fact that they're dealing with this brigade by Destiny, by Ethan. They're dealing with, you know, organizations like the ADL and you know, some, you know, even worse organizations that are exclusively have done like a lot of doxing and harassment of pro-Palestinian voices.
when I see something like this, can I use other political jargon or slogans? You know what? Fucking slargon. What a great word. Somebody should make it. Can I use other political slogans or other political jargon to demean or be racist to people unless there is explicitly a rule that lists that word? Like,
Oh, ninja. Yeah, good one. Yeah, Narwhal by Nature is mentioning when people use the word ninja as a stand-in for the N-word.
Twitch. Yeah, are we going to do a press release for every single slur? Oh. Our hateful conduct policy is designed to protect our community from attacks based on a person's protected characteristics, such as race, nationality, religion, or sexuality. The policy prohibits harmful behaviors like suggesting that a victim of harm deserved it, or sharing a hateful image or symbol. As part of the hateful conduct policy, we prohibit the use of terms that may or may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur or to denigrate others in certain contexts. In line with that approach, starting today, using the term Zionist
pretty much
to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious beliefs is against our rules. It wasn't before? What do you mean? So you're telling me that on Twitch before, if somebody was an Arab, I could just call them a terrorist? Because terrorist isn't against the rules. It's not a bad word. Or I could just call...
Like, if you called somebody who was not a Zionist, but was Jewish, Zionist, then yeah, that is... You know, that's pretty clear that you're trying to use that word to mean something else, right?
Somebody ISIS? Oh, look. What was your name?
Or if you were to only use the term Zionist to talk about, you know, Jewish people, like people who Jewish, like individuals who were Jewish, right? And you never use the term to describe, say, like Christian Zionists, who are the majority of Zionists in the United States, then yeah, that's another red flag as well, right? The word, the thing that they're trying to get at, I think, is like, if it's like, you know, followed up by a insult, right? That's where I think they're gonna draw the line. That's where I think they're gonna start enforcing. But again, we saw what happened with the Habibi panel, right? Nothing racist went on in that panel, and yet I think like 4 people were banned for a month compared to Asmongold's 14-day ban. It shows you that with enough pressure, Twitch doesn't care if there's any substance to the accusation or not. Twitch is willing to witch hunt its own streamers, you know, assuming they're not of a large size and represent a lot of revenue for Twitch.
A what? You mean terrorist? Oh, nice. What's up, ISIS? Like you're telling me you wouldn't get banned? Of course you would. Obviously you would, because that obviously falls in line.
What are you talking about? People call Hasan a terrorist all the time. He's obviously not a terrorist. Like what is that if not a, you know, racist dog whistle?
Conduct policy that's already existed on Twitch. So why would you have to carve out this whole brand new press release?
The post would support their First Amendment rights, but the law...
An interesting little memer.
Social activism managers in Europe. This one called for legal immigration pathway to the UK for Palestinians fleeing the war in Gaza, the lawsuit said. Just like the UK did for Ukrainians, we asked for the government to urgently create a visa scheme allowing Palestinians to reunite safely with their loved ones in the UK. June 2024, supporting campus protests. Ben & Jerry's said it intended to support pro-Palestinian college protesters in the U.S. by posting a public statement in June. It said the post would support their First Amendment rights, but the lawsuit did not include its text. In September, Ben & Jerry's sought to endorse Bernie Sanders' resolution calling for...
In the time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing their policy against the use of the Zionist. A use of Zionist is a slur and proxy raid against Jews. We are glad Twitch acted on our recommendations to make this change. Oh no. However, policy is only as strong as enforcement, and we will be vigilant and appropriately skeptical about Twitch's enforcement of this new policy. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hasan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimizing its harm without consequence, it's clear the platform still has far to go. Okay, just as a quick thing, don't let me take away from our Jewish crusaders. Isn't pogrom like... Doesn't that usually mean with the consent or the acquiescence of local law enforcement? Isn't that like more of the hard implication there?
Wait, is Destiny going to actually recognize that the ADL has not like refined its push to be anti-defamation? Is not correctly targeting anti-Semitism? Has you know, acted in some ways as just a he seems to care more about someone's disposition towards Israel than they do about their disposition towards Jewish people, a la Elon Musk, who they basically made peace with despite his straight up stoking of anti-Semitism on his platform and his acquiescence with the platform becoming the new Stormfront. Is Destiny going to actually recognize this?
Like if me and 20 boys go down and start like busting up Jewish businesses and like killing Jews and taking all their shit and setting
Destiny
on fire, like it would be rioting, it would be bad. We were like it would be horrible. But I thought that like pogrom, the big thing.
But he still thinks it's like that was like an incident of Jewish people, being attacked, right? What we're talking about here is football hooligans for a team from Tel Aviv team that showed up in Amsterdam to watch the match involving that team. And, they were racist at the match. They would not observe a moment of silence for victims of a natural disaster in Spain. And then we're seen, chanting racist slogans, singing racist songs. We're also seen attacking cab drivers for, you can imagine, who the cab drivers were and for what reason. And then, there were also videos of them, of some of them getting a little bit of comeuppance for that, right? But, these are football hooligans that came to Amsterdam wanting to fight, and they got their wish, and maybe a little bit more than they bargained for, right? And then they turn around and, characterize this as if these were innocent football fans that were targeted because of their because of being Jewish.
About that was the police saying like, huh, "Good luck, Jews," and like looking the other way. I thought that's what made it like such a big deal. Or I thought that was like not what made it a big deal. I thought that was like an essential element of.
But no, he's just got a problem with the definition of pogrom, I guess.
What that was? Hold on, is it pogrom or pogrom? Pogrom. Results for what? Oh, is there one going on right now? The goal is you obviously want to hate these motherfuckers in Israel, and you want to hate them on their ethnicity. You don't want to hate the Arabs. You want to just hate the Jewish ones. So the way that you do it is you try to separate, you try to divorce out the ethnic or religious part of it as much as possible, while still being able to attack them on their nationality. It's so funny. I think we listened to Hasan literally do this. I think Hasan literally said, Israel has nothing to do with Jewishness. It's just like this horrible ethnocentric religious state. And it's like, wait, what do you mean? What ethnicity? What do you mean an ethnocentric state?
What he means is that Israel does not represent the Jewish people. Like, right? That conflating the actions of Israel, especially right now, with the Jewish people writ large, would be anti-Semitic, right? Would be an example of collective guilt, because a nation that's associated with Jewish people, that's largely comprised of a Jewish population, and indeed has laws on the book, sort of creating a second class of citizenship for people who do not fit that definition. In Israel is doing XYZ in Gaza. If you were to attribute that to Jewish people in the diaspora, yeah, you'd be being a fucking anti-Semite. That's what he's saying. It's not that complicated. The fuck is he talking about? Like, he twists himself in knots. He twists himself in pretzels to try to make Hasan anti-Semitic.
With Judaism, and then they'll do this. Well, I'm only talking about the I'm only talking about the religion or whatever. I was like, nobody means that when they say Jew. Nobody's talking about the religion. But it's dumb. This is just like a little propaganda trick.
Anti-Semites.
It's kind of like when people will say like fuck Mexicans and fuck Venezuelans and fuck these Puerto Ricans or whatever, and people will be like, well, Puerto Rican wouldn't fit, but like people are like, hey, hold on, dude, are you okay? Are you kind of racist? And they're like, excuse me? Racist? You think Mexico? You think it's a race? Think there's Mexican people ethnically? I'm sorry, a white person can be Mexican.
Okay, I can't take this.
Shapiro, all the way back in 2015, after Ann Coulter says some horrific shit that is deeply anti-Semitic about Jewish people, Ben Shapiro tweeted, Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so I won't lose sleep. Was State Department aligned with Hasan? No, it's not that they align with me. It's that, like, U.S. aid, for example, obviously makes proper assessments on how dire the situation is on the ground. And they send those memos all the way up to Anthony Blinken, who then refuses to recognize it. He just refuses to acknowledge it.
Destiny never says fuck Judaism. Why do you fucking retards always come in here and say the most...
All right, you know what? There could be multiple reasons for him unlisting or privating the VOD, including that he said something that he thinks could get him in trouble on YouTube. And, you know, discretion being the better part of valor. I almost said the better fart of valor. And the imperative to show you the topic of the stream. I'm going to go ahead and switch to taking a look at the brigading that Destiny's community's been doing on Hasan and their own disappointment at its lack of effect. When you go hard botting complaint letters to anyone or anything associated with Hasan, when you draft a U.S. Congress member into your struggle and you know, work with doxing groups, and you still are unable to isolate your target from mainstream visibility, I guess it's kind of hard to take. So that's what we got coming up here. That's what we got going on right now. But what do we have going on in the poll? We have 90 votes so far. 90 of you have voted on the bonus content. 36% of you are picking Carville versus Jon Stewart, whereas the real problem with Drake and Piers Morgan hates Wicked, those are tied. Gaming, Metaphor, or Fallout, it's getting a little bit of, look at that. It's actually in third place by 1 point. If I add, so how this works, chat, is that, like, right now gaming has 12%, which is, yeah, way behind Real Problem with Drake or Piers Morgan hates Wicked. But because all of the people who have donated so far have said, we want to see gaming, that's only 1 point behind. That's at 25%. So we do indeed have a close poll right now. So many Zen 10s. Wait, where did you see the Zen 10s? Oh, back there. Yeah, you're right. Those are Zen 10s. It's hard for me to tell when it's in black and white because I'm looking for the green. What is it like? There's one flavor that he's got that's like green and another flavor that's like black maybe or blue. I can't remember. But yeah, there's a lot of Zen. And apparently that costs a lot of money. Yeah, his examples are fucked up. Like, it's just like, this guy lives and breathes racism. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what the explanation is for this. But I do know that we're 13% of the way to the dono goal, which means that we're 87%. We're only 87% from being able to watch some bonus content tonight. I might be moving through things a little bit faster from here out, so the time is of the essence to be able to hit that goal if we want to see something other than Destiny just really losing it at Hasan's continued influence and actually growing influence on mainstream culture. Now, this is going to be a tricky one, right? Because when I rewatched the Pod Save America which we'll do a little bit of today, since that's what Destiny's watching, right? That's what he's mainly jealous of. When I rewatched that, I noticed a few things that were not apparent immediately. There was a lot of desire, I think, from John Lovett to find a way to codify, the Democrats' message as being in some way anti-establishment by picking on a marginalized group, right? That's the way that you fight the power, is to be like, well, I mean, do we really think that we want trans people in sports? Maybe not. Dude, maybe trans people have things too good. I don't know. It's a conversation that we need to have. All I know is that we don't need to push people out just because they're anti-trans. That's just one thing. And we have a big tent here. I'm actually doing Love It, if you can't tell. Like, right? This is like, he talks with his hands a lot. And I should too. Talking with your hands is based, actually. Pod save neoliberalism. But I am actually really disturbed if that's gotten into John Lovett. Right? That punching trans people might be the way that the Democrats show their anti-establishment bona fides. That scares the fuck out of me. That scares me so bad. And it's not just him. I'm seeing it from actually. Who do they have on? They had Lovett, they had Favreau, and Tommy Vitor, I think, was the third today. And yeah, there was just like it would like, I don't know. They're not saying it out loud, or they're not saying it outright, but it's there in the background. It's definitely there. And it's really concerning, right? Because this is exactly what happened in the UK. This is how you have the Keir Starmer Labour Party that is also hostile to trans people. Maybe not as bad as the Tories, but still not great. The only big tent people care about is the one in your pants? Oh my gosh. Well, the one in Hasan's pants, everybody cared about that thumbnail, right? That thumbnail popped off. But yeah, if you want to help me pop off with some bonus content today, maybe consider donating and supporting the stream. It helps me out a lot. It brings the dono goal forward. It makes it more likely that we'll have dono content. It makes it more likely that I'll be able to continue bringing you content at all. And you also get to have some say in which of these topics that we're going to cover not even after the main content. Like I said, if we ever hit this before the end of the stream, like I'll try to go right to it and do the dono content or the bonus content early, because I do have a lot of people who complain that it comes so late that they're like, I'm not going to see it. Well, you could see it if we hit the dono goal early. So that's a possibility too. If you know that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you. Real problem with Drake, gaming, metaphor, and Fallout, James Carville versus Jon Stewart, or Pierce Morgan and how he hates Wicked. You can let me know which of these topics tickles your fancy. I will be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and thus making it more likely that will win. You can also say Vox Populi if you've had enough of people influencing the poll with their donos and you want to counteract that. That's what Vox Populi does. And this works whether it's a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to others, if you're supporting me on Throne, which is right up there, or you are signing up on Patreon, or you're getting yourself a sub for free using a Twitch Prime, a sub for $6 using $6, or gifting subs to other people, which I think there's some kind of discount on right now. Check it out. Check it out on your Twitch if you're watching on Twitch. See if there's a discount for you. I saw one when I was in a Twitch stream the other night, so it may be a thing that you could get a discount on gift subs right now. But yeah, I won't discount the percentage that I add to the dono goal to the topic of your choice. You'll just get the full thing if you choose to support the stream in any way. So yeah, we're gonna get to this Hasan content next, and then we're gonna watch Destiny, see what he was doing today, which was basically streaming about Hasan's appearance on Pod Save America. And TLDR, he's mad. Now this is more about the Destiny community and how they're mad So let's take a look at this. The brigading campaign.
I'm being charitable on Thanksgiving, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible.
Yo. Everybody's going with the himbo shit. Right? Everyone is trying to leverage Hasan's sex appeal. And it's weird because, like, I don't know. I have a weird thing about seeing people get objectified. Obviously, like, he's okay with it, so it's not like they're doing anything bad. It's just like, well, I mean, I guess my thumbnail was kind of objectified. What do you think, chat? Was my thumbnail objectifying? Do you think I was objectifying Hasan in the thumbnail? Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. What do you think, chat? Is this objectification? I feel like I'm objectifying Ethan too, though. I don't know. Make up your own mind. Was I being objectifying there? Maybe. Maybe a little bit.
Certain communities already organizing on their subreddit to brigade the video. Dude, that is a sad state of...
Oh my god, new CIA drone pilot. The reason that you got auto-modded there is funnier than you can imagine. It's not the thing that came up in the auto mod was actually due to the auto mod trying to find transphobia. And it really misread your comment.
Affairs that perfectly demonstrates that you do not give a about like actual politics and actual change, and the only thing you care about is like resentment and anger that you feel towards a content creator that your favorite content creator hates. It is cultish thinking, and I hope you break out of it. Like it is.
God damn it!
Really crazy. Like I saw the email campaign that they did where they're like trying to mass email Pod Save America to be like, why did you guys have him? It's not like, this isn't activism. You know what I mean? This isn't activism at all. It's crazy. It blows my mind. Where is it?
Yeah, TLDR, the Twitch auto mod, not very smart.
I saw it. Like I saw someone and they were like, oh, we got to figure out a way to like get these people to hate this guy. It's so bro. Please, like Donald Trump is president. Do you actually care even a little bit about politics? The Orbiter, I thought he was just a regular lib. Yeah, he was apparently very mad about CNN interviewing me. I did see some comments, some choice comments in here where people were just like, I don't know, people could just like could not comprehend why. Where is it? Oh, is this it? Is blackpilling me so hard? Is Hasan really going to be facilitated to launder his tanky bullshit to the wider public? This is so Dan, are you going to go after Hasan and Clancy for every little...
God, this is so good. This is so fucking good.
Even the precarious things like Clancy watching porn of his employee.
And they're trying to tell Dan that, like, some of his shit, right? He's looking for anything and everything. Just like Ethan, he's stretching... Just like Ethan stretched the Habibi panel into being a racial tier list, Dan is trying to stretch a I don't know, decades-old visit of Hasan's to a German brothel into accusations of sex trafficking, and is trying to stretch the Dan Clancy having, you know, having what do you call them, like hot tub streamers on his follows list to be him watching corn of his employees.
And Hasan over the brothel shit, etc., is making its endeavor look unhinged and ineffective. Why not focus on more solid, legitimate angles of attack? This is literally made.
This is them. This is the DiddyG community, like telling Dan that this is not. He's not going to be taken seriously with this bullshit.
By the way, the Dan Clancy thing is crazy. They're just like making up shit in their discords. And hi, I appreciate your feedback, but if you are not going to know all the details behind the scenes, and it may seem like nothing is happening because of that, and I'm also not going to compromise what I'm working on just so a bunch of other...
I'm not going to compromise and be truthful, right, about Hasan and Dan Clancy just because other people feel like that might actually work better.
People feel like progress is up to their standards. What they're cooking up in their Discord is like new ways of you know, trying to figure out how they're gonna make people hate me. You know, look at this. Yeah, they're in their community being like, let's mass email every time this dude goes somewhere. If you're looking to send some emails, Hasan Pod Save America emails, Lucinda Treat CEO, Austin Fisher, like they have emails. Can you please prepare an email for me for the producers of Pod Save America to warn them about doing a collaborative state in America deserve 9/11.
So yeah, this is the kind of behavior that used to get punished, not officially, not by like platforms or anything, but actually by other creators, right? It used to be that if this kind of shit happened in your community, you would be somewhat, you would end up isolating yourself, right? And because of that, like the people who did this sort of stuff kind of got pushed to the side. They had like real consequences to their careers when they encouraged this kind of behavior in their community. Now, I actually have some experience of having these kind of campaigns, although on a much smaller scale, but the same sort of thing. Like, as far as I understand, there was a Discord that was very full of some people that had various grievances against me and wanted to use all of their free time to try to make it impossible for me to do content with anyone else. In other words, if I'd show up on another platform or if on somebody else's platform to do content, sometimes I would get, I had somebody message me with concerns about you. And it didn't seem like there was really anything there, but is there anything? Should I be worried? Like, are you okay, basically? And I'd have to be like, yes, I, have some disgruntled mods that haven't gotten over being demodded, and they seem to not have done a great job moving on, but nonetheless, right? And like as a small content creator, this actually does hurt you, and there's nobody there that's gonna sort of see this and I don't know. Like when this happens on a big scale and you're Hasan Piker, you can find this stuff and show it to your audience. And now there's a whole bunch of people that see, yes, there is a Discord of people going after me. They are generating emails to, anybody that they can think of to write to try to just kind of throw some shade my way and make, and like a lot of platforms or a lot of people are, especially mainstream platforms, they're very risk averse. So it's kind of like, this is Hasan and they want to work with Hasan. This is why this probably didn't work against him. He's so big. But when you're smaller, like this kind of thing is just like, well, you know what? I could have anybody on. There's so many different people your size or bigger that I could have on. And if I start to hear stuff about you, even if it's just utter bullshit, even if I look at all of it, and I scratch the surface and there's nothing underneath, just out of, an abundance of caution, I'm going to, move down the list, right? So this really hurts smaller content creators when it's applied to them over some very petty reasons, in my case, or, maybe even ideological reasons, or any number of reasons other than an actual concern with a content creator being in some way harmful, right? This kind of stuff has been weaponized and has hurt a lot of people. And there's probably a lot of people on the lower end of things that have just had their careers absolutely ground to a halt because of this. I fought through it, and, have come out the other side of this. But to see it going on such a large scale, I mean, this is a Discord that's coming out of Destiny's community. This is a large number of people ostensibly, and they are, doing, just trying to find anyone with crooked media that they could possibly contact in order to make as much noise as they possibly can. And still it hasn't worked.
America deserves 1 million January 6th.
But again, if it wasn't Hasan, if it was somebody smaller, it probably would work.
That he has threatened a sitting U.S. senator. That's crazy, man. They are trying to chat GPT prompt a mass brigade harassment campaign. Try reporting to the Discord server for brigading. Those need to get a reality check. They are trying to deplatform you. They have not stopped. It's just kind of funny that like when it doesn't work, they just lose their minds. They're like, why isn't it working? It's like blackpilling me. Why isn't our efforts working? You know? It's just kind of wild that like this used to be kind of a no-no, you know, back in the day. It was it was something that was relegated to like the anonymous forums online, and communities that like openly did stuff like this were not mainstream. You know what I mean? They were not considered. They were usually
like, just like when I explained to you what I thought was wrong with Tyler's cavalier attitude towards doxing, or, you know, if somebody had a similarly cavalier attitude towards using YouTube's DMCA system to go after people, right? That this is an agreed upon way of acting between creators, that you don't do this shit because anyone could. And just like nuclear war, you know, if people start nuking each other, it ends in a really bad place, right? And so the mutual interest of content creators is to have people be able to draw the line at certain things, right? Be able to draw the line at going after somebody's, like, you know, IRL information and spreading that, being able to draw the line about using the, you know, DMCA system, even though it can be used in a very, you know, disingenuous way to hurt other content creators and to stifle specifically criticism of you. If anybody ever reacts to a video that you've done, right, then there you have the pretext right there to, you know, take them down based on their inclusion of your content in there, and there's nothing to stop you from doing it. The only thing that stops people from doing it is the fact that if it happens and it's revealed, then other content creators will not want to have anything to do with that person. So that's why that shit is not more common. That's why when that shit happens, it's kind of a big deal. And you know, Bo Black's had a situation like this years ago, where he misused the DMCA system, and he, you know, had to apologize and eat a lot of crow in order to sort of get back into the good graces of the commentary community. This kind of stuff is not accepted. This brigading thing in particular, right, is, you know, the thing that generally gives your community such a bad name. Even if it were to happen, you know, without the approval of the streamer, it's still a bit of a problem for, you know, the streamer or the YouTuber, and you know, gives a reputation to their community as being toxic. If somebody has a toxic community, you're less likely to want to collab with them.
Cast aside by other communities. Like, people would be like, this is weird, like, I don't know why you're doing this is kind of up. And now it's just like so open. It's just now so open. This level of brigading is so open, so out there, and so deliberate, where, you know, just like openly doing it, where like they just don't give a shit. They're like, no, I'm trying to brigade this person. I'm trying to go after anyone that even aligns with this person. And it's like, so
I guess what Hasan's saying is he's a little bit surprised that the stuff is happening out in the open. You would expect it that if this was done at all, that they'd be keeping it on the down low a lot more than they are. But somehow, I think it's because within their community, within their bubble, Hasan is regarded as a evil. I don't know how else to explain it. He's regarded as an evil, and his evil is self-evident. Anyone who questions whether he really is evil is going to exclude themselves from the group, and because they're in that bubble, they're kind of like, well, wait, why would I hide this? I'm doing the world a service. I'm taking down the bad man who says bad things, and I'm actually a hero.
Foolish endeavor. And I think ultimately what, you know, this is like bricking people's brains. It makes them sadder. You know what I mean? You have a finite amount of time on this earth. Okay. This is the point I always make, is like, is it making you happy or is it making you sadder? Are your actions actually contributing to your mental sanity? Are your actions actually contributing to your life in a positive way? Or are they your brain up a little bit, you know? And I think that this is genuinely devastating for people's mental sanity, for people's like for people's attitudes. It's just not good. Like spending so much time hyper focused on like taking out one guy and trying to like ruin one person's reputation like this, especially when it doesn't work.
Look, when a streamer hyper focuses on one chatter, it's called getting one guide. This is a whole splinter Discord getting obsessed with one guy who is a streamer. This is like a reverse one guy here.
Just, you know, how do you think normal people like PSA will just see hater comments? You already are not a normie if you're reading comments on a YouTube video, you know? But yeah, the discourse on TikTok about this is genuinely mind-blowing. Look at the comments. Oh, damn, dude. Good one. Busted open.
Poop sock. Damn, mom just found the poop sock. That's such an old meme. It's amazing that it's still around.
You're the Hasanabi girly too. Take a day off. Busted Open is the OG Hasanabi girly pop nation, the one that did the TikTok to be like Hasanabi girly heads rise up. Oh, this is what I wanted. This is how can they do this during his anti-Semitism controversy? Destiny is actually a supporter of the Democratic Party. This is madness. At what point are we still going to admit that?
Yeah, they're really mad that anyone in the mainstream like left orbit, right, which, you know, yeah, they're connected to the Democratic Party too, would have anything to do with Hasan. They're mad that Hasan got invited to the DNC, and they're mad that like why is Destiny not getting invited on PSA? Chat, I wonder.
None of this has worked. He's still on Twitch, popular as ever. He's still on mainstream media. And now there's the Pod Save America thing too. Shit doesn't stick to this man. It doesn't matter what he does. And the thing is, heads like nobody cares. And then that person gets featured on a mainstream Democratic podcast with no pushback. What the are we doing? See, scratch the surface. You're close, okay? To the people who are maybe hate watching right now, you're close to understanding the truth, okay? When you get really invested in a community, including this one, okay? When you're in an online space like this and you're constantly getting this kind of feedback, I promise you, feedback that you're getting from others who are like-minded, who are singularly focused on, going after one person and saying this guy is like a crazy guy, and all you're seeing are other clips that are also out of context, that are being negatively framed and priming you into believing that I'm this like evil person, this singularly evil, ontologically evil person. You are being at odds with so many others. They don't see it the same way that you do. The problem,
okay, I keep on hearing this stuff about Dan Saltman. Is this about Tiny Chat, Sarah? Yeah, Tiny Chat. So I guess I need to see some pretty strong proof, because it's a very strong claim. I'm not saying that it's not true, but I want to just make sure. He was business partners with Diddy? For real? I'm gonna have to look into this more. It's hilarious is that oh yeah, we haven't done the Fox News hit piece. That's right. The Fox News hit piece article ended up overshooting and platforming his CNN and oh yeah, that happened just before the Fox News hit piece. You're right, Snow. Yeah.
Away with anything. I'm just not anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm secret and cynically trying to do anti-Semitism and get people into. You've been primed into believing that, and I don't know how to fix that for you. Like you're just not. You are directly at odds with reality. That's the problem. That's it. And I think that like you just keep.
But I don't know if people see enough examples of somebody who's not anti-Semitic being smeared with that and having bad consequences come out of it, then it just becomes another moral panic to throw at people, right? Like, look, if you're in a world where people get called witches and everybody is like, you know what? That's not a real thing. That's not happening. No, fuck you, right? If nothing happens, right? Somebody accuses somebody of being a witch, then nobody's gonna throw around like, so and so is a witch, right? But if you live in a world where people are like, oh yeah, the crops were kind of growing a lot worse lately, yeah, I guess she is a witch, right? And she gets burned at the stake, then the next time you got a problem with somebody, you might just call them a witch. If you notice that it doesn't actually take anything approaching proof to, you know, ensure consequences against somebody, you're going to be throwing those accusations around a lot more loosely.
You can just keep saying over and over again, like, oh, he just has a cult or whatever, but like it's copium. That no, the new thing is saying is you arriving at accident.
Richard Johnson says, that's a nice name, by the way. Narrative is more important than truth. Who cares if it's true or not? The ops lie all the fucking time. I've been hearing a lot of that. Narrative over truth. Yeah.
Anti-Semitism, that's ridiculous. I have actively fought back against anti-Semitism and probably educated many people in this community about what anti-Semitic markers look like, okay? Like dog whistles look like. The f are we talking about? And that's just a person moving the goalpost to try to like, smear.
Okay, so there's an old-ass video. What is this? There's an old-ass video, YouTube video from like 13 years ago showing P. Diddy and on Tiny Chat. And we know for sure. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I have confirmed Dan's involvement with Tiny Chat. Hasan's new strategy is to be really nice all the time, which I think is smart. Truth is super important to material analysis. Yeah, that's kind of what we're about over here. Diddy Saltman has admitted to taking money from Diddy. He claims it was a small amount of money. Wait, is this the 60K thing? Are people having trouble with the stream? Let's see. I don't have any dropped frames. The internet's actually been really nice to me tonight. DiddyG tried to make a post on Pod Save America subreddit to get Divorcelli on the pod. Got nuked by the subreddit mods. Wow. His reputation precedes him. Destiny was on camera, couldn't turn off himself. Can't think of a single choice I could make that would improve my mental. I really can't speak to you know, other content creators, how they are as a person. Yeah, in some ways that's just, you know, beyond the scope of content and in general, but you know, like he's definitely got a lot less of those dark triad characteristics compared to Destiny, I guess. Destiny doesn't get invited to DNC. He pretended he did. Like when he got asked, he's like, "Oh yeah, I could have gone if I wanted to. I could have gone." And then but he's still like mad that Hasan goes. Anybody else getting buffering? Try refreshing if you get buffering. I don't know. Sometimes that works. I fact checked it before I posted on. All you have to do is look at Wiki or Google it. It's out there. Ashton Kutcher was the other funder of Tiny Chat. So I mean, I guess this is a connection with you know, a very notorious person, but the question then becomes like, what did Dan know and when did he know it, right? And then if we can confirm that he knew too much, then we can say, I can't stand Dan. A TikTok, Hasan reacts. Oh yeah, I think I saw that too, Shakespeare. You and I must have the same algorithm. I'm the internet? Oh my gosh. Internet by nature.
That's it. What's worse is they're willing to put their community's mental health in the gutter just to get back at you. Yeah, and when it doesn't work, they're just like, they double down. And it's cultish thinking. And I know that there are people out there in these communities that care about the truth, that care about logic, that think that a lot of people that fancy themselves as logical, critical thinkers can still be easily duped when they find me as an ideological enemy and look for a sense of community. Okay. Can I offer you a reasoned, rational response from the opposition? What is this? What?
From the ops?
Hate watch. Hi, Hasan. No, yourself. He does the same level of saying wild shit. Blue and on. Hasan, we just hate you, bro. Nothing will change this. All right. I mean, I like that they're like, it's not weird that we are hate watching you on Thanksgiving. It's actually weird that you're even bringing up the active brigading efforts that we have contributed to that have failed, that is actually bricking our brains.
They're like, you don't understand. You're bad. You're a bad person.
Charitable on Thanksgiving, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible. You can go to other places, and there are plenty of places out there where people will say the same things that you want to hear. Okay, there are plenty of places online you can go to, like the Keemstar Orbiters, the Drama Farmers, and the like, right? Where they'll be like, no, he does suck, and you can find a shared sense of purpose there. But the broader community, both online and outside of the internet, don't see it that way. Dr. Mike Israetel is a great example of this. The conversation that I had with him where he was like, oh, I read this thing where like someone was saying that like another person was claiming that you might have been anti-Semitic or whatever. And it's like, it's all cancel culture. For a lot of people, that's how they see it. Understandably so, because it is that. It's not even real. You have editorial control over it, right? Like I'm live for 8 hours a day talking about hot button issues, political stuff. So a lot can be misconstrued purposefully and things get clipped out of context.
Yeah, this is when Dr. Mike asked Hasan, he said, I've been reading a lot of stuff about you on the internet, including some people saying that you're anti-Semitic. What's that about?
Deliberately. So there's like the good and the bad, you know what I mean?
I read an article about you recently that like you're an anti-Semite or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was one of those articles where like the longer I read, the more I wanted to break my phone open because I was like, I said some funny jokes and that guy was actually Jewish, and I was like, I'm not reading this shit anymore.
Yeah.
It was a classic example of like, just take as much as you can out of context as possible. It was just like,
yeah.
I'm sure you see a lot
stuff
of
like yeah, of course. That stuff like that happens all the time, especially in political stuff.
Oh,
it's like
God.
because people have like an ideological perspective.
They already hate you.
They're already primed. It's not real accountability. I think that they think that what they're doing is good because like it reaffirms their sense of purpose. It gives them a sense of community. You can find a sense of community elsewhere. You can find a sense of community here.
Well, look, Hasan's got something real that he's saying. You can tell that he cares about stuff. Whereas if you look at Destiny, you're not going to see that. So what is the glue that holds Destiny together? What is the glue that holds DiddyG together? And the only answer you can come up with is this, mutual hatred of Hasan. It is finding an enemy outside of the community and using the threat of this enemy as a force of cohesion amongst a community that really isn't about anything except for a narcissistic, failed esports guy from the from the mid 2000s or whenever.
I always will be as charitable as humanly possible, okay, to people. A lot of people use that and abuse that and come in here and go, they feel isolated, they feel alienated, they have nothing.
Yeah, that's right, McGoggles. The glue is... Friction says the glue is calm. I mean, yeah, it's Old Man Williker's sticky glue. Or is it hate? Maybe it's hate. I don't know. Maybe it's both. Need to watch Destiny's Israel video compilation again. Truly art. I still say it's coom. It's coom. Divorce Ellie's website has an entire page dedicated to DiddyG chat. Embedded really? Oh my god. Like I know about the offline chat, right? And how that's popping even when nobody's streaming. But
that's like, guiding them and they feel like this, being a part of this community is actively helping them feel like they have a sense of purpose in the world. But I know for a fact that you can get better and you can snap out of it. I believe in you. I will always believe in you. Everyone can change. It's not too late. It's never too late to just open your eyes to the reality. I agree with maybe 95% of your Correro now, which 6 months ago would have been insane. Bro, 3 years ago, I came to the conclusion that finding a sense of community online is brain rot. Just watch your favorite streamer, and once they're done streaming, don't fight their battles, live your lives, and be happy. Yeah, that too. That's definitely healthier as well, for sure.
All right. Hey, this is kind of a small channel. Let me give them a shout out. All right, this is a Hasan Industrial Complex channel. They're trying to get to, I'm imagining, trying to get to 500 subs. Let me help them out a little bit. If you wanna watch more videos like this with the hembo cooking in the beginning and the end, there's your link to go give them a follow. So yeah, since they're so small, I'll give them a shout out. Thank you for making this video for us to watch. Now, what do we have next? Oh, geez. Are we on to the main topic of the show? Only 2 hours and 55 minutes into the stream? We're already doing like some main content here? I believe so. I believe so. That's Mr. Divorcepedia. So you can see he's pulling up Pod Save America's latest, including the faded discussion between Love It and Leave It, aka Hasan Piker. That's a bad joke. But here he is. Here he is. The embedded stream showing the live stream or just a compilation of us on? Good evening, good people. Good evening to you too, Marty. So yeah, it looks like 115 of you have voted so far in the poll. Of those, 36% are choosing Carville versus Stewart, John Stewart, James Carville, right? 28% of you want to see what the real problem with Drake is. And 26% of you want to see what's going on with Piers Morgan and his hate watch of Wicked. I don't know. He's got a bunch of people on there to hate on Wicked. You can see what that's about. 10% of you are supporting Metaphor, ReFantasia, or Fallout, me doing a little bit of gaming, after the stream. Like I said, I'm always open to do the bonus content early if we hit the dono goal early. But at this point, I'm kind of wondering whether we'll hit it at all. We're at 13%, which is only 87% from the goal. And Anyway, if we somehow magically hit this dono goal by the end of this segment, which is the last segment for tonight, then not only will you see a lot fewer ads, but we'll also get some bonus content, which right now looks like it might be Carville, although the donors are angling for a gaming stream. Oh, Sarah, that's really awesome. You just donated via PayPal. I do try to provide. I don't always mention the PayPal thing as being an option, but I do always I try to provide as many options as possible because I know that some things are easier for some people to use and other things not so easy. But yeah, I do also it's in the description, right? I don't usually mention that. But yeah, if you want to donate in any way, whether it's through PayPal, whether it's through CashApp, whether it's through the link to Throne, which is right up there, or signing up for Patreon, or using the YouTube system to do a super chat, super sticker, or gift memberships, or get yourself a membership, or on Twitch, right? We're on way too many platforms. There's way too many things for me to mention. That's how the dono goal works. When people donate, it moves forward. We get closer to possibly having some bonus content. And I stay on a little bit longer than I would have otherwise. Like, the stream doesn't end quite as early. And we get to watch a topic of your choosing. So how do we choose the topic? Well, I'm glad you asked. You vote, which some of you have done. 116 of you have done, to be specific, right? That's one way to choose it. Also, know that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you. I will be any topic is fine with me, says Sarah. I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is and apply it to the topic of your choice in as a percentage. And that's why gaming is still in the game. That's why gaming is still in the running, right? It's got 13% extra from people who donated. But yeah, we're about to get into the main topic right here. It's pretty long. Destiny does talk about Hasan for a while, so don't understand why he's on TV. Like, the world has changed. His opinions are out of date. Wait, who are we talking about? Smugness is on. Oh, Carvile. Yes. Yeah, he feels like a throwback, doesn't he? Carvile feels like a little bit of a throwback. Like, he was relevant when he was last really relevant. I think the last time he was relevant was in the Clinton administration, right? Obviously, he's close to a lot of movers and shakers in the Democratic Party, so he's sort of relevant in that sense, but just not nearly as much.
Make it in any kind of like not the most popular kind of like media sphere apparatus thing or whatever, because he can't handle the haters or whatever. You can already see where like it bothers him a lot when he doesn't have like 100% of the narrative on his side or whatever. I mean, obviously, like, being attractive and everything helps for sure, but like on a personal psychological level, I don't think he'd be able to handle not being in the majority opinion on something.
Okay, so Sarah, thank you for the support on PayPal, and with that, it brings us up to 33% of the dono goal. That is 1/3 of the way towards getting some bonus content tonight. And you know I love fractions.
You know how much you hate watching it lately, way more than usual. Yeah, I don't know if it's because I was picking up more viewers or because there's nothing else to talk about, or I have no idea. I don't know.
Oh my god, I'm still wearing cat ears.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Lovett, and guest hosting with me today is the massively popular streamer Leftist Dumbass himself. You just self-described.
That's okay, sure, fair. I say himbo, but damn.
Okay. Hasan Piker, welcome back.
It's good to be back. Thank you for having me.
After my conversation with Hasan, you'll hear my conversation with Seth Moulton.
I'm going to pee really quick. I'll be right back.
We talked about the controversy over his comments around trans athletes. Also on the feed right now, you can hear Dan's conversation with Jen O'Malley, Dylan, Quentin Folks, David Plouffe, and Stephanie Cutter about what went wrong in the Harris campaign. We're having a bunch of conversations about what we learned from the election, where we go from here, with a bunch of different voices, one of which is here today. People are mad that we talked to the Harris campaign. People are mad we're talking to you. People are mad, and that's okay.
Yeah.
But let's start with this.
It's a big tent.
It's a big tent. It's a big tent.
It's got Dick Cheney in it.
It's got Dick Cheney in it. It's got Hasan Piker in it.
Yeah.
It's got Dan Osborne in it. It's got Seth Moulton in it.
Yes. He's not in the tent. I don't know why you would say that, but God, fuck. It's so. This is how I'm trying to think of the comparison. Like when adults try to like talk about video games, or when like mainstream media tries to like 4channel is a place where B-tard posters post anon, crazy wacky. It's like people have no concept of the space, like try to talk about it, and it's like, oh my god, it's so fucking cringe. Like, Lil Bro's not in the tent. He's not a Democrat. He's not even a liberal. He's a fucking leftist. Like, oh god.
Cheney in it. It's got Hasan Piker in it.
Yeah.
It's got Dan Osborne in it. It's got Seth Moulton in it.
Yeah. You know, tent shouldn't maybe feature Dick Cheney in it, but everybody else I can have a conversation with.
Great. All right. Now look, the main pastime on the left, other than being mad for the last few weeks, is everyone saying how right they were all along about Democrats being out of touch and bound to lose.
Arrest me. Sorry. So I sat at this chair. Well, maybe not at this chair, but I had the offline interview with John. I think a month before the election, and a lot of the concerns that I brought up to him, it seemingly came across as somewhat prescient, where people went back to the footage, and I've been seeing comments that were rather positive about, like, okay, he said a lot of stuff there that was objectively correct, seeming.
Yeah, I want to talk about one aspect of that.
Is that somebody? I saw somebody post on the subreddit that it's not even true that he said that he thought Kamala was going to win. I don't even know if I don't have the link to it, but
Which is that you were saying, others were saying that, hey, like Trump going on Rogan, Trump going on Theo Von, like something is happening here, and we need to understand it. We need to address it. It's real. And I remember, like, my experience.
I still, however, maintain the position until this day, and I still maintain this position that Kamala Harris will most likely win the election come tomorrow. And this is not just me looking at the polls, even though, of course, I have looked at the polls this entire time, but also looking at the vibes. I don't just do poll analysis. I do polls plus vibes.
like it's so, dude, I can't live in this world. It's boring. The problem is that it's boring to me. Like all the fact gathering and all the research and the reading, everything, like none of it matters because you just go on and like, I can't say anything because I'm trying to talk to these people. I don't even want to. It's just so lazy. Like, what value do you bring to the world? You're not even willing to do like the most basic level of research. I don't know, man. Drive through anyway. So now we get to listen to how much of like a fortune teller Hasan is, despite the fact that he was just as wrong as anybody else. Where is is this a clip or is this isn't that like a watchful? Oh, it says this.
Why do I do this? Well, the reason why I do polls plus vibes is because polls alone are not going to be enough. Okay. I have, however, learned something that's a little bit scary today, this morning. I've told you guys already, I have like a bunch of people that I talk to, normies in general. I have some high propensity voters, mid propensity voters, and low propensity voters in a place like California. And I look to who they vote for and how they vote as well, because I just want to kind of see like, a focus group basically. And my low propensity voter did vote for Donald Trump, which was shocking. And I don't know if it's because I basically kept asking him over and over again if he was going to go out and vote or not. But my low propensity conspiracy theory guy who loves RFK did actually end up voting. And that kind of shocked me a little bit. That kind of worried me a little bit because this is fucking California. It doesn't mean California's going to flip, obviously. Chat, this does not mean California's going to flip red. That's fucking idiotic. I'm not making that argument at all. But what it means is, even in a place where someone who is not likely to go out and vote at all, where his vote is not even going to fucking matter at all, he found time out of his day to go out and vote, even though he has never gone out and voted before. That, to me, is a little troublesome. I haven't really seen this anywhere else in the data, but that still scares me regardless, okay? So, having said that, however, I think that the fundamentals are on Kamala Harris's side still, okay? I think that I have no faith that low-propensity voters won't vote for Trump. Is bizarre, but he is rallying the RFK supporters. Well, now that I've talked about the Kamala Harris side of things and what I consider to be like not great campaigning, for example, I think that she focused far too much on trying to win over the white suburban mothers, and you can win them over. No one is saying don't try to win them over, but the way to win them over is supposed to be a delicate balance where you're not hemorrhaging your base of support, because you cannot let the urban pop fall apart. Okay, you cannot let the urban population, black voters, brown voters, young voters in general, voters in college, students and the like, not come out and vote for you because they are just like too bored and too grossed out by, or too depressed to go out and vote because they just constantly hear you hugging and kissing the likes of Liz Cheney, saying you're going to have a Republican in your cabinet. It's not good, okay? It is not good. She needs white women. I understand that. I'm not against that, but there's a way to do that while...
Just one thing that's very hard for people to understand is just how disconnected, how disconnected the ordinary American population is from our political sphere. And when I say I think that sometimes you guys think that disconnected means that,
what is he on about?
Know about the exact specifics of some Supreme Court case or of January 6th or of the Afghanistan pullout being in, how that was negotiated. When I say disconnect, I mean probably 50+% of the American population doesn't know the difference between Iraq and Afghanistan, or 20% of Americans would probably think that Turkey is in Africa, or 30 to 50% of Americans probably didn't even know that January 6th was associated with an election thing. They thought it was just a protest turned riot in Washington, D.C. maybe, or like it's that level of disconnect. The idea that like Cheney had some huge depression on voting for Kamala or whatever, like 50+% of Americans probably wouldn't even be able to tell you what Dick Cheney's role in.
The thing that Destiny's not grasping is that there is, we're talking about, you know, a demographic, kind of a small demographic, but a demographic that it is almost, that is inordinately, disproportionately responsible for things like that need to be done, like canvassing, right? The people that actually do that stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, you could say, like, you know, as a population, college kids don't vote that much, but the ones that do are also the ones that are activists. So in other words, the students you talked shit about that put themselves at risk over an issue of conscience. And their reward was to be demonized and called fucking anti-Semitic and be compared to terrorists and all this other shit. And Kamala Harris was part of that shit. And if you're to pile on with that and be like, yeah, actually, fuck you, protesters, fuck you, pro-Palestinian movement, we're not even going to let anybody talk at the DNC, but we're going to talk about the most vicious, most lethal military in the whole world, and then we're going to bring fucking Liz Cheney on in the last, bit of the campaign, right? When really what you should be trying to do is signal in some way a break from Joe Biden and his, he doesn't fucking get it. It's not the size of the group that we're talking about here. It is the ripple effect from this group either being, depressed or activated. And Kamala Harris and her campaign did everything they could to depress this, this demographic.
The government was. There's zero chance that there's like that in Hasan's world, there's like these Hispanics out there like, oh, essay, you hear about Cheney? Yeah, man, I hate that dude. Not voting for Kamala now. Like, absolutely, hombre, bro. Yeah, like, it's such a cringe. It's like a
because Hasan's the one that's got racial stereotypes running around in his head, right? Hasan's the one that doesn't know anybody other than white people, right? That's right, Destiny? Is that what's going on? Is that what his friend group is like? Jesus Christ. Our colleges are still targeting students even now. You're saying it's not the size, it's the motion. I mean, that's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it. The Democratic Party takes its strongest warriors completely for granted. And then doesn't know what happens when they lose.
I'm a leftist, and these are the things that I care about, and I'm going to tell you why poor black voters didn't vote, and it's because they don't like the war machine and the military-industrial complex that was headed by people like Dick Cheney.
Like, little bro, nobody in these populations, nobody's in these cohorts are thinking.
Yeah, that's right, Destiny. Nobody cares about genocide. Everybody's just as big of a piece of shit as you.
About this, or talking about this, or even know anything about this. It's it's so stupid.
While simultaneously still communicating objectively popular policies to.
But anyway, let's hear about how Hasan got it perfectly right.
Happening here, and we need to understand it. We need to address it. It's real. And I remember, like, my experience. It's like seared in my mind of Trump being on Joe Rogan because of how, like, my path of understanding it. Because what I saw first were a bunch of people taking clips and saying, "Wow, Rogan really didn't like Trump. Trump is a mess on this show. He comes across terribly." Rogan was like kind of giving Trump space to hang himself rhetorically. And then I watch it and, like, Trump did fucking great in this interview.
Yeah, he's very telegenic. That's the thing that, like, a lot of.
It's the thing that bothers me too is that, like, Trump, first of all, Trump did not do great at that interview. If you like Trump, you'll leave that interview liking Trump. If you don't like Trump, for all the reasons you don't like Trump, you'll leave that interview like not liking Trump. Unless I missed something because I had to turn it off.
He doesn't understand that Yeah, it's not like he's looking at the interview as being a speech or a rally, when in reality it is an effort to humanize him. That's 90%. 90% of the utility of going on the podcast, right?
I only made it like halfway through. Maybe in the last hour, maybe he does significantly better, which is possible, I admit. I'll tell you, I didn't watch the entire thing. I'm not gonna lie. I could only do halfway through because it was so cringe. He couldn't answer a single fucking question about anything. It was the cringiest thing I've ever seen in my life. So maybe in the last hour, maybe he does significantly better. So I'll hedge that.
It's not about that. It's really not about that.
I guess if you've watched it yourself. But yeah, it's just so funny because like I'm curious if I see these Pod Save America guys talking about like Biden's debate performance, are they gonna be like, oh God, it was a train wreck, it was a disaster? And then you watch like Trump, drunkenly stumble his way through the 50th Glazer podcast.
Wow, Trump's actually he's actually pretty telegenic here. He actually did like a pretty decent job here. Like,
did he actually, or okay?
Rhetorically, and then I watch it, I'm like, Trump did fucking great in this interview.
Yeah, he's very telegenic. That's the thing that like a lot of people, I guess, refuse to factor in for some weird reason is that, yeah, he definitely rambles on. He likes to call it the weave. And even Joe Rogan made fun of him for that a little bit in the process. But like, there is something to be said about a relatively telegenic person who is able to portray himself as, I like to call it, honestly dishonest, where like everybody knows he's a bit of a scumbag.
I like to call it honestly dishonest. God damn, that's such an ingenious... what an ingenious way to put that. I wonder if that was ever a thing. I wonder if that was ever like one of the most popular.
And I'm watching the news now. They're declaring the end of the Trump era. Now, okay, I can see how in New York you might believe this is the end of his era. I'm just being honest with you. I live in Ohio amongst the poor whites. A lot of you don't understand why Trump was so popular, but I get it because I hear it every day. He's very loved. And the reason he's loved is because people in Ohio have never seen somebody like him. He's what I call an honest liar. Well, I'm not joking right now. He's an honest liar. That first debate.
So, yeah, this is supposed to be like a busted moment. Hasan was cynically stealing Dave Chappelle's joke, one that I might want to note that nobody really laughed at, and that understanding of what Trump is doing, how Trump functions, is not something that somebody could come to on their own. Only Dave Chappelle could come up with that. So obviously, Hasan is just cynically stealing Dave's bit.
What an original take. Good one.
Who is able to portray himself as, I like to call it, honestly dishonest, where like everybody knows he's a bit of a scumbag, but he's your scumbag. And he's able to get that across to a lot of people. And I don't think that there is really anyone with that level.
I mean, I just compare this to like a wrestling heel, right? And sometimes, it's been known to happen in wrestling where wrestlers who were coded as heels because they were so liked by the audience became faces.
Of television presence on the Democratic Party front, I think like the most skilled orator.
And the biggest way that this happens is when the heel goes against somebody that they like less, right? This is the biggest way that you turn a heel into a face, is have them be the antagonist to someone that is more obviously evil. That's how Trump functions, right? This concept of, or this vague idea of the establishment, fucking them over, when in actuality capitalism is fucking them over, and Trump signals himself to be anti-establishment when the Democrats talk about the democracy and the system and the rules and all this stuff. They unconsciously signal that they are pro-establishment, and Trump is taken as being something that he's not, which is a foil to the capitalist power structure, in the absence of any meaningful opposition to that power structure from the Democrats.
In the Democratic Party's ranks in the last couple of decades was obviously Barack Obama. And outside of that, I think like in a lot of instances.
Wait, Carlin made a similar joke, at least about presidents. At least he's honest about being a piece of shit. Wait, was Carlin talking about Nixon? The Rock was a heel. The Rock started off as a heel. Steal like an artist. That's right. Artists steal Wait, what is it? Like great artists borrow, great artists steal?
Purely from optics point of view, Democrats' track is like technocratic, elitist, too serious about everything that they talk about. And there's certainly a lot of that on the Republican Party side as well. And we've seen failed initiatives from establishment Republicans that tried to recreate the Trump phenomenon with the likes of Ron DeSantis, and that was a massive failure. But ultimately, I think this goes beyond podcasts. This is something that I've been talking about quite frequently. I know the podcast thing is like the most, like that's the one that got everyone's attention. But I said this on CNN last night, that you can't really podcast your way out of this problem. Like having, there was that one.
Carlin was saying that about Clinton.
Saying like, oh, we just gotta have 100 Pod Save Americans, but they all have to look like Hasan. Like that's not how this works.
Oh, you think that one tweet might have been wrong? But the yeah, like I guess so. I agree with that. It became the couple kind of like, I don't know, like just have had this devastating loss to Trump, and everybody's looking for these sort of little explanations that all feel like they just feel silly. Like, oh, we need a Joe Rogan of the left, and even saying like I don't even want to talk about how stupid that is anymore because even that has become stupid. But I'm like, I do agree that like people are like, oh well, she should have gone on Rogan. All right, yeah, sure, I think so too.
That would not have changed the outcome of this election.
There's a larger problem to what you're getting at, which is like, why don't we have figures and where like we think they would do great on that show, and why is someone like Joe Rogan now, who was 4 years ago open to Bernie, now suddenly open to Trump? Like that's the deeper problem.
Yeah, these are better questions. That's true.
Like you look at like successful Democratic messengers or progressive messengers over the last like decades, and you think, all right, well, Bill Clinton obviously was successful and he like ran against the Democratic Party in some way. Barack Obama did the same thing. Bernie does the same thing. AOC does the same thing. I'm not talking about on policy.
You don't mean it like.
Now, when I said I rewatched this and I got very concerned, this is what I'm talking about. Look at where Lovett is going with this.
Also in the same direction of running against.
No, but running against the establishment in some way. And just saying, and the reason I connect them is because they all did something which is demonstrated that they were not part of the Democratic establishment, both like on policy and rhetorically, right? Like that's what they all did. And I'm just wondering like what, like on policy, something which is demonstrated that they were not part of the Democratic establishment, both like on policy and rhetorically, right? Like that's what they all did. And I'm just wondering like what, like the one place where like I know you like find, there's a place where there's like kind of an alignment of like the Seth Moulton critique of the Democratic Party and the lefty critique of the Democratic.
So yeah, Seth Moulton. This is in the New York Times. Let's see. I haven't really looked at this yet. I'm aware of this, but Seth Moulton, New York Times. The other thing that worries me is that Seth Moulton got a lot more positive coverage from the media than negative coverage over his mask off moment calling trans girls boys. So look, even in the, oh my God, please let me oh no, New York Times, you're fucking paywalled. God damn it. I just want to find out what this is so annoying, right? Because like there's a lot of media regarding the response that Seth Moulton had to criticism over his statement. So in other words, like secondary kind of media. And the primary media is a interview in the New York Times. And it's fucking paywalled. Not paywalled, but like email address walled.
Democratic Party, which is just like, it's fucking annoying and like kind of.
Like, I just wanted to check and see, like, what all did Moulton say besides, like, I don't want. Let's read this again. He doesn't want his daughters getting run over by formerly male athletes. Anyway, there's more to what he said, and part of it, I think, is like I just want to see. I'm not able to grasp what the fuck Lovett is on about without seeing the original article.
I don't know, pedantic in some way.
It's an incorrect interpretation, an incorrect autopsy to look back at a thing that the Democratic Party did not do at all and then say it's actually that reason. It's not anything that we did so far. It's not that we tacked to the right over and over again, despite people like myself and many others saying, like, don't do this. You're going to hemorrhage the base. You're going to hemorrhage the base of support. You are going to cut away at your turnout. You're going to cut across many different constituencies that you rely on to create an effective coalition. And it's a very dangerous gamble to assume that you can decouple a lot of these people in the suburbs.
Here, like, let's
many so far. It's not that
kind of, I don't know, pedantic in some way.
I just want to
place where there's like kind of an alignment of like the Seth Moulton critique of the Democratic Party and the lefty critique of the Democratic Party, which is just like, it's fucking annoying and like kind of, I don't know, pedantic in some way.
It's an incorrect interpretation.
Well, like, look, I don't know what he's saying here. I really don't know what he's saying here. Like, there is like a pedant. Okay, so here's what I would say. The lip service paid to marginalized people by the Democratic Party and by corporations in their branding and in their ads and in their, you know, Pride Month version of their logo and all the rest of that shit, right? Is not real. They don't care about trans people. They don't care about gay people. They don't care about anyone. You are useful to them to make money or to win elections. That is it. That is it, right? I mean, so that implicates the establishment even more. Like, not only do they suck on economic issues, not only are they going to do nothing but stand in your way and drag their feet on any kind of economic justice, right? Which is what you'd want out of the party of the fucking, out of the party of FDR. Like, not only are they bad on that, but when it comes down to it, their support of your rights is only there in as much as they think that it will benefit them. And if it ever becomes more beneficial to throw you under the bus, well, there's Seth Moulton, right? But like, I mean, he's part of that establishment then. He is part of that establishment. And he is trying to signal, I am the guy that's anti-establishment. You know, all this woke stuff that well, I'm not beholden to the woke stuff. I will say it as it is, right? And that is the option that you have instead of going after the gargoyles that run the party.
An incorrect autopsy to look back at a thing that the Democratic Party did not do at all and then say it's actually that reason. It's not anything that we did so far. It's not that we tacked to the right over and over again, despite people like myself and many others saying, like, don't do this. You're going to hemorrhage the base. You're going to hemorrhage the base of support. You are going to cut away at your turnout. You're going to cut across many different constituencies that you rely on to create an effective coalition. And it's a very dangerous gamble to assume that you can decouple a lot of these people in the suburbs, a lot of like white women specifically, away from the Republican Party and vote for you instead. I know that they're high propensity voters, but it doesn't matter. There's still plenty of low propensity voters that you have to rely on to win. And that's precisely what the Democratic Party did. They hyper-focused on these key constituencies, despite the fact that polls were seemingly deadlocked after $30 million of ad spend.
Why did they hyper-focus on these key constituencies when they should have just talked about the Gaza war the entire time? They should have talked about my issue, the thing that I care about.
Key suburbs, right? Like, it showed, at least, I said this time and time again, it showed someone from the outside looking in that the...
I don't think Hasan would be suggesting to talk about an issue whose, polling as far as the issues that people are voting on is way down the line. However, there are a significant group of voters that you lose when you do the bear hug with Netanyahu and who are maybe gettable by Biden being replaced. People were wish casting onto Kamala a different policy than what Biden was bringing them. And were she to even give lip service about fulfilling that, she would have done better. And I don't know how racist you have to be not to look at fucking poll numbers in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and realize that there are voters who either did not show up or maybe even who either did not show up, voted third party, or maybe even voted for Trump because of that.
Message was not working. And you can have the best ground game possible. You can have, hundreds of thousands of people all across the country door knocking. But if the top-down message that you're communicating is not resonating with people, then you're not going to be able to win an election. You're not going to have the effective turnout necessary to win this election. And that is precisely what happened. Now, does that mean that Trump's messaging was good? Of course not. It wasn't. It was actually pretty bad. And I would even go so far as to say the anti-trans ads were actually a distraction and not good. It was only effective in the DC bubble, I think, and the consultant bubble and the media class that saw those ads and were like, oh my God, this is an incredible ad. Like, they really ruined Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris had a silly answer to an ACLU questionnaire.
Is there any way to discredit people like Hasan so that they can't destroy the party? There's... I'm trying to think of the analogy. Is it like the king has no clothes? If everybody is willing to play a game, then there's no way that you can really counter it. So like if you have people in media who don't do any homework or research on things and they just get passed shit by interns or whatever, then I mean, like there's nothing you can really do about it, right? My guess is this guy's probably never watched a Hasan stream before. He doesn't know anything about him. He doesn't know anything about his positions. He was probably told things about him. He's like, oh,
Destiny, what did Norm Finkelstein say about this man? Mr. Borelli, you are a phenomenal... What did he say? Fantastic moron? Anybody, a fantastic imbecile? Like, what does he say? Phenomenal imbecile? Like, the reason I'm saying this is because I know that Hasan knows Lovett. Right? This isn't an issue of unfamiliarity. Lovett and other people on the podcast have referred to Hasan with a certain level of familiarity, not just in terms of what I, like in terms of like knowing him, but also knowing his content, understanding his effect. Unlike you, Steven, who apparently has not paid attention to. I mean, look, these are libs. I'm telling you, I am very trepidatious about what I hear coming out of the Pod Johns post-election. So I'm not in the tank for them at all, but I am aware of their influence. I am aware of their centrality and the kind of intersection that they exist at, which is an intersection of media that is current and that is popping off, like Hasan, as well as the establishment that runs the Democratic Party. That's who they are. That's what their circle is. And yes, they fucking know us. They said hello to each other at the DNC. You know, the thing that you weren't invited to? Oh, I'm sorry. You were invited to it. You just didn't want to go. Okay, whatever, Steven. Whatever.
Sure, yeah, bring him on or whatever and have him, co-chat. That'd be my guess. So, I mean, like, if this is the level of responsibility or accountability you have for programs, then, I mean, there's nothing you can really do.
And I'm just wondering, like...
But if the top-down message that you're communicating is not resonating with people, then you're not going to be able to win an election. You're not going to have the effective turnout necessary to win this election. And that is
Honorable by Nature says it's fantastic moron.
Precisely what happened. Now, does that mean that Trump's...
See, and why I say that, though, is because you're fucking making a statement on something that you don't know, and when somebody else does know it, and they know that you're wrong, you should be embarrassed. You're acting like you know everything, and you don't even know the kind of cringe that you are posting, the kind of unself-aware, like, schlop that you are foisting upon your viewing audience night after night. God damn.
Messaging was good? Of course not. It wasn't. It was actually pretty bad. And I would even go so far as to say...
Did I notice that Hasan's comment is missing on the video? I'll go and look at that, Kate.
The anti-trans ads were actually a distraction and not good. It was only effective in the DC bubble, I think, and the consultant bubble and the media class that saw those ads and were like, oh my God, this is an incredible ad. Like, they really ruined Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris had a silly answer to an ACLU questionnaire. Okay, that just shows that.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if those anti-trans Republican ads were probably pretty effective outside of the DC bubble, but they just because I feel like I've seen was it exit polling or whatever, that there were certain like woke issues or culture wars issues that like motivate or energize people a fuck ton.
That she is not the most experienced politician. This was all the way back in, I believe, 2020, right? She literally had to drop out of the primary anyway. And at that time, that's one thing. Okay.
Yo, I'm sorry, Destiny, but if you're gonna make commentary like this, oh no, actually, I think that one was really effective. You obviously don't know. Like, what does he take his time? What does he spend his time doing? Reading the fucking Federalist Papers? Like, looking at Wikipedia? He doesn't know.
But that should not be a campaign killer. If you personally think that that's a campaign killer, then your campaign is weak. This message across the board should never be able to end a single campaign. Then Teflon Don is real. I mean, the man had the grab him by the pussy tape come out of as the October surprise in 2016, and he still won. And since then, there's been a litany of different controversies, including but not limited to straight up undermining American democracy by doing January 6th. And yet people are still voting for him. And one must ask the question, why? And I think overall, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good, right? Especially as opposed to like the post-COVID economy and its recovery, people were still very frustrated with what was going on.
Okay, Katie, what are we making of the, anybody else know about this? Katie just pointed out to me that Hasan's comment on Pod Save America, on the broadcast that he was co-hosting with Lovett, his comment is gone. What are we making of this? Let's see, sort by top comments. So, I mean, like, the implication that I'm trying not to draw is that it's been deleted. I guess it could have been deleted by Hasan. But why would he do that? And if it wasn't deleted by Hasan, well, it would have been deleted by somebody that whoever's moderating the comment section for them. In other words, it implies that that Pod Save America wants that comment gone, which is wild. Like, right? If they regret doing this stream with Hasan, like you'd think they'd take the video down or something and put out a community post saying, hey, we didn't realize that he was actually bad and anti-Semitic and he wants to F a U.S. congressman in the eye hole, right? That's sorry about, like, right? I don't know what's going on. People pointed out on Hasan's stream. Hasan went and looked and he could see, but no one else. Yo, Hot Ham has info. I bet it got mass reported. Oh, okay. That is an explanation I will buy, Hot Ham Radio. So Hasan could see the video. It could see his comment. No one else could. So it's not deleted. But yeah, I guess mass reported. Jesus Christ. They're literally brigading this shit, aren't they? I saw the comment the other day. Yeah, I saw the comment when we watched it. Day before yesterday.
The notion that in the wealthiest nation on earth, we have 600,000 people sleeping outside every night. The idea that we have the concept of medical bankruptcy.
Homelessness was a huge motivator for the 2016 election.
Is that what he was saying?
The wealthiest nation on earth, 2016, when the economy was seemingly very American democracy by doing January 6th, and yet people are still voting for him. And one must ask the question, why? And I think overall, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good.
Okay, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good.
Super chatted $5. I sent you the NYT article in Discord.
Oh my God. Thank you.
But he basically says, trans people have gone too far, but I can't say that as a Dem.
So it is a focus on that issue and not... Lovett seemed to imply that he was also talking about talking about the
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. My daughter isn't playing sports with males. So profound. So brave.
Jeez. Oh, his comment. Okay, so XX, what did his comment say? Thank you for the super chats, Narwhal by Nature. Also, really thank you for finding that article for me. That's really nice of you. I mean, I'll look at it. I feel like it might be too depressing. I am aware of you know, that especially trans people right now are being hit with a lot of shit, and you know, it feels like to me what he did, it sounds like what you're saying is that it's just an attack on trans people out of like an attempt to clout chase. He's doing a Kasperian. That's what he's doing. Like Pod Save America will have to go into their back end and find to unblock it. I see. Wow. I never think about that sort of thing. I do have people complain from time to time that their comments are being hidden or their comments disappear when I haven't done anything to their comments. Like, you know, I haven't moderated. Yeah, that's generally YouTube. I always assume it's like an auto moderation that like you say a word that YouTube somehow thinks is bad and they hide your comment. But yeah, I didn't even think about the mass reporting that could happen. Yeah, what did the comment say? He just said, hey, thanks for having me on, right? It was just Hasan saying thanks for having, oh my God, I got it right. I got it right. I got 100% on the test. Yeah, it was just the, most of the article was him, is calling him an edgelord without saying it as well. Gee, so wait, they're glazing him up, you mean, or? The way that these people reflexively move to throw trans people under the bus makes me feel like I can't be trusted. They can't be trusted by any. Oh yeah, no, that's exactly it. Hasan was talking about this prior to the convention, right? Specifically, he was talking about Chapel Roan's comments about the campaign and the fact that Chapel Roan did not want to endorse Kamala Harris. And that was taken by a lot of people who just like, you know, celebrity, they kind of expect that endorsement to be given to the Democratic candidate. That was taken by a lot of people to be like, oh, is she, you know, are we talking, is this, you know, does Chapel Roan secretly support Trump or not want to alienate Trump voters as far as fans and stuff like that? And in reality, it was all about Gaza. It was all about, you know, a desire to, the only reason probably that there wasn't an endorsement was it was Gaza, basically. And so Hasan was dealing with people in his chat that were like mad about it, right? And, you know, even trans people who were like, no, just like, you know, this is too important. This is too important. Like, right? Our lives are on the line. The outcome of this election, right? You know, how dare you? You know, if you say that you're like, you know, part of the queer community, you should do this endorsement for LGBT people. And Hasan was trying to explain to these people that Kamala Harris did not give a fuck about them. The only transaction that the Democrats and Harris are willing to make is one that pays dividends in political power. As far as any group, yeah, like considering that immigrants had just been thrown under the bus, right? The idea that any group in the Democratic coalition is you know, cared about on a human level, that's fucking naive. That is so fucking naive. And you're better, you need, like, thinking that is making that mistake of thinking that their care is altruistic in any way is just not something that you should ever do. And yeah, you just a ton of pushback, right, over.
Right, especially as opposed to like the post-COVID economy and its recovery, people were still very frustrated with what was going on. The notion that in the wealthiest nation on earth, we have 600,000 people sleeping outside every night. The idea that you know, we have the concept of medical bankruptcy.
Homelessness was a huge motivator for the 2016 election. then why is it that the states with the most amount of homelessness all vote blue? What? Like,
okay, sorry. I missed the point of what fucking. Oh my god, what did I do? I pressed it too hard.
By the pussy tape come out as the October surprise in 2016, and he still won. And since then, there's been a litany of different controversies, including but not limited to straight up undermining American democracy by doing January 6th. And yet people are still voting for him. And one must ask the question, why? And I think overall, the same exact problems that persisted in 2016 when the economy was seemingly very good, right? Especially as opposed to like the post-COVID economy and its recovery, people were still very frustrated with what was going on. The notion that in the wealthiest nation on earth, we have 600,000 people sleeping outside every night. The idea that we have the concept of medical bankruptcy.
Homelessness was a huge motivator for the 2016.
I don't think that's what Hasan said. Who's with me? I think there was a comparison there to 2016, but I don't think that's... I think when he talks about homelessness, he's talking about now. Now, obviously, like anyone being forced to live without shelter is, I think, a violation of human rights. But, in terms of the incidence of homelessness, it's gotten a lot worse in since COVID. She still doesn't care about trans people, Kamala. Only kind of transactions that Democrats care about is insider trading. Good point. I love that I keep forgetting. I'm not just watching the pod again. It's like a horror movie. Oh, yeah, and the Destiny chimes in with some bullshit. That's not what Hasan said, yeah. I don't think that was... Yeah, okay, agreed. Okay, so I didn't take the goofy pill today.
Election, then why is it that the states with the most amount of homelessness all vote blue? What? Like, it's just... it's so...
It's very impressive, says Omegastar, how he can take any bit of info and spin it into something unrelated. Omegastar says I'm right. Okay, definitely. Yeah, I'm getting the feedback that Destiny, his reading comprehension is sus. Or it's not even reading comprehension, it's listening comprehension.
Stupid. Like, I feel like I'm watching like grade school analysis. Like, when did the professionals come on and do real political analysis? Like, where are those people at? Do they have jobs in this field? Like, why do I have to listen to amateur hour? Like,
he's so jealous.
It feels like being a professional StarCraft 2
Jealustiny.
player. And it's like, okay, we're gonna get the analysis today, and you bring on like 2 Silver League people who are like, okay.
Chat. Zara came up with the Mog Save America. The Mog Save America caption that's on the thumbnail today, but I almost was thinking Jealustiny. Jealustiny. It doesn't really roll off the tongue, but it actually looks it works as a written word.
Well, today we're going to talk about why this guy won or this guy lost the game, and it's like, what, you guys don't even know what you're talking about. Why is it amateur hour right now? Like,
I'm sorry, the analysis that we're getting right now is something I'd regard more like amateur hour. Like, why do I want a StarCraft, like a failed StarCraft athlete to try to like analyze shit that he doesn't care about, doesn't understand it? Like, you don't know, like, what you just said that Favreau, it's not Favreau, that Lovett and Hasan, that Lovett doesn't, you don't think that, that Lovett doesn't know anything about Hasan. You know that he's just like, oh, this guy's really popular, let's have him on, right? No, they fucking know each other. They have a prior relationship.
Advising. Yeah, his perspective is he's a far left, like a super radical socialist communist. So every single thing that happens in an election is going to be through the lens of like whatever weird Marxist class obsessive shit that he wants to talk about as a wealthy, rich capitalist who,
It's the Marxists who are obsessed. Yes, definitely. Definitely the Marxists who are obsessed, not Destiny.
Makes his money as like a hyper consumerist capitalist in the United States, by the way.
bankruptcy is an insane phenomenon that doesn't exist in any other OECD nation. Like the fact that 40% of the American public don't, or 60% of the American public doesn't have $400 in emergency spending. Like these are all very real economic anxieties. I'm using that term specifically because it's one thing that people like to hyper focus on that creates volatility, that creates instability.
This is also why I like it when people like give us an example or let's get into the weeds. Let's get into some numbers or some data, because otherwise there's like stories that you tell yourself to. Does any of this map onto reality? Like just think about things he said. Like homelessness was the reason why we got crushed in 2016. Well, first of all, Hillary won by millions of votes in the popular vote. Across the swing states, it was like tens of thousands of votes that would have changed the outcome of the election. Hillary was also like the relentless target of Republican smear tactics for literally decades. So I mean, like,
wow, Destiny, that's a great train to hitch yourself to. Notice that Liz Cheney got more play in this election than Hillary Clinton. Am I right about that? I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. There was like, yeah, Bill Clinton went to Michigan. Oh God, that was such a bad move. Let's send Bill Clinton to Michigan to tell them that you should vote for you should vote for Kamala, even though she's. Oh my God, Gelestiny at it again. Thank you, Omega Star. He is. He's defending Hillary Clinton. Hillbot Destiny. I mean, I guess that does fit. That's the kind of Democrat he is. Jesus Christ. Look, as bad as Democrats can be, as much as a marginalized person, you should go to Drake. Yes, they can, Narwhal by nature. Yes, they can. You should never, trust the Democratic Party when it says it cares about your demographic. There are better and worse Democrats. And the Hillary Clinton people are the bottom of the fucking barrel. The absolute dregs. Argue against that straw man. Hasan is super radical. Destiny just did well, I mean, like, look, he is to somebody like a McCarthyite like Destiny. Right? If your belief is that history has ended, communism and socialism have been proven wrong, and we're all neoliberals now, then yeah. Compared to that, Hasan is super radical. If you are that fucking 90s pilled, that Adderall jaw, I don't think the jaw thing is from him being on ADHD meds necessarily. He's always had that. I think he said it's something. There's a set of two different muscles or two sets of muscles like that hook your jaw to your like maxilla, right? This part of your skull, and they're called the pterygoids. There's the inner and outer pterygoids, and it like the kind of deviation of the jaw that you see Destiny doing a lot is action that the pterygoids will assist in, and I think he said it's something to do with that. Sorry, chat. Unnecessary anatomy lesson tonight. It boggles my mind, but D in particular has curated his community to be debate pervs above all ideology. I mean, you're not wrong there, you're not wrong there, BCat. By using the veil of facts and logic. Yeah, very, does he have TMJ? I don't remember him saying TMJ. I thought it was something to do with the pterygoids, but I could be wrong. It's a speech impediment thing?
And then all the states that are experiencing these problems the most are the states that, swung blue, or not swung blue, are solid blue. So what do we even, like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? Like none of this is actually reducible to any reality or any fact of the matter.
Specifically because, it's one thing that people like to hyper focus on that creates volatility, that creates instability, and it creates a base of angry people. And if the Democratic Party is not addressing that anger and addressing their material problems and earnestly telling them, like, we're going to fix that shit. Okay.
His chat is saying Tiger King. I have no idea what that's about. Why would they be saying Tiger King? Maybe they're just talking about something unrelated, as chats often do.
Okay, and the other side is looking at that anger and saying, we're going to channel your anger. You have every right to be angry. And you know who you should be angry at? Those who have less than you. You know who you should be angry at? The working poor, the homeless people that are doing crimes left and right, black and brown people, undocumented migrants that are doing incredible amounts of crimes. They're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans, and trans people. And the Democratic Party only cares about those people, and they don't care about you. And that message resonates with...
I mean, this is a Republican Party classic, right? They would do this with race. They've done this with a lot of different things.
A base of support, not because they are intrinsically evil. That message resonates with a base of support because they're angry, and one of the two major parties is not even remotely interested in addressing that anger and trying to tell them what the solution to that anger actually is and what the real problem is.
Like, it's so funny. Like, it's so funny because, like, Democrats run on and are judged by their policy records, and Republicans run on and are judged by their attack ads. Like, what have Republicans ever done to address any of these fucking problems? Like, did homelessness...
Did you mishear him? Did you somehow hear what he said and take that as, yeah, maybe the Republicans are better at policy? Maybe, like, what? How does he listen to the same thing that I just listened to and get a completely different... Where is Destiny coming up with the straw man? I don't understand. Take a... In what way is basing your belief in empathy radical? I would love to know. Well, I mean, like, Destiny just wants to get back to the 90s, right? Where communism and socialism, that's just not really a thing. It's this weird edge thing that nobody takes seriously. And that's not been the way things were for, what, like 8 years now. Right? It is on the playing field. It is in the Overton window. And fucking asshole neo-libs, like, understand that this man's point of view perspective is only suited for, like, the 1990s. That's what this shit is like. That's the you know, native soil of this mindset that he's displaying. And so the existence of a prominent political pundit that Destiny correctly pegs as being anti-capitalist is just a shock to his senses. It is mind-blowing, and it cannot be allowed to continue. It must be an anomaly, right? This is not part of capitalist realism.
Go away under Donald Trump, or was the working class exploding and finally, catching up to the middle class and the rich under Trump? Or was, did we do anything about fixing immigration under Trump? No. Did we do anything about alleviate, none of these things get fixed by the Republicans, but I guess they have good ads and good slogans. So for some reason,
wait. So for some reason, what do you think Hasan's saying about Republicans?
We feel like that's enough.
What? Did you get from that Hasan was endorsing Republicans? I don't understand. My mind is blown. Huh.
So want to like break that into kind of how we like the Democratic brand, how we message and all that. But also like on the policy front. So Joe Biden wins. He tries to kind of build consensus with Bernie. He brings in AOC. He goes to the left on antitrust. He does the Inflation Reduction Act. He does a post-COVID relief bill. He cancels as much debt as he can legally, even though the court is trying to stop him. Like before the last year.
Ooh, Son's making evil faces right now. Like, oh, don't say anything good about Biden. Oh, he didn't do enough. Oh, he could have done more.
What my view of this is Joe Biden, this consensus Democrat, right? Actually to the right of the consensus for most of his career. Kind of somebody that had to be kind of pulled to where the party was going. Did something extraordinary, which is he adapted, he changed. He governed in a much more progressive way than I think probably like certainly than I expected. I hope that you expected.
Oh, absolutely.
And it seems as though like whether it's because people didn't feel it or people didn't believe it or the way Democrats talk about policy isn't effective, like it didn't seem to matter in terms of how people viewed like the Democratic response to the economy, right? They were so angry about inflation, they were angry about a bunch of other issues, and it really didn't matter what Joe Biden said or what Kamala Harris said. They were held responsible.
Or what they did. What they did, right? Because it didn't matter what they did. At the end of the day, the policy didn't matter.
Wondering how you explain that, right? Like it seems as though Joe Biden tried to listen to this exact critique and it didn't matter. So
yes and no. I do agree. There are plenty of things that Joe Biden did, like beefing up the NLRB and letting the FTC rain hell upon these monopolies. There's two issues there, though. One is, I think, something that you will agree with as well, that the Democrats don't campaign year-round in the same way that
I get the feeling that Destiny does not keep track of policy or politics in the kind of detail that Hasan does, and I'm kind of wondering why that is. Because he does full-time stream. Is it just that there's like more drama content in Destiny's stream? But I feel like he's not tracking. It's just wild that he's gonna be so arrogant and be like, "This is fucking amateur hour. Get this guy out of here. He doesn't know anything about politics. He doesn't understand." And at the same time, like he's not even tracking with what Hasan is saying here.
Republicans do on key issues, and they do have a massive communication problem. That could potentially be solved by having a more robust ecosystem and more collaboration with even the likes of yourself and maybe even someone like myself as well. And they need to always be on. They need to always be counter-messaging against the anti-immigration sentiment. I went back and looked at my commentary from February of 2021 when the story of the Customs and Border Patrol Haitian migrants getting whipped by horseback Customs and Border Patrol people, officers was in the news. And I remember talking about how the Republicans are going to keep hitting the immigrants are doing crime note over and over again because that's the one thing that they have. And it's built around a complete falsehood that undocumented migrants are responsible for incredible amounts of crime. It's not correct. There is no data to suggest this. The data.
Oh my God. There's chatters like dragging Lena Khan. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize how conservative Destiny's tiny chat was. His DiddyG. I'm sorry, I mean his site chat. I'm talking about his site chat, of course. What did you think I was saying? My primary source is other people who have better sources than I could find. What is Destiny? What is his reach? Are we talking about impressions? I don't know. He goes to the TLDR top portion summary of Wikipedia pages for issues. This is why most politicians are horrible debaters. How many people follow? Oh, okay. On YouTube, it's 861,000. I don't remember what it was on Twitch. On Twitter, is it like 200,000 or something? I don't know. Let me look.
The exact opposite. Undocumented migrants are your neighbors. They contribute to the economy in very meaningful ways, and they very rarely take anything in return. Why is the Democratic Party not pushing this counter narrative? And they never did. Instead of pushing that counter narrative, which is based in truth, and talk about how undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Pretty sure they do say this, but then we just get Lincoln Riley, Lincoln Riley, Lincoln Riley, Lincoln Riley over and over and over and over and over again. Is it Lincoln or Lincoln Riley? Like, you know.
Citizens are, or that fentanyl being trafficked across.
He thinks
are actually not coming in the knapsack of a.
He thinks it's Lincoln Riley. That's okay.
Otherwise law-abiding abuela, but instead it's coming from regular points of entry, trafficked by American citizens. 90% of the people that are being apprehended for chemical compounds necessary for fentanyl or direct drugs that they're trafficking across the border are American citizens. Like this does not track with the narrative that people believe, because the narrative is dominated by the right on this issue. They should have been counter messaging against that, and they should have been.
Oh yeah, how many does he have?
In defense of the
oh,
for example, Governor Greg Abbott was engaging in Ron DeSantis. I said this even.
So on Twitter, it's almost 300,000.
That this is actually a fantastic opportunity for the federal government to show that there is a more tolerant approach. That one, they should have immediately pursued Governor Greg Abbott legally and arrested him for human trafficking and tried to prosecute him for human trafficking.
Oh my God! It's how much? I'll do up to 30 minutes of this. This is just so cringe. I don't even know who the Pod Save America guys are. They're supposed to be like insightful political commentary, right? Like.
I know more about lib shit than you do. Destiny, I thought you were the omni-liberal. I thought you were the I'm more omni-liberal than you. What are you talking about? I know the libs. Do you really not? How does he not know the Podjohns? Like, I'm just trying to figure it out. Like, right? Who's he thinking about when he should be thinking about? Like, he's a political streamer. This is like the largest, one of the largest, like, political podcasts, right? Look, I didn't know who Hot Ones was, so I guess we can forgive Destiny for not knowing who the Podjohns are. I find it strange. And I find myself wondering about, like, who is he thinking about instead that's, like, occupying that mental place? And the only thing I can think of is, like, the Red Pill podcast that he's been on.
Is he gonna
the Fresh and Fits?
Gonna push back on this idea that, oh yeah, it would have been definitely super electorally popular for the president of the United States to go down and arrest the governor of Texas. Like, does he say anything, or is it just like,
yeah, that's right, Katie. I know the libs. I know the libs.
If I manage to get on this show, is it just gonna be me? I should just like write down the wildest shit in the world. Like, oh yeah, like I definitely think that if Obama or if Biden or if Harris or anybody else, I think we should have just like missile struck probably like the most dense Republican areas.
Ooh, good point. Good point. Narwhal by Nature says you don't stream chicken wing content, to be fair. He's allegedly into politics. Yeah, he should know.
Michigan and Wisconsin, and I think if we just blew those areas up so that the voters were all dead, I think that we would have had a much better chance.
Did you watch the State of the Union? Says Manic Mermaid Ash. Biden famously referred to immigrants as illegals, and has only gotten worse since then.
In the election, because obviously you've got,
I forgot about that until now.
Way fewer people showing up at the polls to vote for Republicans. Is he just gonna be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's definitely some interesting analysis. Yeah, maybe, like.
Is it just me, or did anybody else really like the idea of Biden being on stimulants? I know it's fucked up, right? I know I'm a bad person for enjoying that meme, but like, even like my whole thing was that he was drinking Mountain Dew Code Red. Like, right? That's what I wanted the truth to be. Is that, but like, okay, back when before he dropped out, right? And he had come on for that State of the Union, and yeah, that was weird. I forgot that he used that term though. Jink was using illegals a lot yesterday. Knowing the libs is an infuriating spot to be in. Yeah, well, look, it's better than the libs of Twitch politics. Like, right, I started out, like, my streaming talking to guys like Mr. Bonarelli. Like, I really knew the libs. And I was really nice to the libs, all right? Despite the fact that I have some fundamental disagreements with them. I always looked at it as the side of like, okay, well, these people are like not chuds at least, but God, some of those Twitch politics people really surprise you. Like how much right-wing shit they're willing to.
Is that?
don't care if it's a constitutional crisis or not. All of this stuff was insanely messed up, and the federal government dropped the ball. I think the Biden administration dropped the ball by not adding additional funds immediately, sending additional funds immediately to places like Chicago and New York, and to figure out a better way to transition a lot of these people and integrate them into,
Biden had some adrenochrome since he dropped out.
The American labor force, and instead they just got stuck in this like legal limbo for no reason.
So why is it that, okay, so Republicans say they sort of lay all these problems at the feet of undocumented immigrants. They say they're responsible for crime. Yeah. No, they're not. But there are obviously
Did I water and feed the libs? No, but I tried to take care of them. Like, right? I don't hate, like, I hate liberalism. I don't hate liberals, right? And it felt like, honestly, I got tricked by the fact, right? Leftism was really fucking hot for a little while. Like, leftism was the big new thing. And so a lot of these libs were like flirting with it. A lot of these libs were like considering it or trying. And I didn't realize that this is how content lanes work. If there's something that's popping off, a lot of people are going to try to associate themselves with it, even if they don't really believe it. And I think that's what was happening on Twitch politics. And I just sort of took, people's word for it. So I sort of thought of like libs as like, well, hey, they're going to get it one of these days. They're going to understand. Let me just treat them nice. Maybe we can change their ideology, but
Undocumented people they're people, and some are committing terrible crimes, which they then exploit. But for the most part, these are people that not only are committing crimes at a low rate, but actually are unable to go to the police when they're victims of crime.
Trump is always on. So in other words, X, the thing that I want Biden to be is actually what Trump is. And I probably shouldn't want Biden to be that thing, because that thing's actually really horrible. I was just like imagining like a octogenarian with his, cognitive faculties slipping away from him, being able to completely mask this via Mountain Dew Code Red, right?
Whether that's a domestic violence, they can't go to the police, or whether that's just sort of the quotidian mayhem of living in America, or a boss taking advantage of you. They can't go to the police, right?
Yeah.
Then they say, oh, well, they don't pay taxes. Actually, that's not true. They pay into Medicare, they pay into Social Security, and they don't get the benefits of it back. And then they say, well, they're driving up the cost of housing. I do not believe that undocumented people are the reason a house costs $450,000 where it used to cost $350,000.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were executives at BlackRock. The Guatemala migrants are mass purchasing houses and making sure that everyone's a permanent renter. That's the point, though.
It's not BlackRock either, though.
$450,000 where it used to cost $350,000.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were executives at BlackRock. The Guatemala migrants are
the whole meme that like, it's institutional buyers that are driving up home prices. Like, there are lots of people, there are not many homes. That's it. There are lots of people, there are not many homes. It's a physics problem at this point. When you have lots of people and not a lot of homes.
But there's lots of homes that are not occupied. What are you talking about? There's a lot of homes that are being sat on as an investment rather than used for what they should be for, which is shelter.
Cost of homes are going to go up, 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 up. No amount of rent control, no amount of molding over institutional investors, no amount of tax credits, no amount of anything is going to fix this. Like, that's it. You get the fuck out of the cities, go the fuck somewhere else, or stop crying about the most retarded fucking policies in the world to alleviate these issues. It's not illegal immigrants. It's not fucking student loan debt. It's you either need more homes, you need to change the zoning, or just fuck off and stop talking about it, because there's nothing else is fixing this problem.
Are mass purchasing houses and making sure that everyone's a permanent renter. That's the point, though. But it's not a trans person that's your landlord. It's not an undocumented immigrant that's your landlord that's raising the cost of rent. It's not, your manager is not an undocumented immigrant.
There are two big problems, though. One is there are a lot of people saying this, and it doesn't break through because there is this right-wing media system that puts out this one story. And the second problem is, like, Democrats really don't have...
Do you think a 5-year waiting list in Sweden with rent control is a better solution, or the one who pays the most? Yeah, I'm sorry. I could be totally wrong. I don't know why I would assume that. I know that's why this either. Some of you are fucking retards. 5-year waiting list? My understanding is if you're on a 5-year wait list in Sweden, it's because you're trying to move to a small city. But if you're on like the list for getting into Stockholm, my understanding is that list is like 20 plus years of a wait at this point. Am I wrong on that? Does anybody know? Because I remember when Melina was talking about like the list that would be for different cities, like you can be on a 5-year wait list, but that's if you're moving to like, I don't even know, for like Gothenburg or whatever. But like if you're looking at Stockholm, you're like decades out from moving to a place like that on like a listed, like a rent controlled unit or whatever.
Of trust on this issue with the people that they're trying to persuade to see it our way, which I think goes to the point you made before, right? Which is, why is it that Donald Trump can meander around the country rambling, committing what in any other era would be, if not like campaign ending, like campaign harming, ridiculous statements.
Gothenburg is 10 years plus. Gothenburg. Oh, I can't pronounce it. You're Swedish shit. Gothenburg is 10 years plus. Okay, never mind.
Gaff, sure. That he can basically be a strategic mess. But Kamala Harris has to hit every point exactly right. She says the wrong.
Yes, thank you. Okay, he's hitting points. He's hitting some things. Okay. Well, I can't, bros. Listen, I hate all of this. It's just, I don't know what to say. It's so boring. Like I listened to somebody go on a podcast. I was like, okay, what do you think is going on? I think the problem is definitely the phases of the moon. Oh, talk to me about that. Well, there's a lot of times where the moon is, it's out of sync with our economic cycles. And what's happening is like the moon is very bright and it's causing people to spend way less money than they normally would. It's like, okay, well, that's definitely a perspective. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah, I think that Capricorns are definitely moving the market in a bad way when it comes to our commodity markets and our futures. Okay, that's a perspective. Thank you.
Is this man serious? Is this man serious? Woody Red says, I saw one of your earlier debates. You were bouncing on a trampoline throughout the whole thing. Killer debate tactic. Those debates are still bouncing around. I feel like I was a different person then. Maybe I just had different hair.
Like at any point in any of these shows, do any of these people ever feel an obligation to pick up a book or read a Wikipedia article or read an Investopedia article or just have like some or like bring up a poll or cite an actual study, not just like the top sentence of the top part of the abstract, like just anything ever, like just one thing ever, please. It's okay.
Wrong thing on The View, or there's a bad interview from 2020, those things can be campaign ending. And I think to your point, it goes to something deeper, kind of a lack of a core vision or motivating mission for the current Democratic Party.
Yeah, something that is an understandable, easy to communicate, simple policy that you can put your campaign around. So,
like a $6,000 tax credit for people with children, like a $25,000 first-time homebuyer.
Oh no, he's saying this unironically. He thinks she was cooking with that shit. He thinks it's definitely different. Oh no.
Credit, like a I don't know about the business deduction thing. Those tax credits are big deals, by the way. I mean, I guess I don't know. Maybe I don't know how much they motivate the ordinary person. I bought my first house when I was 19 with my now ex-girlfriend, and part of that was due to the fact that Obama had that first-time refundable tax credit. It was $8,000. I remember that tax credit. That was probably one of that and the FHA loan requirements were the reason why I was able to get my first house. The child tax credits are a big deal too, and they're refundable. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more basic it gets than I will give you money. Here's money. Here's money. I don't know how much more basic it can get than that, but
an understandable.
See, that's kind of the problem. That's kind of the problem. Rather than like, hey, you got a small business? Let me help you out with that small business that you're starting. Right? Or, you know, you got a kid? Here's a tax credit. Look, I mean, like that. I mean, that's it's a good policy, right? But you should be looking for more universal policies. You should, like, unironically, exactly what Destiny said is what she should have been looking to do.
Simple policy.
People still remember Trump giving the stimmy. And there are literally people who voted for him thinking that that is just a thing. Trump is like pro-stimulus, right? It breaks my brain, but it's true. It breaks my brain. But there really are these people. Oh my god. Yeah, Medic Mermaid says, a check in the mail. I know more than one person who were one issue. Trump sent me a check and the Dems didn't. And the funny thing is they did, but Trump put his name on it and Biden made it smaller. But Biden, I think he said $2,000 and it ends up being $1,400.
That you.
If it's so boring and stupid, why keep posting on your channel? It's so devoid of.
Remember when George Bush sent everyone? Wait, which George Bush?
any value, and I personally would greatly appreciate never hearing this voice, Hasan's whiny ass voiceover guy, because this is what's in the media. Like, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting if like there is a 1 million view episode on Joe Rogan or Pod Save America or whatever, where it's like, oh, like what are the actual impacts that immigration is having on crime or the economies of the southern states? And they bring on like 2 economists to go over like dueling perspectives on this, and then we can like open the literature and read like, oh, okay, well, what are our lit reviews saying right now? What's our meta-analysis saying right now? What's the latest data from the BLS or from ICE? That would be really interesting and entertaining and fun, because then we could like dig through shit. Instead, it's just like, oh, well, here are some people telling you their story and all of it's not falsifiable. So we can't even say if it's right or wrong. It's just like, okay, whatever.
You can put your campaign around. So we agree on the messaging front a little bit, at least, or the asymmetry of how much.
I'm sorry, I don't know what Mr. Divorcepedia is talking about here. Anybody understand like that Pod Save America does content where they bring on like immigrants to share their story? I don't remember that episode. What is he talking about? Did I misunderstand him? I'm gonna start seeing duendes before too long. Okay?
If Trump kicks out 30% of the construction industry's labor, I'm going to be able
Destiny doesn't know fun confirmed. I don't know what he's saying half the time.
to charge $1 million for a roof, and the housing crisis is going to get real. True.
Right wing, that is an understandable, easy to communicate, simple policy that you can put your campaign around. So we agree on the messaging front a little bit, at least, or the asymmetry of how much right wing media.
I saw there were around 145 million housing units and 86 million homes in the U.S. How many people do you think should it be per home realistically? Sorry, I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm confused. Maybe the number is wrong. I don't understand what you're asking me. 145 million housing units and 86 million homes in the U.S. How many people do you think should be per home? I don't know. I don't know what the question is. Are you implying that there might be more housing units? Way to, this is a your any meters. The T is upper cool, or what would you call it? Not like built into the earth. That yeah.
That's an insane percentage. That's an insane number, right? So outside of that, though.
Huge American Stuff report. Is that not middle class? What does middle class mean? My understanding is just your average 100K a year family is middle class. That would be upper middle class, I believe. But hold on. To be clear, hold on. I'm not saying that if you're an American that this is like a wrong belief. What I'm saying is that Americans believe that their average, it just goes to our standard of living. I'm just saying that like, if you were to talk to an average European and you were to say, hey, if you graduate from school, you will be able to afford in a city, in a good area, like a 2-bedroom apartment with rent. I think the average European would say, that's awesome. Like, I'm happy. That's really good. But an American will say, I can't get a house. Like, should I kill myself now, or should I wait until I can take more with me, or what? Like, should I suicide bomb my entire existence, or should I like crash a plane? Because it's over for me. I'm 24 years old and I can't buy a house. Like, it's over. Like, it's done. I thought that one kid that I brought on a few weeks ago, remember when he was like, yeah, I'm 25 and I thought I was gonna be able to get a house right after school, and now I'm not gonna, I have to wait till I'm 30, right? And when Americans talk about buying houses, you guys in chat, if you're European, when you think of Americans buying houses, you might think that like, oh wow, Americans are talking about retiring early or going up to the country. No. When an American,
could you imagine Destiny, watching Destiny do a research stream? Yeah, I was trying to avoid that.
They want to buy a house, and Americans saying they want to buy a house in New York City, in Portland, in Seattle, in LA, in San Francisco, in Miami, in Austin. They want to buy a house like near a major downtown city area, like within like a 20-minute drive. Like, that's what an average American's standard of living is. And if it's not hitting that, then like society.
Do you see what Destiny is internalized? This fucking stratified set of housing that like the only person who should ever be able to afford a house in certain areas is like an extremely wealthy person. Like, is there something like, this is where liberalism gets really gross. The shit that it's just okay with, the shit that it's complacent with. Well, yeah, of course you can't afford a house in an area of the country that potentially does not want to see you dead. You can't? Because, like, for some of us, that's not great.
Society is literally collapsing. It is tearing apart at the seams that I can't have a 2-bedroom house that's a 20-minute drive from downtown San Francisco. That's where the American standard of...
Isn't the issue in Europe more of like a space issue? Like that Europe is like more crowded?
living the American mind is at. Yeah.
I think here is the disagreement that we will have. That while Joe Biden did a bunch of stuff that I agree was positive, it was simply not enough. And that was something that I was always very critical on as well. If you see a homeless person...
Do you support ending single-family zoning? It's a complicated issue. It's a complicated issue, and I have to like dramatically think different, because like what I want in a house, or where I want to live, or what I want is so, I think, potentially out of touch, or it's not synchronized with like the average American, that I'm not sure if like I have no problem living in an apartment for the rest of my life. I think that's fine. I would rather live closer to people, be able to walk to play. Like after I moved to Glendale from suburbia, I will never ever live in a suburb for the rest of I'll never do that. Ever. I would much rather rent an apartment where I can walk out onto the street and do things than like, I need to go to the store. Time to like pack up my car, pack a few changes of clothes, make sure I've got like a new thing of toothpaste, and like, okay, like here we go, off to Walmart or whatever, 20, 30 minutes, and then an hour, 2 hours for the whole event. Like, I don't know, just like, the first time I moved to a city from Omaha, it was just like, it radically warped my perspective, or changed my perspective on the types of places that I would want to live. Yeah. But I don't think I think for a lot of Americans, I'll say this even though it doesn't matter. It sounds like I speak with derision, but I don't really. Like, I understand different people want different things. It's not like bad or worse. Like, it's not like what I want is the good stuff and other Americans are stupid. But for whatever reason, like Americans, the dream or the desire is I want to live in a suburb where I can, go outside and talk to my neighbor and have like my own space. And I mean, I can recognize that to some extent. Like, I remember when I was 19 and I bought my first home, I was like, I'm never, ever, ever living in an apartment again. Fuck apartments. Like, I like having my own space. I can fuck my walls up if I want. I can make as much noise as I want. I don't have to worry about fucking neighbors or any other bullshit. But I've seen the downsides of homeownership too. And one of the annoying things about talking to young people that fetishize homeownership is none of you motherfuckers know any of the downsides, which is so annoying. I debated that one guy, a couple months ago, and I talked about like the liability of like homeownership and how you could file bankruptcy if you, fall behind on your house payments. And everybody in chat was spamming like, oh, out of touch, doesn't realize it, millionaire doesn't think these aren't real problems. And then as soon as I say like, yeah, well, my family, we had our house foreclosed on, and my family went through chapter 11, chapter 7, multiple bankruptcies. And they were like, oh, you're too emotionally invested. You don't understand. You're too emotionally involved in this. That's why you have such a bad opinion. I'm like, okay, well, I guess you lose. Yeah, I don't know. There's ups and downs to everything. At this point, I think as like a rich person, I wouldn't mind owning a home. But if I was like a middle class person again, renting is just so much more convenient. I don't like having to deal with major repairs. When you live in a cold place, and anybody that lives in a cold place, that feeling when the first really cold night rolls in and you wake up and you're shivering and you go downstairs and you're like, my thermostat is set to 74, and right now it reads 62, and you're like, fuck, my shit is fucked. Now I gotta call, and it's not only that you have to call somebody to repair it. There's like a competency crisis in this country. It's not even that you call somebody, it's that you're gonna have to call them like fucking 3 times. You call
so hard to find good help these days, isn't it, Mr. Divorcepedia?
him once, he comes out, he's like, oh, it's just the pilot light is. I don't even know what the fuck a pilot light is, but that's always the first trip. They're like, oh, just the pilot light. Okay, all right, dude. Well, here's a $400 bill. Thanks. I don't know what the pilot light is. I don't know how you lit it. I don't know why it's costing me $400 to pay you to do this, but whatever. Here, call us again or something. Okay, so they light that, and then that night, now from 62, now your apartment is 64.
Wait, the only. Whenever I hear pilot light, I think of that song.
Cool. And then they come back and then they'll tell you what's really wrong. Like, oh, we looked at this and the heat exchanger, you know, flux solus capi.
I feel like he's going into like his memories here. Like,
and I'm like, listen, there are good aspects to it. There are bad aspects.
Yeah, that one.
To it. Just recognize both. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Jesus.
And you chuck them 2 pennies, and they're sitting on the corner of the street. Like, yeah, technically, their material wealth improved by a decent percentage, but he's still going to be mad at you because you.
Home improvement is a bonus for a lot of homeowners. I like fixing my shit and learning to fix shit. I agree with you to some extent, but you have to understand that that's a privilege to take. Okay, and I'm not using that as like a bad word. I also like that. But I like that from the perspective of I have the time to learn it and enjoy it. And that's why it's fun for me. It's not fun to try to learn your own shit when you're working doubles or grave or you have like a lot of hours, you don't have the time, you don't have the money, you don't have the, like it's different when you're learning something for fun versus like learning and you barely have the time to do it. And yeah, man, when you work a lot also like the time shit is, this is so weird. Of all the stuff, there's a whole bunch of like little things about being poor or working class that were like traumatizing. Like if you wake up and you have no messages and calls, you're like, did they finally turn my phone off again? Because you haven't paid your bill. Or there's a whole bunch of like little stupid things like that are like traumatizing. I think the worst feeling for me was anytime you got home, the thing that I remember was anytime you would get home and you would have to go to sleep almost immediately and then wake up and go right back to work. Oh man, those were like the most psychologically taxing things. So if you have to go home and you're like learning how to fix a toilet and you spend like an hour on it, and right after you finish this project, you have to go to sleep and you know that you're going to sleep just so that you can wake up, just so that you can go right back to work, just so that you can get home and then maybe work on it again and then go right back to sleep and then wake up and go back. That shit not a good feeling. So all that to say, I do agree, like the studio stuff that I learned downstairs, that's fun for me. I enjoy that. It's work, but it's also enjoyable. And like learning how to fix things around.
Whip votes well enough any of those victories, but even the Obama administration in many respects.
I will never feel bad about being like self-indulgent on stream again after I see how Divorcelli reacts to things. Like I always think I'm bad inserting, oh, you know what, chat? Like this like relates to me in some way. Don't you want to hear about my experience now, even though we're talking about this thing over here? Like I always feel bad about that, right? But god damn. Let
me slow this down so I can get more properly triggered.
And like part of it is like, I don't know, performative. Is he trying to be like, now listen, Hasan is a rich asshole, but I remember being poor and
put forth that was more progressive than I expected, more progressive than even the Obama administration in many respects. But
there's a new video from Cuck Philosophy. Or I shouldn't say it that way. Should I say it CCK Philosophy? Let's just say, ha ha ha, that does a great job showing the ways that fascism started in World War II and how modern politics mirror that in a lot of ways. Class separation was and is a big part of fascism taking over. Highly recommended. Wonderful fascist future that we're looking straight into the maw of. Aren't you happy, chat? Don't you love the good old USA that we're going to be making great again? Oh no, chat. Oh no. Chat, I need a giant MAGA hat at this point. Like not an actual MAGA hat, but like an oversized one that like is made of foam and it fits over my headphones somehow. And it bobbles around. It's like it's got googly eyes on it. Maybe MAGA hat with googly eyes. They go and stuff.
They didn't do a good job of communicating any of those victories, in my opinion. They did not. They did not actually like go to the media regularly to show these victories and to showboat and gloat a little bit.
I mean, I think they tried to, but there's just no friendly media apparatus. Like, the media is just there to roast you. That's what's happening right now on the.
Spoilers are also very troublesome. Always trouble going. Something going wrong with them. Yeah.
Right now on this show.
Like, I had never thought of the downside to home ownership because it's always been such a unattainable thing. But yeah, I suppose like if you have a decent landlord, you can get shit fixed.
Like a lot
sometimes.
That was also held up in gridlock because we didn't whip votes well enough within.
The Democrats didn't whip votes well enough? Wait, what? What?
Within our own party, and I think that there was.
Hey, Dusty, I'm stuck in traffic on I-45 going towards Dallas. Say something to help me get through this. How are you donating to me while in traffic on YouTube? Good luck. Don't crash, homie.
A lot of punishments that should have been dished out to the likes of Joe Manchin and the likes of Kirsten Sinema, rather than because we didn't whip votes well enough within our own party, and I think that there was a lot of punishments that should have been dished out to the likes of Joe Manchin and the likes of Kirsten Sinema.
Isn't Kirsten Sinema not even? Is she not? Did she switch parties? And isn't Joe Manchin like not even running again? What are you threatening these people with? Like what? Like realistically, you've got a guy who's running in one of the reddest, like some of the reddest, most unelectable districts ever. Like,
boys, where are they? Choose between one life or the other. Your friend.
God damn. Batman interrogates the Joker. Let's like, what is he doing? That's this. You can't watch this shit. What are you? I don't understand why he's. What? Like, isn't he gonna get popped for this, or is it one of these things that does like clips? Joe Manchin, okay.
Rather than offering a Green senator an opportunity to be a prominent fixture of the Democratic Party, I think that a lot more punishments should have been issued towards these people that
like
use
what?
the moment in the spotlight to specifically play the role of a rotating villain in the Democratic Party, which has happened time and time again, all the way from Joe Lieberman to...
Is Sinema in as bad a district as Joe? I don't know as much about her district. Sinema was Nevada, right? Am I making this up? Hold on. Or is it Arizona? Arizona. I've read this once, and I don't know much about the electoral histories, but I've heard that Arizona and Nevada are both like crazy weird states that just politically they're very, 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 very weird. So you can't like, there's not a reliable turnout. You're saying district, but you mean state.
So you've got to have Kristen Sinema. What is his point? What is he getting at? You have to have a really annoying senator with glasses that, like, fucks your entire party up. I don't know.
Sorry, say it. Because they're senators. There's just very weird political environments. I don't know how true that is. I just remember reading that a lot, and that you can't rely on like any weird in what way. Just in that like the things that these people vote on, the whether they swing from one way to the other, like where their political compass is in these states is just very strange. Like hard to predict and don't map onto the rest of American politics cleanly, but okay.
The Maggie Hassans of the...
Destin, he's correct about the communicating victories part. Dems need to constantly draw out to Americans what they did and what Republicans did. Yeah, but here's what I don't know how, because I run into the same issue with you fucking retards, okay? I don't know how the Democrats can communicate victories without getting the out of touch thing. Because if a Democrat comes up and like, hey, we did all these good things for you guys, then everybody says, oh, you think things are good right now? Well, you're out of touch. They're not good. They're really bad. You're out of touch. You're out of touch. You're out of touch. So I don't know how.
Isn't there a song like that?
I don't know what the signaling on that needs to be.
Play the role of a rotating villain in the Democratic Party, which has happened time and time again, all the way from Joe Lieberman to the Maggie Hassans of the world, the Kirsten Sinemas, the Joe Manchins of the world, and the problem solvers caucuses within Congress in general. These guys need to get whipped into shape.
Yeah, I wish I believed that. I just wish I believed that. Like,
no, but think about it.
But I just like. I don't know how much more you could have gotten out of Joe Manchin or Kirsten Sinema. Like Joe Manchin basically was telegraphing the whole time, like I'll walk away. And Joe Biden kept him in the tent. That got judges through. That got the Inflation Reduction Act through.
Like why? This guy's name is Joe something, right? Why is he?
Sorry, I was surprised by that. Yeah, it's not Joe. It's not Joe. No. Yeah, no, Hasan's the one that doesn't know these guys, right? This is like, what's this guy's name again? Joe Lovett. That's right.
Joe Lovett? Why is he
Joe Lovett? Sorry, it's just so good. It's so good. Like, I love that this man. But it's, I guess the idea is that, like, you're watching him and you don't know that it's not Joe Lovett, and you're like, yeah, sure, Joe Lovett sounds good. Sounds great. That looks like a Joe Lovett to me. It's,
talking to Hasan like he's like his equal here politically, like entertaining this conversation. Like, this is true. What?
Yeah, come on, Joe Lovett. Don't treat him like an equal.
What were you ever threatening Manchin with? Ever? By the way, at the height of the disagreements with the Democratic Party, somebody can find. I wish I had all these saved. I just need to.
Kate says Destiny was so poor he bought his first house at 19. Damn. When
I make references, I make sure I'm not becoming untethered. I believe Manchin was the most popular senator.
He was so damn popular.
I think Manchin was the most popular senator in the entire United States. I don't trust the Statista website.
Wait, who's Maggie? Hasan? Wait, what?
This says Joe Manchin, one of the least popular senators. I wonder what the year is. I wonder if I think it was during the fighting. Even as Mr. Manchin is one of the most unpopular senators of the country, his approval rating.
Wait, what is this? Christian Cinema had a clothing line? Am I reading this correctly?
Increased by 4 points since the first quarter of the year, and his disapproval rating declined by 7 points. I think that at the height of his fighting. At the height of his fighting with the Democrats, I think it was the most popular senator in the United States of America. I wish somebody should look this up for me and find this for me to see if I'm making this up. Also, I want to make sure that this is, we have to go not nationally, but at least locally, like in West Virginia, obviously, because nationally it doesn't.
Wait, Lauren Southern adjacent? Are we relating Christian Cinema to Lauren Southern?
You're running in one state, but. So here it's talking about ditching the agenda. His disapproval rating went from 60 to 48% since last quarter. That's a 12-point swing. But that was just for GOP voters, but yeah. It's John Lovett, not Joe Lovett. Okay, gotcha, thank you. But
did it really take his chat that long to... Oh my god. Oh my god.
I do not believe, like, I think we agree on a lot. I just don't believe that there is a version of the Joe Biden presidency that could have been more successful on legislative policy. I don't see that.
You're not going to appreciate what I'm about to say then.
Hit me.
Use the IRS and also the SEC and maybe even the FTC to investigate as to why Joe Manchin's brother owns a coal mine and whether there's a conflict of interest there.
Oh, he's giving this was the crazy Cenk take? Or was this the Jimmy Dore take? Or the Kyle Kalinske take? This might have been the Cenk take. That Cenk needs to sick the DOJ and the SEC. I'm trying to remember which one of these guys. It might have been Kalinske that said this.
Like, I feel like this is a reference to kind of like hardball politics that definitely was a part of American political, even specifically in the Democratic Party, right? I'm thinking of like LBJ. I don't know what kind of hardball LBJ was playing, but yeah, I knew that this was gonna get reacted to by the likes of Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell IV.
Investigate why Joe Manchin's daughter is selling pharmaceutical products to the state of West Virginia when Joe Manchin is directly at odds with any sort of bill that passes that would lower the cost of pharmaceuticals.
So you
please tell me that Destiny's not going to unironically defend Democrats on their shitty campaign. He's already gotten into defending Hillary on her shitty campaign.
The president
yes.
to politicize these agencies
yes.
and use them to go after people.
Because you want to know why?
Tell me why. Hey, tell me why.
Because they're doing it.
I wouldn't even necessarily.
I mean, obviously, this is a non-starter for the Podjohns. Obviously, nobody on that show is going to agree with what Hasan just said. No one.
Necessarily, I don't even in principle I wouldn't have a problem with this if there was any inkling, like if we had an inkling that something wrong was actually happening here. But is there? Like, are there accusations or are there credible accusations that something wrong is happening here? Because if it's just like, we're just going to investigate you to be annoying because fuck you, then what's the point? Because you're not even, what are you going to do? You investigate them and find nothing? Now you look even worse, right?
At the behest of not only the American people, their interests, but they're also, and this is probably going to frustrate everyone in this audience, but here's the thing that I get very frustrated.
Well, no, I mean,
here's what
the implication of what Hasan said was that there is something untoward going on that he seems pretty sure of.
Really frustrates me
What frustrates
about the way the Democratic Party operates. They love norms, they love institutions, they love civility, they care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is something that
some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure, but for
I wish that I could. I hate that. I hate politics. Fuck. I'm gonna throw all my Vive answer and play video games. We are abandoning politics. 2026, okay? The year we stop politics forever. I wish there was an easy way or analogy or story or metaphor to describe when you have this vehicle for a great thing and all these horrible people that want to ride in your vehicle and do horrible things with it.
What?
Which is one of the most abused concepts. They're like, freedom of speech. Like, that's the best thing ever. Freedom of speech. It's like, oh, cool. You like freedom of speech too? Yeah, I do. And then you take off the mask and it's like, oh, I just want to lie with impunity. Oh, so you don't actually care about free speech. And you would even get rid of it to some extent if you were in office, right? And it's like, yeah, but like, I really like it right now. Somebody posted an edgy quote a while ago. Can somebody remember it? It's like, oh, it's such a good quote. It's so edgy and it's such a good quote. Like, when I'm not in power, like, I use your norms against you, but when I'm in power, I would violate your norms or something. Somebody please.
Oh no, is he talking about the Chud logic thing? Chat, is he talking about the Chud logic when you were, like... When you are weak, you ask for mercy. When you are strong, you... Oh my god, what the fuck is it? It's this shit that Chud logic says. Apparently it's gotten into Destiny's head. Okay, it's from Frank Herbert. This guy who wrote a book called Dune or something. I totally don't know about that. When I am weaker than you, I ask for freedom because it was according to your principles. When I'm stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that was according to my principles. Oh wow, I don't think Chud even says it correctly, if that's what it is. Yeah, it's a quote from Frank Herbert. I don't know. Is it from Dune? Is this...
Somebody knows this quote in chat. Somebody will give it to me. But when Hasan talks about like weaponizing agencies here to go after people,
I don't know, chat. To me, it just sounds like a permission structure for fucking somebody over.
He's not like... Lil Bro is not on our team. He's not talking about weaponizing these norms or weaponizing to fight against these norms to beat the Republicans. He's talking about weaponizing these norms to destroy liberalism. Lil Bro is not on our team here. Oh, yeah, somebody found it. Good job. When I am weaker than you, I ask you for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I am stronger than you, I take away.
You are so fucking cringe. You are literally cribbing notes from Chud Logic. Destiny, what the fuck is wrong with you? Chad, do you see this? Do you see what, like, talk about little bro. Talk about little bro. Little bro's providing you with your fucking epic quotes now.
Your freedom because that is according to my principles. That's a good edgy quote. Frank Herbert. Can somebody give me that quote with like the Joker in the background? I'm just kidding. For those of you who are either European or viewers of color that might not understand, the Joker is the most important role model for millennial and Gen Z white men. Okay, you guys don't get it. I understand you don't get it. He's like Tupac and Biggie to black people. That's the Joker to us, to white people. Okay, you wouldn't understand. Okay, you wouldn't get it, and we don't expect you to get it. But that's just our guy. All right, that's just our guy.
Okay.
Do you see the Joker too? Thoughts? Nope. Only making 100K a year is upper middle class, but St. Louis Fed lives in the United States. I see 80.
Bipartisanship, as though there's no.
Oh, they did it. They fucking did it. Oh my god, chat. And of course it's the Heath Ledger one. I mean, not that, I don't know. What Joker are you expecting? Of course the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. Of course. The best Joker. There it is. There it is. This fucking edgy boy quote. Are you proud of yourself, Destiny? Destiny. Oh my god, chat.
They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is
There's no
something
that some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure. But for the most part, the broad communication coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues. We got to protect democracy. We got to preserve our institutions.
Family income is higher than household income because families have more people who are at prime earning age. Many households include people who are young or elderly who may not work. Family income is higher than household income. Family households include people who are young or elderly. Families don't include people who are young or elderly.
The fuck is bro talking about?
GDP or real. Just picked up my double frappe latte chino or whatever from Starbucks, and now you're copy pasting these, same talking points that you heard from some retarded fucking podcaster.
The other side doesn't give a shit about that. So I think I want a Democratic Party that mock civility. They
What about purchasing power parity? I don't know why people use CPI over PPP now. I would have to look into the strengths of both. I wouldn't be able to tell you honestly. I'm not sure. Wait, hold on 1 second. Peer back.
Why does he do that? Why does he do that? Why does he do that? John Jeffrey says R word not nice. Look, we're just lucky with Destiny that it's not the N word. He just that's his whole thing. He likes saying words. He's a word sayer. He thinks it's really cool to say the word. And he's kind of known for this, isn't he? Welcome Raiders, welcome streamer. Good to have you with us tonight. We're just chilling out here with our best friends. Destiny, this little DiddyG avatar, and Landlord Dan in a fursuit. For some reason. Just having a great old time. How are you? Wait, he's real life Waluigi? What the fuck? And he made the slurping noise too. He made the slurping noise. I feel like I need a little animation like this. I don't know. Ew, the things move. Some of the things move. Wait, I saw something move. Ew, that thing moved. What the fuck is going on? I'm trying to fast forward it so that... There.
I can't convince my parents to downsize from their 3B.
The horny Destiny DM leaks, yeah, with Lauren Southern. No, I haven't, like, I mean, I'm under the impression that Sunday played some of these and that he's held some back. And the ones that he held back were maybe of a more sexual nature, or a more cringe nature, or a both more sexual and more cringe nature. Possibly, maybe both at the same time.
D4BA. Oh.
The animation is kind of cute.
Jesus. 3-bedroom, 4-bathroom house. My mom is winded from going upstairs, but explained to me their mortgage is cheaper than renting in their area. I think people getting people to downsize from a house is also almost impossible. It's very, very, very difficult because people think that like once you bought a house, if you downsize, it's like a failure. Like people just won't do it, which is very frustrating. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
It's Paul's ego. Wow. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. He brought Paul's Eagle on to debate Ukrainian Anna. What a cursed piece of content that is.
Be incorrect about it, okay? All right. Okay.
They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is
There's no
something
that.
that
Some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure. But for the most part, the broad communication coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues.
Okay. Sorry. Let me come back. Why does the military profit talking point keep coming up? Because if you don't understand how government works, if you don't understand how companies work, if you don't understand it, it sounds compelling. Like, oh, people would want war to happen so they can get paid money for doing war, despite the fact that we it's just, I guess it sounds reasonable if you don't know anything about anything. most conspiracy theories are like stem.
Look, I don't know anything about anything, chat, but I do know that at the top of every hour, there's an ad break on Twitch, and it lasts for 3 minutes. And if you don't want to get it, there's several ways to get out of it. You could do so for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or you could do so for $6 with $6 sub, or maybe you could even be gifted a sub. That does happen from time to time, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. Chat. I think I need to start saying chat. Chat. Like I don't say chat enough. It's
from just a lack of understanding of the world.
I think it's because somebody made fun of me for it. She was a super meanie butt too. Super meanie butt. We can't have that super meanie butt, okay? We cannot have super meanie butt. But we can have 44% of the dono goal, which is what we're at right now, mysteriously. Out of nowhere. What are y'all voting for? 151 of you have voted so far. And 41% of you, or y'all, if you are Southern, or you're partial to that kind of dialect, like where you say y'all, 41% of y'all have chosen Carville versus Jon Stewart, whereas 26% of y'all, that is, have chosen The Real Problem with Drake, whereas 23% of y'all have. I fell right out of it. I usually don't fall right out of it. It's like very 23% of y'all have chosen Piers Morgan hates Wicked. And 9% of you have chose Metaphor Refantasio or Fallout. That's where we're at right now as far as the... Yeah, it looks like Drake's getting an extra 10%, and gaming's getting an extra 13%. But still, Carville is ahead. So we'll see where we end up. Like I said, we're at 44% of the dono goal. If we miraculously arrive at 100%, I'll cover one of those topics in addition to the never-ending Destiny react to Hasan. That he, like, how does he, like, I don't know, maybe it's good. Maybe they would get tired of Hasan if Paul's ego didn't call in, and then Anna calls in, and then Anna debates Paul's ego about Ukraine. Oh my God. And then we get back to Hasan. I don't know. Maybe this is the way that you should, maybe I should split. Paula Dean, is that only if I eat a whole stick of butter?
Of not understanding that anything works, right? Okay.
What is like the equivalent of that? Whole stick of butter, or like for me, it'd be like be like 2 avocados or something.
Russian nuclear missiles are hidden for the most part. They use mobile missile launchers. America has a bunch of silos to absorb a Russian strike. You're correct. I don't know if that's true. I could be wrong, but I don't know if you can move, if there are mobile IC.
Oh my God, Mansion and Cinema had so much power because it was a 50-50 split. Cinema would literally miss important votes because she was in Europe, and to run a marathon or go to sommelier school. She's a freaking sommelier. She's learning to be, she doesn't want to be you're in Congress. You want to be a sommelier? You have to eat butter while doing no, while doing a commercial. I am programmed Midwestern to always say you guys, but you started saying y'all to be less complicated. Where's the meanie butt? Let me at him. Hopefully nowhere, anywhere close to here. Probably in some Chut Logic Discord somewhere. Manchin would famously not sign onto legislation unless it would benefit his personal bank account. I can't explain how bad it is. He did it with the coal industry and EpiPens. Destiny knows nothing. Yeah, apparently I know nothing either. I didn't realize it was like that. He still shared them with that random chick to begin with. Or it wouldn't have oh, Destiny shared the logs. The sex logs with Lauren Southern. Well, we never saw the sexy parts though. Irene needs a slurping noise? Like, wait, you don't mean an actual slurping noise, do you, Lady Badash? You mean something like a slurping noise that's not a slurping noise? Destiny and Paul's ego, yeah, totally strange crossover. As much as I hate Lauren Southern, releasing those DMs was super scummy. I mean, look, you can take the good parts from the Destiny broadcast, right? I actually think his sounds, if you look at old Destiny, there were all these like weird musical sounds that would be like when somebody donated or something, it would like, I don't know. I feel like mine are just like random. Mine are like, and then you like ask me a question, or they're like, wow. And it's like, oh my gosh, somebody donated memberships. That's really awesome. It makes that sound, right? Or, you know, it's just random sounds. And like his were more like thematic. They were all kind of musical. They were all vaguely musical.
CBM missile launching stations. Maybe there are. I just truly don't know. But maybe there are. But regardless, it doesn't impact any of the things I said with subs. But okay.
Really frustrates me.
What frustrates
about the way the Democratic Party operates. They love norms. They love institutions. They love civility. They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is something that
some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure. But for the most part, the broad communication coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues.
Wait, I would become a sommelier, but I'm against waste, so I wouldn't spit out the wine and most likely get too drunk. I mean, yeah. So that's what you got to do. You smell the wine, and then you swish the wine, and then you spit the wine, because somehow drinking the wine would change the test, the way that the next wine tasted. Is that the idea? Or do you have like water? Do you swish some water and be like, I mean, I know it's like a whole ass thing. I want to see the sexy part so I can make fun of them. I guess maybe that was Queeman's stream.
We gotta protect democracy. We gotta preserve our institutions. The problem is the other side doesn't give a shit about that.
Wait, but people are saying I should have my own my own slurp sound. Why would I do a slurp sound? Is that what he does? He just does it as a like good. He's like gonna go AFK and he does a slurp sound.
So I think I want a Democratic Party that fights for me and others who are marginalized, other people that.
Why does he slurp?
Like desperately need help, and I know that the Republican Party is never going to do that.
Wait, what?
The broad bipartisanship.
Destiny, why the fuck do you slurp?
For the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is love norms.
You'd be wasted if you swallow the wine. You taste, and you would not be able to. Do the wine pairings. Yeah, you got to do the wine pairings.
Love institutions.
Oh,
they love civility.
I'm sorry, I'm getting back into what were we talking about?
They care about bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship, as though that is
There's
something that
some do, some don't.
Yeah, sure.
Is that the big thing that a wine sommelier does? Is tells you like, you're eating chicken, then here's the wine for you. Oh no, beef, here's the wine for you. Pork, here you go. Fish, here you right, a different wine depending on what you're eating.
But for the most part, the broad communication.
What would they do for hummus?
Coming out of the Democratic Party is that these are the things that they care about. These are the top line issues.
Yeah, but like, what are they going to talk about? Are they going to talk about what like got accomplished as a result of that? Because lots of legislation got passed. It wasn't just like norms and bipartisanship. Like there were real things that got passed as a result of this, right?
Yo, Manchin's a real scumbag, huh?
We gotta protect democracy. We gotta preserve our institutions. The problem is the other side doesn't give a shit about that. So I think I want a Democratic Party that fights for me and others who are
fights for you. How? Like tweets out aggressive things.
Sure.
It's so crazy because he's talking about how like they need to make real world impacts, and then he's like, "But I don't care about legislation. I want them to be meaner on Twitter." Or, like, what does he mean? What is he talking about? Well, I'm sure John will ask him for an example, for one specific example, please.
Are marginalized, other people that like desperately need help, and I know that the Republican Party is never going to do that. I'm not one of those guys who's like, oh well, you know, at least the Republicans are kind of listening to what I have to say, or are communicating, channeling the anger that I feel. Like I don't care. They're charlatans. They're significantly worse than the Democratic Party. I don't like the Democratic Party for their closeness to the Republican Party. I want them to be a party that actually fights for the working class, for all Americans.
Like these statements are unacceptable. Like you should be called out and derided for making these types of statements. Like, oh, they're so close to the Republican Party. I wish they'd actually fight for workers. Like what? So the what is it? The NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, like that didn't count, or the child tax credit, like that didn't count, or like investment into infrastructure, stuff like that. The American Rescue.
Do we even hear about that shit? Like it seems to me that even when the Democrats do the right thing, they don't want to talk about it. What makes sommeliers fancy is that they're supposed to be extra sensitive, sense of taste and smell, which allows them to choose the perfect wine to make your food better. God, they're like food magicians.
Rescue plan, like none of these things counted as like they're not actually fighting for what, they're just like signaling it like the Republicans do. Like what? Like why would you even let somebody get away with saying this? This is so cucked. It's such a
no. But if you want to let people know where you're at, what you stand for, right? The whole thing, the whole problem with Democrats is because when you don't seem to stand for anything, your opposition can write the story of what you do stand for and can make it as absurd as they fucking want to. And literally portray Kamala Harris as being more concerned with the, surgeries for undocumented prisoners than with anything else, or like, right, they can play that game. It facilitates their demagoguery, right? And especially when you can't call out the actual forces that are making people's lives hard. And it's really easy to see what those are when we're talking about economics.
Cucked opinion to have.
Communicating, channeling the anger that I
And
feel.
it's just as cucked to sit here and let somebody have this opinion with no pushback. Maybe he's about to push back on it, though. Hold on.
Like, I don't care. They're charlatans. They're significantly worse than the Democratic Party. I don't like the Democratic.
Yeah, you're right, Manic Mermaid. He cut Hasan off before he's making kind of the same point about Biden's policy.
Democratic Party for their closeness to the Republican Party. I want them to be a party that actually fights for the working class, for all Americans unconditionally, regardless of ideology. And you can't do that through bipartisanship with an otherwise like hostile entity.
Yeah, Snow, when the Dems were handing out stimmy checks, they weren't screaming, "We did that for you," and they wanted it to appear like it was just business as usual. They're embarrassed about that. Just like they're embarrassed about defending trans people, just like they're embarrassed about, like, this is the problem with the modern day Dems, is everything good about them is something that they consider to be a liability, and they avoid doing / are unwilling to talk about. They're embarrassed when they do something for working class people.
Biden literally did exactly that through bipartisanship. Biden literally...
They're going to be called big spenders. That's the whole... They believe in deficits.
I'm not just a president for Democrats. I'm a president for all Americans. And then he literally passed bipartisan legislation, what the Congress did, right, with him supporting it. Like, so what is the...
That is the Republican Party, and I think there is a lot of hypocrisy there, and the and hypocrisy that people can see. Hypocrisy is the easiest thing that they can understand. You can't say that you guys are hypocrisy there as like hostile entity that is the Republican Party, and I think there is a lot of hypocrisy there, and the and hypocrisy that people can see. Hypocrisy is the easiest thing that they can understand. You can't say that these guys are fascists, these guys are racist for 8 years for wanting to build a wall, and then turn around and straight up tell Anderson Cooper in that town hall, well, maybe the wall is a good idea, and I want to build it myself. I'm going to be the border czar. I'm going to be the border.
Oh my God. Like this false equivalency of immigration policy. Like this is also why people like Hasan need to be ejected from the left. Like,
wait, is it really a false equivalency? In most cases, I would say that an equivalency between the Harris campaign or the Biden administration and Trump are indeed false, but didn't Biden just agree to go along with the Trump plan on immigration straight up?
No Democrat was ever in favor of open borders immigration. Everybody should come through. There was that fucking meme quote of Kamala. Wasn't this in year 1? The do not come. Do not come. Wasn't that like a year 1 quote? It wasn't something that just came 3 or 4 years later. I feel like it was. Hold on.
You can't do that. Americans look at that and go, so you're admitting that you were just lying for the past 8 years.
Yeah, you think Americans look at the complicated interplay between stated border policy, between...
Wait, wasn't the do not come thing about, like, there was like a... Wasn't there like a COVID restriction on immigration?
What the actual immigration policy is, like 95% of Americans couldn't even tell you what DACA is, let alone like the policy implications, like what branch of government it comes from, like what it actually does. Like, sorry,
Hold on. John's about to give some amazing pushback on all of this. I pre-watched, and he's about to give the best takedown. He's going to say, well, Hasan, do you really think that Democrats are the same legislatively when it comes to Republicans? And what about all the legislation they did pass? And why are you telling them they need to signal on all these issues when Republicans haven't done anything, but they signal on these issues? And let's see.
Well, it's like, again, though, it's like, I think actually, like, you look at...
Fuck, hold on, sorry. I wish Destiny would explain to us the weapons manufacturer talking point and how it's wrong instead of hand-waving it and calling his opponents dumb, because it's making me think he doesn't have an answer. The reason why it's dumb is because these companies, holistically, are just not very big companies, right? If you imagine a government that's evil enough to cause war just for some weapons manufacturers to make money, right? Like if you look at, who are the three largest private military contractors, USA. Lockheed, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman. And Boeing does a lot of non-military stuff as well, right? These three companies combined, right, have a market cap, meaning the total value of all their outstanding stock, okay, or of all the stock dollars between all stock, Apple, and just like that. Boeing doesn't. Some other.
The borders are maybe the border.
Like, there's not even like that. Like, are you saying we're copying the Republican immigration strategy? Like, it's so stupid.
Wait. It was written by a Republican. Wait, what is he like the thing that Biden agreed to sign? What? Seriously, wait. Like like he signaled that he would, this is the whole story. He signaled that he would sign the bill that was being advanced in the House by the Republicans. And when Trump said for those Republicans to drop the bill, they dropped the bill.
Okay.
Party. You can't do that. Americans look at
no.
So you're admitting that you were lying for the past 8 years.
Well, it's like, again, though, it's like, I think actually, like, you look at somebody like Dan Osborne, right, who ran so far ahead of the Democratic Party, ran as this economic populist, but one of the things he had to do to get there was kind of be tough on immigration. And actually, like, I think part of it goes back to, like, if people felt like they knew, like, in their bones, like Bernie Sanders being to me like the signal example, like, you know what Bernie's about. You know what he's for. You know what motivates him. You know what he cares about. Same thing for Trump. You know when there are issues he doesn't give a fuck about, and there's issues he really, really cares about. Immigration is one, trade, right? Like, you know the things that, like, that have been anti-crime, whatever. That there are things that have been in Donald Trump's, like, kind of brain slowly losing plasticity, that are, like, kind of solid in there. And for Bernie, you know, like, we know why he's in politics, and that gives a politician the space to kind of challenge orthodoxies in the party, or kind of run counter to it, to signal to the people you need to signal to. Now, like, you know, you say, oh, you can't call them fascist and then also work with them. Like, yeah,
but also somebody linked me the voting in wait, am I fucking, hold on. Wait, am I fucking, hold on. Oh, this is for Arizona and Florida. Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought I was losing my mind. I was like, wait, is Bernie Sanders not a senator from Vermont? What the fuck? Okay, it wasn't showing the race over here. Sorry, Jesus.
I guess because people keep saying like Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders, but like it seems like Kamala Harris outperformed Bernie Sanders in Vermont. So I don't know where this idea, maybe they think he would have outperformed in the rest of the country, but not his own home state. Like Bernie Sanders is held up as such this like godlike figure that would have just thrashed these elections. And I don't know if there's any reason to actually believe that.
Now, like, you know, you say, oh, you can't call them fascist and then also work with them. Like, yeah, but at the same time, Joe, like again, like, it's like I just don't know what to do with this nuance. Joe Biden, like, I am glad Joe Biden did the Inflation Reduction Act and an infrastructure bill and a gun bill and the CHIPS Act and a bunch of other stuff. I'm glad he was able to do all of those things. I'm glad that he was able to use his kind of like moderate brand, whatever, to kind of bring people in and get some stuff done. Like, I don't think the country is better off if he didn't do those things. So, like, you described it as hypocrisy. Like, it's compromise. Like, politics requires compromise.
The Republican Party rarely ever compromises. They're uncompromising. You only have to beat them.
But that's not true, though, right?
This is why one of the things I don't like about these conversations. So, like,
There's Chad is like talking shit about Bernie bros, despite the fact, didn't Destiny support Bernie? I feel like these fuckers supported Bernie. And now they're like, the Bernie bros think that Bernie could have won. He makes typing sound manic.
I don't know, man. It's just boring to me. Like, Hasan just said a bunch of wild and crazy shit, and you didn't really address any of it. And then you gave an opinion that is like 180 of what he just said, but you're not really addressing the fact that you guys fundamentally disagree on every single possible thing. But like, what is the point of
I mean, he's right about that. There is like a reticence of Lovett to really take him on, despite the fact that they clearly, I mean, you could tell that there were things that Hasan was saying that were frustrating Lovett. And yet you only get this kind of like a oblique approach from him. Like Hasan even went back to 2016 campaign and showed the similarities at one point during the election season to messaging and policy about immigrations, might have even before the switch to Kamala.
Like, imagine a guy's like, yeah.
Wait, showed the similarities between Trump's 2016 positions and Biden's cave.
We need to just enslave all women, and I think we should probably like murder 50% of them just to keep the other 50% in line. And then you're like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like I think it is good that we're fighting for abortion rights and stuff, right? And the guy's like, yeah, but also like I think like murdering every woman above like.
Okay, look, the wildest thing that Hasan said is that Manchin should be looked into. I don't know if it was like as a way of threatening him to vote the right way, or I mean, it's like kind of like if the dude is dirty, if the dude is corrupt, he should be looked into regardless. But that was the only weird thing that, the only thing that you could say that Hasan said that was even really edgy.
At the age of like 35, so we keep him younger. And you're like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like I think that that we focus too much sometimes on the trans. Like, you're not connecting at all with what's being said. I hate these types of conversations.
Yeah, it's a good point, Snow. Lovett Lovett and Hasan are trying to have more of a conversation.
Just so hollow and empty.
And you got to understand where Lovett's coming from too, right? Because despite the fact that he might disagree with Hasan on a lot of this, and some of it he's pretty obvious he does, his audience is eating right out of Hasan's hand. Like, his audience, I feel like, is a little bit like he feels them slipping, right? Based on the panel that they had. Now maybe people mostly blame the Harris campaign members that showed up rather than the Podjons themselves, but on some level, he's got to realize that, yeah, like he definitely doesn't want to Ethan Klein this, right? If he has a hard split from Hasan a good portion of that audience will go with Hasan at this point.
And pointless and boring and stupid and like an insult to the viewer and the landscape. Like we're not engaging with anything that's being said. It's just like bleh, like platitude. Here's your platitudes. Here's my platitudes. Here's your platitudes. Here's my platitude. Like what are we even saying here? Like
so like you've described it as hypocrisy. Like it's compromise. Like politics requires compromise.
So it was Kyle Kalinske that came up with the mansion corruption thing.
The Republican Party rarely ever compromises. They're uncompromising. You only have to beat them.
But that's not true though, right? Like I agree with that on Trump, but that's just not true. Like they did compromise, right? They like
okay, at least he's bringing up some stuff here a little. Okay, that's good at least.
There are plenty of people on the Republican side that were furious at Republican senators for going along with some of these Biden bills, right? Like those are people that did compromise.
Yeah, there is a million examples, however, of Republicans that are obstructionists that I'm sure you also love presenting, that go back to their town halls and lie about all the money that they brought back home from the bills that they voted against. So ultimately, we now know that political polarization is set in a way that never really existed in American history until the last couple of decades, right? I think that parties originally were more geopolitically focused on their immediate needs, like statewide needs. So you saw this dramatic shift, and now the Republican Party, especially with Mitch McConnell under the Obama administration, showcased that like permanent obstructionism is not punishable, and that gridlock is always considered the administrative party's problem. If there's any sort of gridlock, it's the fault of the leadership, and Americans hate gridlock. Yeah. That's kind of the reason why I was talking about Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, because that was a massive moment where like they actually ended up protecting the Republican Party because they were never going to vote for these bills anyway, and now the entire conversation was about like madness within the Democratic Party's caucuses, like they can't get their ducks in a row, right? Like that was genuinely frustrating to me because it's like if you would whip your votes immediately, then you could showcase that the Republican Party is standing in the way of progress. But that's just like that is legislative minutia. What is more important to talk about?
It's a 50-50 Senate, dog. Like Jesus Christ. Like these people that have no political power, no political representation, no real say in anything anywhere. Like, yeah, so the Democrats like just sucked at managing their shit. Like, it's like, bro, it's a 50-50 Senate. Holy fuck. Like, holy shit. Your expectations are out of this world. Just whip votes, bro. Just go whip the votes. Like, just go tell them they have to vote this way before they like this childlike understanding of like, well, Manchin and Sinema just got out of bed. Shoot them like 20 text messages saying like, hey, bro, like push Y to vote yes on this legislation real fast before you have any idea what's going on. Like,
is broad, sweeping legislative changes or a agenda that might even come across as bold and radical in the interest of the American working class. Joe Biden said he wanted to do the public option. Everybody knew that wasn't real. He never talked about it after. He used the public option. He slotted that in the primaries when the party was primed to the Bernie left, and everyone was like, trying to communicate their own populist version of what Bernie was doing. And Joe Biden won the primaries and effectively tabled the discussion about healthcare. This is still a major problem, regardless.
Hot Ham Radio says, is this man a simulation? Quite possibly.
Like,
yeah, but who? So like what? So he should ask him. Okay, this is where John should be. Okay, wait. So you think that Biden should have went further to the left? He should have said, "Oh, we're going to bring back the public option, or we're going to start signaling on like we're going to go even more extreme on public healthcare." When the Republicans are constantly virtue signaling and lighting shit up on inflation and on shit like on like government spending and when you couldn't even get support for a public option, let alone the further to the left that he wants to go. Like this would have been the plan that would have brought more Americans to vote for. I don't know. I'm not convinced. Like Democrats don't even have the support in their own party in the Senate for it. But if you ever want to understand how progressives think, and this comes across with Cenk as well. Progressives think that every single American would support all of their policies if they just knew a little bit more about them. That's always underlining every single progressive or tanky, and all progressive thought.
Or tanky.
Incredibly far left things. And
a tanky. That's his innovation. Great, Jesse. Like, you know what? I don't think calling them socialists really has the impact that it used to, right? Let's just call them tankies. And be like, what is a tanky? Well, it's like a Nazi, but on the left. It's like a Joseph Stalin. They want to resurrect Joseph Stalin and redo the Holodomor. I don't know what that... Like, what is this tanky thing that he literally anybody to the left of a fucking... shitlib is a goddamn tanky.
As soon as Americans see them, they'll all support them. That's always the thought. They just need to see it and they'll support it. And it's so like, I don't know.
Yes. Negotiating pharmaceutical prices and ensuring that insulin prices are capped at $35, which is now going to be looking like a Trump victory when he's in office. It doesn't matter. It's still good for the American people. So that's great. But like that is good, but that's not enough.
Yeah.
And I think that when you don't do that, when you have this very technocratic, third-way neoliberal approach, but you sprinkle
the N-word
and a little bit of like anti-corporate, anti-billionaire populism that Joe Biden certainly did, it's not, you're a rudderless ship. You're not communicating effectively like what you are about. And when you don't have a North Star that every single person can point to and say, this is what the party is about,
Yo, Canadian Brunch, thank you for the resub. Good to see you again as well. That pushes us into 50%, chat. We're now at 50% of the dono goal. We are pretty late in the stream, so if we're gonna make anything happen, it's gonna have to be soon. Otherwise, I'm about to be getting off of here.
Enemies can portray you as whatever they want, and that's why the anti-trans ads are even remotely effective, because you can make the Democratic Party look clownish. And
he stumbled into this completely by accident, so I give him no credit for it. But I do think that the Democratic Party standing for something and having something that they're about, I think is important. And I do think the Democratic Party is missing that for sure.
Inconsistent and even silly and hyper-focused on whatever key issues there are, because one, they rarely ever focus on.
Yeah, I know, DiddyG, but when you apply like that label to Hasan, you just kind of undermine any sort of trust anybody could possibly have in you. It's just you cannot be taken as a serious person. Where you're like, yeah, Hasan, who's a tanky, and all these other people are. I mean, he just uses it to mean socialist, right?
Universality in programs. Everything has to be means tested, which I think is both on the policy front and on the politics front garbage.
Do you think that Americans are like, that's like, if you go and ask an average non-voting apathetic American voter, he's like, yeah, the issue is that they focus too much on means testing instead of universality in programs, so I didn't like it. Serious question, what is neoliberalism? Neoliberalism is literally whatever you want it to be.
Focus on universal programs, because that way you can cut across every single group and you can disproportionately target.
You don't understand the purpose of that, do you? Right? When it's not means tested, it's universal. Like he's like, oh, they're gonna look into it, like whether it's means tested or universal. He probably doesn't know what that means, right? We're talking about the difference between implementing a program where it's like, you need this program, okay, fill out this like giant application, and like to make sure that you qualify for it. We're gonna test your means. We're gonna make sure, are you poor enough for this program, or are you right? Versus just being like, this is a program, anybody can get it, here it is, right? That's a kind of program that's going to be durable and it's going to be accepted, right? Rather than a program where people are like, oh, that's, that thing that I don't get. That it's an important distinction. It's not it's not just like meaningless wonkery masturbation.
Marginalized populations, black populations, brown populations, and trans people. These people do not exist in a vacuum. They're not magical, mystical beings that are not experiencing the shocks of the market, or they still have to pay rent. They still need workplace protections. They still need, they still need the cost of medicine to go down, right? So universal programs capture the attention of all Americans, including this majority white, angry population that is finding themselves in the throes of the Republican reactionary movement. And so they need to do that. And if they don't do that, then the subtle populism of the right is always going to be the only game in town, and they're going to be able to present themselves as anti-establishment while they have billionaires parading around all the campaign stops, like Elon Musk trying to do that X logo every time he jumps, like a child.
God,
I hate Elon Musk.
That is the trick, though, man. They're like, it does speak to just how far, one place where. So if you listen to the Harris campaign's advisors talking to Dan Pfeiffer, I know you did, and you had problems with it. But one place where they agreed is that everyone's saying, oh, this trans ad, oh, this trans ad.
I wonder if that's what made Lovett upset. Yeah, there was kind of like a last minute react that Hasan did to their show with Pfeiffer and Plouffe and because he does seem different. He does seem, I don't know if he's upset or what's the deal, but like, I mean, I guess I would have to guess if he was mad, it'd be something like, I thought we were friends. We were down and you kicked us, right? Given their perception of their audiences being mad at them for the Harris officials, Hasan being critical as well. I don't know. Is he?
It actually might not have been their most effective.
Is he hurt by this?
What folks said was that they were actually really trying to target it to get at black men, and it looks like maybe that didn't work, right? That's sort of, we'll see. We're gonna get more data, but the point that the ad makes is just that Democrats are weird, Democrats are strange, right? And like they use trans people as a cudgel to do that. But like to the larger point, you have billionaires, just the wealthy, literally the wealthiest man in the world.
The top seven donors this election cycle all donated
to Trump. Or is he going to find a way to blame the Democrats for the party of billionaires and corporate donations? Let's see. We'll see.
Literally the wealthiest man in the world.
The top seven donors this election cycle all donated to the Republican Party, and they were donating like $100 million, $200 million. Like it was crazy.
How do you think about the fact that in right-wing media right now, and like right-wing adjacent media, they are managing to be both the party of the wealthiest oligarchs in the world and the kind of traditional moral set trying to impose a specific way of living on people, and anti-establishment kind of rebellious politics?
It's Nazi Germany, straight up. It's just pure fascism. That's all this is. It worked. It worked 100 years ago, and it's seemingly working right now. And it's not.
Well, how is that an answer to anything? How is it working? Well, you see, it's pure Nazism. Oh, how insightful. Okay.
Just the United States of America.
In the same way that Nazism worked. That's what he's saying. Appealing to the same sense of dissatisfaction and channeling it towards the vulnerable around us.
It's all across Western Europe. The only country that bucked the trend of the incumbency disadvantage, seemingly, was Mexico. One must ask the question why an old doddering man who...
Is it because they were socialists?
Was
Inky says Destiny likes watching Hasan have the career he wish he had.
Still, relatively telegenic.
Yeah, meanwhile, he's on Pierce Morgan.
Even though he believed in wood elves, duendes, was able to...
There we go, chat. There we go. We brought it full circle. We brought it full circle. We're back to the duendes.
A tremendous amount of popularity, and then become the transition candidate that actually passed the torch to a younger woman, Claudia Sheinbaum. I'm, of course, talking about Mexico. I'm talking about AMLO, is the old man. Claudia Sheinbaum was his spiritual and ideological successor in the Morena Party. Why did that happen? Why was AMLO so popular?
Because they did. So they supported socialist policies and were, labor and something. Yes, please say it. Yes.
And why is Claudia Sheinbaum also incredibly popular? Why did Claudia Sheinbaum win the election with even larger margins of victory than AMLO did? It's because they expanded the welfare state, they increased minimum wage, and they made a whole bunch of decisions that genuinely improved the material conditions of a lot of people in Mexico. And that's something that people will never forget. We talked about the black vote for a second. As far as voter patterns goes, older black populations, like older black voters of the voting bloc, is a more reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party than younger black voters are. One must ask the question why. That is because people remember the last time the Democratic Party did something for black people, did something bold, expended social and political capital for black people. And that is something that people do not forget. If you give people things, they will not forget that. That's why there was a lot of dummies who thought, oh, Trump's back, we're going to get some stimmy checks. It's not going to happen, but they still remember that because they think, oh yeah, Trump gave us stimmy checks. I mean,
well, Joe Biden expanded. I mean,
I know.
And by the way, I'm not pushing back on any of this because I don't agree with the sentiment. I am trying in the weeks after this election to just question these sort of statements, because then it's like, well, Joe Biden expanded the child tax credit, made a huge difference for millions of children.
No, absolutely. The expansion of the child tax credit was fantastic, but it didn't continue. It was so successful and it didn't continue.
But why wouldn't you vote to have that again? Is it like?
Do you
no shit?
Think American people know why that happened?
I don't.
Who's at fault if American people don't know why that happened?
That's a.
Yeah, but Kamala brought up child tax credit every single fucking time she was on stage, right? I feel like that was one of the most common talking points of Kamala and Biden.
I think some of it is Democrats, some of it is the mainstream media, some of it is the right-wing media, and some of it, by the way, is the left. It is the media of the left, right?
Yes.
The first couple years, there's been so many moments where my great frustration, I think, in the way politics is talked about is often people do not want to do the work of figuring out who's actually responsible, right? Like Republicans will shut down the government and mainstream sources will say Washington gridlock continues, right? Or Joe Biden will be stymied in some way, or Barack Obama will be stymied. Why didn't Barack Obama do this? Why didn't Barack Obama do that when he had a majority, right? And he said, well, because it's actually, you know what? In the Senate, having 49 votes to get rid of the filibuster and having 50 votes to get rid of the filibuster is a difference between doing a ton of shit and not being able to do anything. That's not the fault of 49 people. That's the result of one person. Yeah.
Can I bring up something really quick?
If we would have just bullied Manchin or Cinema, we would have gotten everything we wanted. I don't know. What is he going to say? I don't even know what he could say to this.
This conversation that you and I are having, have you ever heard a Republican have this conversation?
Well,
oh my God. Oh fuck, Hasan is actually still in my talking points. How doesn't he stream 8 hours a day? I've heard a few of them come up. There's no way that he has time to do this. I can't believe that he's watching in all of his free time. He's only consuming my content. I don't believe it.
Really quick, this conversation that you and I are having, have you ever heard a Republican have this conversation?
Well, what do you mean? Like Republicans don't talk
Have you
this
ever
way?
heard a Republican go, sorry, we couldn't get this done because we simply did not have the votes? Is that ever like a real significant front-facing public conversation that the Republicans have?
I mean, I feel like you want the answer to be no, but like, do you think the answer is yes?
I can't recall a time. Maybe no. I'm asking you.
No, I think on their side, like I think they have over the last decade slowly but surely gotten rid of the people who are pointing out the actual things that stand.
What's your response to the Mexico incumbency thing? I don't know enough about the Mexican political situation or their elections or anything at all to say I don't know enough about the Mexico political situation. But I also wouldn't take anything Hasan says at face value either, so I have no clue.
And in their way, right? Like they went after Kevin McCarthy. They went out. Well, yeah, and sometimes that works. Sometimes that leaves them like pretty well stuck. I mean, like Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He wanted to repeal the Affordable Care Act. He didn't have the votes, right? There was a big conversation about why he didn't have the votes. That like there have been like the Republican base like furious with spending bills that were passed, right?
What did Donald Trump do after when John McCain struck down the Affordable Care Act?
What did he do?
He took out the individual mandate regardless. He did.
Well, he did what the same thing a Democratic president would do. Do as much as you can legislatively, and when it fails, use your executive power, which is what Biden has done on student loans and a bunch of other issues.
Yeah, so my point is, he still got the most significant aspect of his, agenda.
Like, how does, like, this is what I mean when I say I don't, maybe just people just listen to these conversations on different levels. So
McCain struck down the
like furious with spending bills that were passed, right?
What did Donald Trump do after when John McCain struck down the Affordable Care Act?
So Hasan is trying to make the point here that Republicans will go harder and do more to support what they want to support, right? That even after Donald Trump failed, he still did executive actions after. That's the point Hasan is trying to make, right?
What did he do?
He took out the individual mandate regardless. He did.
Well, he did what the same thing a Democratic president.
And then John rightfully counters, Biden does the same shit. Democrats do the same shit. If we fail legislatively, then we go, where do you think DACA came from? By the way, that's executive action, right? Where do you think the slashing for student loans came from? That came through executive action after failing legislatively and even having the Supreme Court shoot down some executive action. So it's the exact same thing, right? On the Democratic side as well. So John counters the point, and then Hasan continues on with his conclusion, even though John just completely obliterated the point that he was trying to make there, right? Oh, well, Republicans are willing to go this far, but Democrats aren't. No, he's literally giving an example of Democrats doing it, but...
President would do as much as you can legislatively, and when it fails, use your executive power, which is what Biden has done on student loans and a bunch of other issues.
Yeah, so my point is,
Your point is that Republicans are willing to go further than Democrats are, but that's just not true. But he's just going to make the same point that he's going to make regardless, whatever.
He still got the most significant aspect of his, agenda across, and in the process, he utilized the bully pulpit to laser John McCain nonstop and effectively bully John McCain in a way that I've never seen a Democratic president turn around and communicate about.
Yeah, but John McCain died. What are you talking about, bro? This is the dumbest example ever. It didn't work on John McCain. He wasn't able to repeal and replace the ACA. It literally failed. It literally did not work. Why would this be your go-to example?
Joe Biden. I'll hear it about the left, about
because John McCain's reputation and standing in the party was ruined before he died. Like, I mean, yeah, McCain wasn't going to give in to Trump on something like the repeal of the ACA, but they did make him pay for it. And like his legacy is not going to, his legacy is just not going to be a legacy. Like he's kind of had his legacy destroyed.
How they're naysayers, how they're spoilers. I never hear it about conservative Democrats. And I think
also, I don't think Trump was working with a fucking one vote.
Wait, I cannot watch Destiny's stream without thinking of the butt plug chat log. What was the deal with the butt plug? I've heard of this. I guess I didn't. Was this on Quimon's stream?
Majority at this point either. And I don't think who was replacing McCain? Was this like
it's a chess thing, yeah.
Hotly contested Republican Democrat seat in the same way that like Manchin is like, if Manchin's gone, it's a Republican that's stepping up. It's a Republican that's replacing him, like full stop. Like there's not even, this is not a contested election at that point. Like, okay.
It's the coalition.
We talked about that.
It's the coalition that you want to have, is my point. And I think Democrats, win or lose, want to win by their own like established policies and the way that they want to win, and they're willing to lose if necessary, as long.
Yeah, after his death, I was thinking so too, Snow, but I couldn't remember. I don't know the butt plug lore. I don't either. I'm not sure if I want to. I'll never be the same again. Saving the ACA is a pretty good legacy. I mean, look, on the people who care about it, but like in terms of we're talking about John McCain, right? His fans were Republicans, and within the Republican Party, he is probably not going to be regarded very well. If people even remember that he did cast that no vote.
They still maintain the overarching attitude that they...
He said he was using a butt plug while streaming.
Oh, Cinema was the replacement for McCain. Yeah, but it's not the same as replacing like Manchin, who's like, this is such an unbelievably red.
I mean, good for him. I gave him the kind of funeral he wanted, which as a president, I had to approve. I don't care about this. Destiny just said the ACA failed. McCain's vote saved it from getting canceled. Wait, is that what is he really under that impression?
have.
I just think that is,
or maybe they're just bad and wrong.
Well, I just think that I think people need to be persuaded. I think people need to be persuaded. Like David Plouffe talking to Pfeiffer yesterday. He's like, look, you go to a swing state, you got a certain percentage.
Look, there was a lot of revelations about Destiny and Lauren Southern. They did have a relationship. It sounds like they had a sexual relationship. And yeah, there was like a revelation about the things Destiny is into, which I did not cover.
Percentage of liberals, progressives, you got a certain percentage of conservatives, and you got this vast swath of moderates. You need them. You need them. Now, I think where you're right is like there is something about a Democratic establishment figures that feel more comfortable with a Liz Cheney sitting at the table than with a leftist sitting at the table.
It's gross.
And that the disagreements with Liz Cheney are more kind of are acceptable, and the disagreements to the left are less acceptable.
But one must ask the question, why is that acceptable? Liz Cheney is anti-LGBT. Liz Cheney is anti-abortion. Liz Cheney is anti-Democratic Party. Liz Cheney is the daughter of a rabid, warmongering, terrorist sociopath, Dick Cheney. And yet there are Democrats who are more comfortable with her than people who also would totally be on board with the Democratic Party, but I don't know, have maybe sometimes identical opinions of Liz Cheney on even LGBT issues. Like Joe Rogan is a great example of this.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party has consistently utilized and weaponized in the most cynical ways possible identity politics. And I say this as someone who is infinitely more progressive than the average Democrat on these issues. Mm-hmm. They just use it. They use it against Bernie. They use it against every single person. And now they're dropping it themselves. That makes every Democrat look like a aggressive than the average Democrat on these issues. Mm-hmm. They just use it. They use it against Bernie. They use it against every single person. And now they're dropping it themselves. That makes every Democrat look like a silly fool. That makes it does. In the eyes of Americans, they go, you called us racist, you called us transphobic, you called us crazy, and now you're saying, okay, my bad, we got to drop this woke shit. Like, of course people are going to go, all right, I guess like I'm primed into now believing the Republicans. Like you're pushing your base towards being more open-minded.
Like imagine thinking that this is like what's motivating like the average voter that didn't go out of vote. Was like, well, they were super woke and they were weaponizing identity politics against Bernie Sanders in 2016 to 2020. And now that they've stopped doing that, I feel like the Republicans.
Yeah, that's not what he's saying.
Had a really good argument on identity politics. So now I'm not going to go and vote. Rather than
what he's saying is that when you act like, you know, Bernie doesn't care about these issues, so you should vote for Hillary. And then you lose to Trump and you're like, hey, actually, we don't care about those issues. Those issues are woke. And we're not doing wokeness anymore. You do look like a fucking lying SOB. It's the inconsistency. It's the dishonesty. It's the gormlessness.
Just like the cost of all my shit is way more. Fuck this. Like,
wait, Adams Friedland's subreddit is going ballistic on the leaked Destiny DMs? Not the Lauren ones, but the other female members of the Discord? Oh no, I'm going to have to look into this, aren't I?
I don't think that.
Sounds like Lauren was really obsessed with him. Nazis having the feels.
This is the average. I'm sure there's like a group of people online maybe that are, or that are like ultra super politically engaged maybe. But I think that like the attacks on like just broader attacks on woke shit are probably more mobilizing than this like line of thought
to right-wing policies.
Yeah, the average voter probably still thinks that the Democrats are super identity politics anyway, right? Probably what the average voter thinks anyway.
Only thing you're doing, and that's how, and that's the only thing you're doing when you don't actually claw back a lot of the things that the Republicans, the former Republican administration, engages in. Like Democrats are very good at trying to fix the deficit. They're the only real deficit hawks, right? Republicans certainly don't care. They only use it as a weapon to wield to communicate against the Democratic agenda. But outside of that, like on foreign policy, Joe Biden said he was going to be an effective foreign policy leader. He did NATO. He kept talking about NATO Jack, AUKUS, as though that was going to be.
He loved talking about AUKUS.
Yeah.
Like I've never been more like.
I've never been. Look,
Other than the day before.
I've never been more AUKUS pilled in my whole life. I love AUKUS. Let's get those submarines down to Australia, Jack. Let's get that AUKUS going. Fuck the French. We're going with the Australian submarines.
Election. Then when Joe Biden was still in the race and he did that press conference and he was like, he talked about AUKUS. It's like, no one knows what the fuck AUKUS is.
Yeah, okay, that's a deep cut.
That is a deep cut.
But
no, you're wrong, John. AUKUS is key. AUKUS is crucial. Right, Vamps? We're not getting anywhere without AUKUS. AUKUS is the #1 issue on every voter's mind. Everybody wants to know, when are we going to get those submarines down to Australia? When are we going to make that happen?
The adult in the room, Jack, I'm going to bring back America into the global stage. The way that the American public sees that is like, there's a war in Ukraine, right? And that's not even Joe Biden's fault. Like, I understand that. That's Vladimir Putin decided, I'm going to do the insane thing. I'm going to invade Ukraine. That's psychotic, right? But the way that people see it, they're like, why are we giving money to Ukraine when we're not fixing the potholes? Why are we giving money to Ukraine when the ISPs suck here? What the hell's going on? Why are we giving money to Ukraine when we don't have healthcare? We have homeless people everywhere.
And where are those goddamn submarines? Why aren't they in Australia yet?
And then on top of that, they see that instability as like something that is Joe Biden's fault. Fair or unfair, doesn't matter. They attribute it to Joe Biden. Same thing with Israel-Palestine. They look to what is going on and they're like, this is insane. Like, why Biden will come out and say, or used to come out.
Wait, fuck us was better? You want the one with France? You want to send the submarines to France?
We're going to do a two-state solution. Benjamin Netanyahu the next day would be like, fuck the two-state. What do you mean? How about no state? Literally, the next day. And
from what I've heard, the Lauren leaks show that she was really in love with him, also exposed her grift and Destiny's unseriousness about his own content.
And Biden kept trying to do this.
I mean, we looked at what Sunday brought forward. Is there more?
Thing where he was like finger wagging, where he's like, oh, I'm going to give him a heart-to-heart, real man-to-man. For a lot of Americans, they saw that as like, you're weak, you're old, you're weak, you're feeble, and you're getting dog-walked by an American ally in a very public and very embarrassing way. And there's a metric ton of violence that's happening on top of that. Like, he ironically destroyed the goodwill that a lot of people had coming into his administration with with the last, I guess, like post-Afghanistan withdrawal. Everything was bad after that with respect to Joe Biden's foreign policy.
It also just like it's also tied to.
I still defend the Afghan withdrawal, by the way, and I think the Democrats also dropped the ball on that too, because they should have stood 10 toes down and said that was the right thing to do. We exhibited political courage, and
we need those subs. We need those subs right now. We need those subs in chat right now.
Republicans try to do a 13.
We need AUKUS.
The 13 of our best soldiers.
AUKUS is the only thing that'll save the dono goal.
Died in Afghanistan thing over and over again. The cynical.
This Destiny bit is almost over with, chat.
Thing that they tried to do.
Republicans are shameless.
The only thing that could save us is nuclear subs from Australia.
Democrats are less so.
No, they should be shameless.
I'm describing what the issue is. Yeah, I mean, part of this though too, huge policy problem in how the Biden administration has responded to.
Wait, do they talk to people not in politics? I mean, I feel like if somebody famous enough had an opinion, they would, but I don't remember the last time I've seen that.
The war in Gaza, but on that issue, on a bunch of foreign policy issues, a bunch of domestic issues, some of the problem has been Joe Biden gave State of the Union, which was
AUKUS,
and everyone's like, okay, that's what happened, right?
Okay.
But other than that, he has been such an ineffective communicator and it has gotten so much worse over the last year.
Yeah, because he's old as fuck.
I know, but like, we're in this moment where we're like kind of trying to like, what went wrong? What about this? What about that? People are so mad. Like the people are they're like the answers that Kamala's advisors gave were unsatisfying. Yeah, they are unsatisfying. But so much of this is just like there was a giant anti-incumbent fervor around the world. Joe Biden was completely unable to articulate a defense of his policies. Right? Like the fact that there is inflation and people are mad about inflation is not a reason alone. that explains.
Yeah, but I think again it goes into the media apparatus. Like nobody is able to
get with CauCus. Wait, is CauCus with Canada?
To defend them. It's not the left, because the left all shits on them, and then the center and the right are all 100% Trump dick sucks. They'll never change their mind on that. They absolutely all, like, how many eye rolls?
No way, we got AUKUS subs in chat.
Were there when like another centrist figure comes out like, I'm gonna have to support Donald Trump in this election, like I blah blah blah. Did the Trigonometry guys ever announce who they supported? Like that Constantine guy? Did they ever come out and say,
what?
I'm curious. I don't even know if I don't think either of them are citizens in the United States, are they? But I wonder if they ever came out and said specifically who they supported.
Means that can explain why we lost if you accept that we had no agency in competing against that.
Wait, okay, it's Trump, and wait. No, wait, it's got to be Trump. Like, is this even a question? It's got to be Trump. I believe we still need to have the recounts as at the very least, you don't want to hear anything going on except from the Carter Institute. That is Jimmy Carter demanding recounts. Not Jimmy Carter demanding recounts for 1980, though, right? How wild would that be if they did a recount and they were like, actually, Reagan lost?
Argument. But like Joe Biden certainly had no, like just could not.
Okay, I'm bored. This is boring to me.
Fine.
Call me right wing. He made a call me right wing video.
Call me right wing.
Did he support Donald Trump or? Oh, the graph. Oh, it's the thing. Oh, wow, the thing.
For years, I've aggressively rejected the label of conservative and right-wing, not only because it was being used as a smear in elite discourse, but also because it doesn't accurately reflect how I think. My political journey is best summarized by this cartoon from my friend Colin Wright at Reality's Last Stand. That said, being right-wing was never a term of insult to me because it has never occurred to me that half of every country...
See, I'm the real centrist, but the left, they ran to the left, and it left me closer to the right. So call me right-wing if you will, but I'm... You're so cringe, Constantine. How many more subs Australia would need than freaking France?
Country in the world is evil. What, we should demonize anyone who's on the right? Really? How carefully have you thought about this? How many woke people do you really think there are in the US Marine Corps or in the British SAS? What,
I despise this person already. Yeah, I mean, all of the trigonometry people are
going to pretend that the men and women who defend our country have nothing to offer it when it comes to values, mindset, and worldview?
What? I don't. Okay, I don't even know what that has to do with it. But
Al Gore deserves reparations. Yeah. Howard Dean.
2 weeks on each side of the election in the United States. I just don't care anymore. I was at the Trump event in Madison Square Garden, which was roundly described
Bill Bradley
as a Nazi rally.
The fuck? Did I press that button to do? Did I do that? I don't think I hit anything. Oh God. So I wanted to thank my Patreons. Patreons, you help me keep the lights on, sometimes literally. And I appreciate you greatly, right? All of the Patreons, you get content before anybody else. So you would have gotten the Ethan Klein video the night before it came out for everyone else. And you got it unedited, censored, and sometimes you even get a longer version of the content than other people do, right? For the $5 or higher level, I give you a shout out, a fancy shout out. So shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Mary Noape, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and a fancy shout out to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. I was saving the best for last, Omega Star. Constantine is what we call in the UK a Muppet. Really? Is he? Is he like an actual Muppet or like a Muppet? Wait, what is the UK equivalent of Muppets? Would it be Spitting Image? Is Spitting Image the UK equivalent of Muppets? Have the new leaks been discussed? Destiny legit needs to be... Wait, did he do anything to be arrested for? I don't understand. He does look like a Muppet in this one. Yeah, we've only talked about the love between Lauren Southern and Destiny or whatever the hell that was. That much is confirmed. I haven't looked at the sexual stuff. He is a Muppet, can't talk without someone shoving money. Oh, God. The Destiny and Nick Fuentes stuff. Wait, is the new butt plug stuff? Wait, what? Wait, did the butt plug have to do with Nick Fuentes? Can we confirm that? Is that real, chat? Is that reality? Muppet just means moron? He's making butt plugs great again? I mean, what do you mean again? No, just kidding. Butt plugs are always great. I wish I could be sponsored by... No. That's a great sponsor right there. That's a product I can get. Oh my god, chat. Look, let me put it this way, okay? That's the kind of the kind of product I can get behind. That's right. Yeah, rim shot, exactly. Rim something. Oh my god, chat, what's wrong with me? Why am I so evil? A sponsor that I could truly get behind. Destiny filmed his escapades seemingly in secret and then sent the videos around? Oh my god, I haven't been paying attention. I thought I was doing some, like, real, you know, gross, like, Destiny content, but apparently the real gross Destiny content was the butt plugs that we met along the way. In British slang, Muppet is an informal term for someone who is foolish, incompetent, or gullible. I guess there's no bottom to... Yeah, he sank to the... Oh wait, I think that deserves another, like, I feel like I gotta do it like that. Just I guess there's no bottom. Yeah, I mean, we really, yeah. I'm just a little bit grossed out by the idea of knowing too much about Destiny's sex life. I mean, like, I really don't want to know anything about it. Like, right? I mean, the fact that he's hooked up with Lauren Southern, that tells you something. You know, the way they were sort of playing each other, that tells you something. The way that neither of them seem to actually believe in their, like, supposed political perspective, their respective political ideology, that tells you something. But the butt plugs, I don't know. I guess I never really thought of that. Like, that any streamer at any time could have any sort of thing in any sort of orifice, and you wouldn't be the wiser. It just, you know. I saw things I wish I hadn't seen, but I'm glad I know it's a legit... Wait, is it... He's legitimately... Wait, criminal? Wait, it's criminal? I guess we all have to re-educate ourselves on butt plugs? We all know too much about Destiny's sex life. How much would I pay within reason to have you snark on a Xanderhall video? Wait. I mean, I've been known to snark on a Xanderhall video. Is that the issue, chat? Am I not putting up good content in the bonus poll? Should it be Xanderhall videos? Should it be Xanderhall videos all the way down? One of the vids, oh, that's what was criminal. One of the vids was taken secretly, and it was of a streamer who has now made her Twitter private. Zan all-time hard pass, yeah. Like, I owe Zan a few, you know, like, right? I don't know. I feel like I let Zan go easy. If he filmed someone without the consent, then shared them, that's definitely illegal. Yeah, I guess so. The thing that sucks about gross people is that often gross people leak stories and they have receipts. Other gross people leak stories and they have receipts. Destiny having zero regard for somebody he's... Yeah, but Lotor Empires, all I can tell you is make me an offer. For me, Xanderhall is kind of like, he's so bad, it's good. Like watching The Room. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. Yeah, Xanderhall is special in that way. He shared videos of Melina too. I really did hope she would pursue legal action. She definitely didn't want those videos shared. I guess the difficult thing would be the international nature, or would it be? Would she just have to get like an American lawyer to do that? I wouldn't be surprised because he really has no regard for anyone else. It's considered revenge porn. U.S. lawyer. Oh, wait, the source of the leaks was like a harassment website? I thought the source for the other leaks was like someone he had like rizzed up on Discord, I think. It'd be illegal in Canada, but not in the US. He is very sus. Yeah, everything about him is sus. Wait, the Fuentes stuff is just gross, and then it I thought it was learned from text. Oh my gosh, wait. Sorry, the Fuentes stuff? When we're saying the Fuentes stuff, what are we talking about exactly? Like, what happened with Fuentes? Nicholas J. There was a theory that he rizzed a teen and had her Discord hacked. the new leak support that? He was sending vids to multiple partners with multiple partners to a 19-year-old on Discord. Jeez. Fuentes equals Hawk 2 on that thing. Wait. See, like, I kind of don't. Is this real? I mean, like, wow. All I knew is that it came out that Destiny and Nick had been sexual with each other. They got okay, see, this is the thing. It's like, I thought that was a meme. Like, somebody implied that he might have done something with Lauren Southern, but they were vague about it. And his answer was like, how dare you imply that I did something with Nick Fuentes? But the way he said it was like sus. That's how the Lauren leaks came out. Destiny sent them to a female in his chat that he was. Who is covering this? Who are people watching that they know this that these new leaks about Destiny have come out? Because I would think I would be that in that algorithm. Is this shit on Twitter? You have no obligation to find out if it's true. Yeah. Anyway, chat, I'm gonna have to get to bed pretty soon. The most evil polycule ever concocted. That is one way to look at it. Pierce hates the beloved musical with two strong female leads that has been on Broadway for 20 years this year. Says it is not so. That's right. Well, the quote was not from Pierce, but I guess from one of his guests, is that it was on like the quote was something about like, yeah, who is this for? Women and gays? Like, so fucking dismissive. I was watching Chud Logic vid, and people in the comments were talking about the leaks. Oh, so Chud didn't cover it, but the people in the comments did? Some of it's been leaking onto Twitter, but unfortunately it's mostly been aimed towards the victim. That's fucked up. Yeah, way too much Nick Fuentes Destiny lore. Was Nick Fuentes like controlling the butt plug or something, or? Was it one of those remote control deals? What if it was like a secret channel points redeem? Destiny caught with Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes. Look, I saw the Lauren Southern stuff. That seems to be real. I can't speak to the Nick Fuentes stuff, but other people in chat are speaking about it. I don't know how sourced it is. The Nick stuff is brand new. Jeez. Like, I feel like that stuff might actually hurt Destiny, though, because it's like, you know, the Lauren Southern thing, like, I think that would actually probably, like, they would probably admire him for that. I don't know. But the Nick Fuentes stuff, I don't know. That might actually hurt him. Wait, it was Pixie? Wait, sorry, what was Pixie? You looked for Destiny Plug. Oh my god, and it made you want to watch Brian Kilmeade? The past few hours, apparently a streamer in the vid is one of the orbiters that Lav accused Destiny of having S with. Now she's gloating. Wait, it is? Oh no. The new leaks describe exactly what Mr. Girl was saying was happening. The new channel points rewards. Fuentes receipts come from his Discord. There are timestamps that align. Oh no, the leaked video had Pixie. Yeah. Oh my god. That's terrible. Well, on that note, it's like somebody is up playing conspiracy bingo. Ethan made fun of Ryan Kavanaugh for being a cuck, but says nothing about Destiny. That's true. Well, I mean, like, Destiny's gonna be on the leftovers or something. Already bragged about making Nick's career. He did. Jeez, no wonder Nick was so weird to him. Oh my god, Nick must have a bunch of self-hate. Anyway, you're getting rated into Echoplex Media. Enjoy the ride. Enjoy yourself over there. Wait, what is that? Means he slept with a white nationalist dude and like, is that some kind of a record or something? Does he like to have sex with white nationalists? Jesus Christ. Yeah, and like some of the like, I mean, I don't know. The Nick, I really do think that the Nick thing is going to make people look at him in a different way. And I'm like, part of it is just like his taste, right? And yeah, part of it is that it's fucking Nick Fuentes. He literally, oh my god, no. What is wrong with DeForcelli? I don't understand. I do not get it. Chat, there's a new video came out this morning. If you haven't watched it already, you'll notice it by the blurry Hasan underwear that is in the picture. Yes. Because we are going there. And there should be another video involving Hasan coming out soon. That is Hasan debating against neoliberalism, the neoliberalism of John Lovett. So look for that. Much love. I'll be back on tomorrow. And